a new portion of soup. If you're so inclined and you want to read it, though I think a whole lot more people are now reading it after all of the complaints have been levied against him than before. Very, very many more, which I think is crazy that it rather. Who would have thought? Actually, Klaus, I referenced yesterday's article. I didn't see today's article yet. That's very interesting. Do you want to tell us more about that? About the context there, Klaus?
Yes, the article I mentioned was the foreign minister of Denmark is called Lars Løkke Rasmussen, and his wife,
former prime minister as well.
Yeah, true. He was born on the island Bornholm in the Baltics, and his wife is from the Faroe Islands, so he has a personal relation to that and knows a lot about what goes on in the street, what the sentiment is. I didn't get to read all the complete article, but it does say that the Faroe Islands must sort of cut off its ties with Russia. The problem with the Faroe Islands is that one of the few industries they are actually capable of doing on a commercial basis is fishing. And that does put some limitations on what the partners they can trade with. So there's a big work to do, and EU must be forthcoming in giving the Faroe Islands enough advantages to renegotiate the agreements and make them with the EU instead of Russia. And I think that is basically the gist of the article. Is that okay? Thank you.
100%. Thank you, Klaus. And no, this is really fundamentally about fisheries, right? That's the kind of the funny thing. This is all fundamentally about fisheries and fishing rights, and this is why I said earlier the way to do this, I think, is to go do it jointly, coordinatedly between Norway, Iceland, Faroe Islands, because in Denmark, of course, right? Because this is a logic that affects all of these places, all of these countries. The question of fishing in the Barents Sea up there off the coast of Russia in the far north is and generally fisheries in that area. All of that is an issue that affects all of them jointly, but all of these areas are of course part of NATO. And with Russian fishing vessels using with the Russian fishing vessels using their positioning to be able to carry military equipment, especially military communications equipment, in these areas, within the heart of NATO, very much. That's a problem that cannot be allowed, and if it can't go any other way, that fisheries agreement has to end. Period. That's and that's for the Faroese to figure out and follow up on. Right? Yes, there need to be maybe some adjustments on the EU side when it comes to questions of fisheries and so on. The thing is, though, you're looking at a country of some 50,000 people. Shouldn't be that complicated, right? You're looking at basically something that's less than twice the size of Liechtenstein by population. It isn't that complicated. Whatever happens wouldn't have that big a perturbative effect on anything else, right? I think this is really the way that the solution should be forthcoming here. It's different when you're negotiating with what is fundamentally a microstate. So integrating them into your European, let's say, fishing flows, even with some additional permissions that others might not have, isn't that big a deal. It really isn't. And I think that's why that's why that should be done, right? I think that's really the real question. Saying, well, yeah, actually, but the collective security is so much more important than the details around fishing. Everybody can give up a little bit, and everything is still fine.
Yeah, and I think that this is a bad comparison, but it's like watching your kids grow up, and they have to make their own decisions, and you have to be supportive in some areas. And but once they grow up, they are actually sort of allowed to to make their own mistakes. And I think this is what we see here, that uh, 20, 30 years ago, this wasn't an issue, and it was only fine that the Faroe Islands was able to make these negotiations on their own. And we didn't foresee this, that Russia actually would invade its neighboring Ukraine. That was something that wasn't anticipated. So I think that these agreements are, we see how we see that what whoever we make friends with, it also have long-term uh, uh, results. I was looking at back in during the Second World War, there was this land strip between Iceland and Greenland, which was the Germans used when they were trying to escape the British warships. I forgot the name of it. It's called the Greenlandic something something, and this is the path Russian submarines are using. If we can sort of have a NATO presence in Faroe Islands that could surveil the sea between Iceland and Faroe Island, it will be very difficult for Russian submarines to actually go unnoticed back and forth, because Murmansk is the most important naval base that Russia sort of have, apart from the one in the Pacific Ocean, which isn't as large as the one in Murmansk. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, and this is why it's important to, for the Norwegian Sea at large to be that's the bit that's kind of off the coast of northern Norway, to the northeast of Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and the Shetlands. Why it's important for that to be relatively secure, because if it isn't, then the North Sea can't be either. That's between, say, Norway, Britain, Denmark, northwestern coast of Germany, and you need that, right? If you don't have that, it's much more difficult to function. It's much more difficult to operate. And in the context of that, yes, you can't just have you can't just have Russians being able to freely operate in and out of ports of the Faroe Islands, for example, just like they can't freely operate in and out of ports in the Shetlands. And if I recall correctly, the trawler that was responsible for cutting off the data link with Shetlands was one that had immediately previously docked in the Faroe Islands. That wasn't accidental, right? That wasn't that wasn't pure happenstance. None of these things happen accidentally. None of these things happen as happenstance, purely as a coincidence, and that's why it's important to do it up ahead of time. So yeah, absolutely, big deal. and it needs to be resolved appropriately. Apparently, the North Sea Summit is currently going on, which is all of the countries bordering the North Sea, plus Belgium and Luxembourg for some reason. Well, I guess Belgium technically does, Luxembourg doesn't, and nor does Ireland, which is included. Interesting. And they're going to be discussing exactly these sort of things, I think. Not necessarily the Pharaoh components of it, but the rest. So well done, and good job that this has been highlighted. Klaus?
Some years ago, the Greenlandic Home Rule government had asked for money to maintain, or they wanted an extra sum. I forgot what it was, but the Danish government was so hesitant, and maybe we'll see and try to sort of postpone it. And but then the Greenlandic Home Rule government invited the Chinese, that brought up the money from Denmark. So this is how it went. I think it was 5 or 10 years ago, and the Greenlandic home rule government only did it to get the money from Denmark, because the Danish government wouldn't let Chinese companies that close to a strategic important area. Thank you.
Oh, that's an interesting one. That's that's the one that will have to be figured out and detailed. Maybe that one's for next year. Maybe that one is for next year. I guess we'll see when we'll get around to that one. First this one, I think. First, it's sort out the current threat, the current Russian threat. All right, very good. Mockers, I believe, is going to be shortly joining me up here as a co-host. And I hear that there's some interesting developments, both in the, for now, still temporarily occupied territories, but also some places deep inside of Russia, no? Okay, I'll start with the first one, which is a Wangerite one. In Novosibirsk, nowhere close to where Ukraine is. Novosibirsk is what, a 5-hour flight if you went by commercial plane from somewhere near Ukraine to get to Novosibirsk. A mass burial of Wangerites was discovered by a project of Radio Svoboda, that is to say, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. So Radio Svoboda Sibir found a video of many dozens of graves that have been established in November 2022 and January 2023. So the course of a couple of weeks, very possibly more than 100, including freshly dug ones, freshly opened up ones, just ready to get more of them interned. That is to say, I would trust that that's number one.
Hello, Doman. Sorry, I'm back. I was just indisposed a moment there.
Would you agree that that's number one?
Absolutely. We've got lots of interesting numbers today.
There we go. I'm just glad that I've
enjoyed them very much so far.
Very good. Thank you, Mockers. Fancy Pants.
I'm sorry.
Good noon, for it is exactly.
Did you just say that's number Wang? I just wanted to ask that question really quickly.
Can we go in order? And
I'm sorry. I just thought that was really funny.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, high noon it is. So I have some news about Bakhmut, which does not break this media blackout silence. It's more about the Austrian oracle, which I would like to talk about. Oberst Reisner, he said Bakhmut would surely go to Russia, which makes me ready to place a bet that Bakhmut will never go to Russia in this near next 1,000 years. Yeah, because everything Oberst Reisner so far predicted in his doom and gloom prediction, I don't know why he still goes down this road of making predictions about the war, because it's getting really hilarious about him, right? Similar to Erich Ward, and actually I was reading with a colleague of mine about the German quote unquote General Ward on Wikipedia, and there's a really nice collection of every one of his single predictions that has been actually falsified. So he's more extreme than Oberst Reisner. Every single one of his predictions had been falsified. I think 3 days, 4 days, 7 days after he made it, and his Wikipedia page entries end with now his reputation is kind of so burned that basically he cannot make any more appearances in public on matter that he's been talking about, which I found hilarious. So I can very much recommend, especially those capable of reading the German Wikipedia article about Erich Ward. Going back to Reisner, yeah, him making a doom and gloom prediction again about Bakhmut makes me quite certain that Ukraine will be victorious in Bakhmut as well.
Yeah, to be clear, he's the Oberst is colonel, right? Is that the translation?
I struggle with translations from
If you get
Austrian
if you
ranks.
get promoted from Oberst, are you a brigadier?
I'm not sure. Probably, yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to look it up now.
Me too.
Okay, so Oberst, yeah, Oberst is one below brigadier, so it's the most senior non-general officer. So it's the equivalent to a colonel. Okay, now we know. Now we know for sure. I've checked it. I was pretty sure that that's what the Oberst was, but I wasn't 100% sure. So yeah, I think you're right. No, the mystery of Oberst Reisner is that every single thing he says seems to never come true. So he's kind of and yet the Austrian establishment trusts him completely. It seems right. So he's kind of the opposite of the oracle. Was it Delphi? No, it wasn't Delphi.
Yeah, well,
It was Cassandra. It was Cassandra. He's the opposite Cassandra,
Delphi was
right?
an
Because
oracle.
yeah, but it's a different one. Cassandra is the one I was thinking of, right? Because Cassandra, everything Cassandra said would happen, but nobody ever believed it. Whereas with Reisner, everything he says doesn't happen, but everybody believes it. Well, in Austria anyway.
So he's a negated Cassandra.
Yeah, he's an opposite Cassandra.
But yeah, you're quite right. So everything that he predicted turned out to be falsified, with maybe some minor exceptions. But most of his predictions turned out false, consistently false, right? So if Reisner was predicting the stock market, I think you could be making fortunes by betting on the opposite. Yeah, but he's talking about military matters. But still, like, if you were betting somewhere on military matters, you could be making fortunes by just picking the opposite of Reisner consistently. It's a winning strategy.
Okay. All we have to now get him to say is that, Crimea will never be lost, especially not in the summer of 2023. Can you bait him into, for the Russians? Can you bait him into saying that there's no way that Russia is going to lose Crimea during summer 2023?
Doman, you can't fool around with an oracle like this. If we interfere, then we mess up this prediction engine. So let's keep him in this box that is the Austrian armed forces without interference. Let's listen to him, and let's just take what falls out of there and accept it as a prediction of the negation being true.
Yeah, that's a good point. We need to be careful with this. We can't ruin. Now that we finally have a reliable anti-Cassandra, we cannot possibly ruin this. Fancy pants. Why is there so much, let's call it, tanky sentiment in Austria? I kind of understand it, but I don't really understand it. Why is it like above? Why do so many people feel as though they're a little bit above this whole trivial things like war and genocide, and it doesn't really affect them? It should all just go away and stop bothering them, and give Russia whatever, it's fine. Can we just keep selling them, expensive crystal and
To be honest,
spa tickets?
I think that's very difficult to say. I think Axel continuously or repeatedly has his theories about Austria. I think some is surely historical. On one side, we, after the Second World War, we were forced to be neutral, and this neutrality has changed, or has been transformed into some sort of holy cow that must not be challenged, and that went on for decades. So there you have the neutrality problem that also Switzerland has, right? I think Switzerland just has it for different reasons. They figured out neutrality can make them fortunes if they just take criminals' money. Austria, maybe, like in Austria also, sometimes looking at Switzerland, right? Switzerland is always mentioned as this positive example of staying out of disputes and wars. But on the other hand, I think Russia or Soviet Union, they did their fair share of propaganda and brainwashing in Austria for decades, and I think that's hard to get out of it. Then you have in Austria SPÖ, that was always extremely close with the communists or Russian Russian parties, where they were traveling back and forth. Back then, Chancellor, who been Chancellor, I think after 2006 or so, Alfred Gusenbauer, right? In his young years, he traveled to Russia to kiss the soil and said, like, it's my home. Then you have the right-wing parties, and Russia was quite successful in turning them into their allies. And so you have on the left and right, you have a pool of people that don't have, or quite a pool of people that has quite some voting power. So you have the right wing, that's 30%. You have SPÖ, of which not all of them are pro-Russians, but surely some fraction. And that adds up, that keeps adding up, and I think therefore we have this amount of people there. And until today, we have the boulevard media that also repeats Russian talking points. The one most of all doing so being Express, which is a newspaper funded by by the Schütz family, who also been behind Sebastian Kurz, and now regurgitating Russian talking points. So there's quite some influence, and that's, I think, why people are how they are, I would say. And I think in Austria we are facing around 40% plus Vatniks. Yeah, it doesn't feel nice and comfortable in Austria when talking to people, because you continuously need to explain why one needs to fight Russia, why one needs to support Ukraine. Less so than, for instance, in UK, when you meet someone, they're way more understanding of your arguments. Whereas in Austria, it's every time, again and again, you need to be convincing people.
It's really interesting. What's really interesting, I think, Fancy Pants, is that in places, further east and south, you can say, oh, you've had an establishment of sorts that was kind of pro-Russian to some level, because that was kind of their way to survival for decades under communism. And they've established themselves as whatever elite or whatever you can call it, right? But in Austria, you don't get that same excuse. You can say, oh, they had these advantages through trade and whatever else with the Russians, but it's quite a bit different, I think. And it's always kind of fascinating that Austria has not yet come as a society, as a country, to realization that it's time to stop living in the 1950s. Fancy pants.
Yeah, I mean, I would be quite interested in research on that topic, on that matter, to understand Austria better. I mean, I'm living here since always, but I don't understand it that well. And I think sociologists deal with that matter, right? Yeah, someone should take us as their focus of analysis and figure out why our society works like that. Also, if you think back, Austria's been quite fine with the Second World War, right? I mean, everyone just happily joined Hitler. I mean, I think in general, I would say human. That's what humans are, right? If we don't watch out for those negative signs, like when a society turns bad, or when humans turn evil, humans turn evil. But it seems, I think, that Austria had a pattern of choosing the wrong sides, especially in the last 100+ years.
Yeah, the not wanting to break it is the more questionable bit. All right, thank you, Fancy Pants. Brian.
Yeah, and this might be just a bit off the top of my head, but it just occurred to me that even though I don't know, I'd like to ask you what you mean by Austrian. The Austrian problem, I guess, is maybe what you would do. I'm not very, as a person who's grown up in America, in the southeast of America, I kind of sense that we might have a few things in common, as far as, and I know that Tennessee, I've grown up in Tennessee, and I know that we've gained international infamy recently, and for a very good reason, because basically we apparently tried to reenact the Civil War in our state legislature here over the past few weeks. But I guess I've been listening to a few podcasts about 1848, the Revolutions podcast in particular, and going back through Austrian history, which I'm sort of vaguely familiar through those sort of channels. It sort of just occurs to me, like, maybe, you say, well, yeah, Austria's chosen the wrong side. But you're kind of putting a new, you're kind of telling me something I didn't know before by saying, like, well, here we are, sort of, there's this big pro-Russian faction in Austria, and of course I've seen, we've seen that here a bit too much in the United States, and so do you have any sense of, like, why that might be, like why people might gravitate towards that? Because I'm a little confused myself as an American as to why, like, somebody would just sit down and watch Tucker Carlson and be like, oh yeah, Russia's great.
We can kind of work through it. I mean,
Sorry,
between Fancy Pants and I, we can definitely do the Austrian component of this.
Sorry, that might have been a little complex. Sorry.
No, it's all right. The 1848. I don't know. I wouldn't think we need to go that far back to really think about it. Now, Brian, tell me one thing. In 1948, let's say, how did Austria look like in 1948?
Let's see. So I suppose it was to the south of Germany, and it looked about like it does now, as far as geopolitically speaking.
Nope,
but
not at all. And this is
No?
this is what the reason why I asked this is because this is the systematic wrong assumption, right? Austria, just like Germany, was split into 4 zones of occupation. Okay, Germany is a little bit more complex because Saarland, but either way, into 4 zones of occupation between the Brits, the Americans, the French, and the Soviets. Vienna, like Berlin, was also split into 4 zones of occupation.
No shit.
There we go. So this is part of the trauma here, right? And it stayed like that until 1955. Until 1955. So Germany was split into Bundesrepublik Deutschland and that is the Federal Republic of Germany. The 3 Western zones were combined in 1949, and the Deutsche Demokratische Republik, or the name for the Soviet-occupied zone, was then kind of slowly established from 1949 onwards. Austria remained split into 4 occupational zones until 1955, and only then did the Soviets kind of accede to Austria again becoming an independent country, all of it. Okay.
And how did that happen? And I mean, how did they
exactly?
It's because this is true. Okay, so
that's exactly it. That's
Thank
exactly
you,
it.
I was completely ignorant of this. I had no idea. I literally I thought I had a pretty good grasp of most European history, but this is a corner of European history I had no clue. Okay, sorry.
So in 1955, there was a thing called the Austrian State Treaty. Okay, and that re-established them as a country. But what it also did was kind of, in the immediate aftermath of that, the newly fully constituted parliament declared neutrality. And this is something that's very deeply ingrained, in the political life. But it's also something that gets wrongly allocated to being a part of their constitutional settlement. So the state treaty was effectively the constitutional settlement under which they got to reform as a country. Right? This is the way that it's perceived anyway. And wrongly, something that happened sort of in parallel or about a month later, this declaration of neutrality, this one-sided declaration of neutrality that the then parliament undertook. This is after both NATO and the Warsaw Pact had already formed. It gets associated with that, as though, you know, we have to be very careful for the rest of the existence of this country, that it stays neutral, because this is a part of how we got reformed, you know, not reformed, but reformed again, constituted as a country. And this is a mistake that lives really wide and loud in political life, and this is one of the big reasons why, you know, everything else is much more tolerated, which it wouldn't have been otherwise, which it wouldn't have been in other European countries, because of this conception. The other part is, it was one of the few places that did quite a lot of trade, you know, both with NATO member states, as well as those countries that were either the Soviet Union directly or were under Soviet administration, more or less within the Warsaw Pact, right? And there are significant ties because of it. It was also one of the first countries whose companies went kind of wholesale into Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. That, you know, to I think what's fair to say, to a greater proportion of the country's economy than most any other individual country's economy. Axel, would you reckon that's fair to say, that more of the Austrian economic efforts post 1990 went to Russia than most any other country?
In relation to the Austrian overall foreign direct investment?
I was thinking in relation to the size of the Austrian economy. You know, it was more, it kind of faced more east than other countries very quickly.
East, yes. I mean,
but not just Russia alone. Yeah,
not just Russia. No, it's Austria has allocated itself very, very widely all across Central Eastern Europe at that point in time. If you look at it, it's certainly true that Raiffeisen under Stepic made the biggest impact in that regard, but it went across everybody. I mean, whether it was at that point in time Bank Austria, which was formed after with Z and Länderbank as banks, and Kreditanstalt in it, or even later. I mean, Erste Österreichische Sparkasse, for example, is exceptionally strong in the Czech Republic after this massive acquisition and merger with Česká Spořitelna, for example. But they've obviously increased their exposure all across Central Eastern Europe. So it wouldn't be fair to say it's in relation to Russia only. But it's a clear directional effort towards Central Eastern Europe plus Russia. And which is not much different than Germany, albeit that Germany may have invested less in certain Balkan states, and may have had less directional investment in, for example, Bulgaria. But it's a classic form of strategic positioning. And Central Eastern Europe and Russia have traditionally been areas in which both have been trading. So, but for Austria, it has a significantly more massive impact in terms of proportion of the GDP. There you're absolutely right. I mean, the participation of Central Eastern Europe, albeit big for Germany, is not as impactful if it were to fall away vis-a-vis, for example, Austria. And definitely the same applies to Russia.
And when you say other countries, I assume you mean, you mean other Western European countries, right? I mean, Austria is much more Eastern facing than say France or Germany or something like that, right?
Yeah, and Germany would probably be the next one on that list, right, after Austria, Axel, of the, let's say, of countries of old Europe.
Well, give me a minute. I need to do something quick.
Okay, we'll revert to that. Let's go to Fancy Pants, and then we'll get back to Axel when he comes back. Fancy Pants.
I hope Axel got a chance to listen while he is active doing something. What I think you're right about is exactly you're discussing, right? Where we've been invested, where our money came from. And I mean, I'm not an economist, right? I just do what's necessary to run a company, but I have not deeply gone into economic topics. So I think Axel can tell us a lot more about this. But what I observe is that the old money in Austria, like where industrial families come from, those who are the wealthy ones and investing money further in Germany and in Austria, they all had their profits from, I would say, like first Eastern Europe, but like also especially Belarus and Russia, where they were making their money from. That's my perception. And I think it's in their interest they can continue doing so. And therefore, they try to influence the opinion into that direction, at least in Austria.
There we go. I think OMV would probably be a big one to talk about in this context. Axel?
Sorry, Domin, I really failed to be able to attend to this. Can you repeat the question? I can address it. I just jumped in for 10 minutes. I apologize.
No, it's quite all right. I know how driving is. Axel, would you say that the OMV component, the way it was constituted, that is to say the Austrian oil and oil processing giant and its relationship could kind of informs a lot of the hesitancy, maybe greater among Austrian business and politics to get out of Russia?
Oh, part of it. It is part of it, sure. But then again, it is the tentacles of OMV and engineering, the engineering cluster around it is in there. But there's more than just one company. It's a very tightly knit and very closely knit, say, group of people who've been investing their time and doing very good and very hard work, by the way, in Central Eastern Europe and in Russia. But some of them are delinquent in their efforts to not be, should we say, colored by a certain affiliation. And I really have to go now. We have to talk about this another time.
All right. Thank you very much, Axel. And Hans Spence?
Yeah, let's talk about it another time because Axel is gone, and I would have loved to exactly address to him the matter of these old industrial families in Germany and in Austria and their money, right? I think that matters as well. Like,
And I guess that's kind of where I was headed with this sort of 1848 reference. But I just mean this does go back to the Austro-Hungarian Empire and these guys kind of. I mean, I know not exactly, but Central Europe is Central Europe, and geopolitics are geopolitics, and these things don't. In a way, I'm sorry, I'm not expressing myself very well right now, but I just mean that, in certain ways, the interests of countries in Central Europe, not just Austrian, Polish, Czechoslovakian, Czech, and so on, Hungary, so we can look at all these countries, and they've always been torn a bit between West and East, and I think Austria, it seems, is no exception. But I had no idea that was the case in 1948, and that Austria was split that way. That's very in almost precisely the same way that Germany was. That's really quite an education for me. I had no idea that was the case. Kind of amazing. So thank you for that. But taking it back to all these older industrial concerns, I mean, they're going to look east and they're going to look west. I mean, of course they are. Your you're right in the middle of a trading zone, and sort of more modern overlays like, oh, well, maybe it's the Soviet Union now, but it used to be Russia. The way people think about countries and trading, ideology may take a back seat to that, to money. So I guess that can happen. But it's interesting that you're if I'm understanding you correctly, Domin, you're saying that that Austria was forged, modern Austria was forged from a compromise between West and East, and they, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, and that sense of the precariousness, if you will, it's a bit precarious. They feel they need to be careful. They need to balance interests, and sometimes maybe they go a little too far in one direction. Am I understanding you correctly there?
It's more kind of removing oneself from moral judgment, saying, well, we're neutral, so we don't have to touch any of this gruesome stuff, and that's fine. And we will just ignore the rest of the world and just be very kind of happy and satisfied with ourselves. I thought, so when say modern Austria, it's basically the post Anschluss to Nazi Germany Austria, right? Was reforged in 1955. That's really the way to look at it. The borders were pretty much identical. I think there were some really trivial differences between Austrian borders today and the Austrian borders during the interbellum, if any. It would be like 2 meters here, 6 meters there, whatever, but nothing at all significant. And it's more of a kind of feeling above these normal people matters, and being able to ignore what is right for what is convenient and economically prudent. I mean, that's the best way to think of it. I think the difference between messaging in Austria and messaging in Hungary is very different. Messaging in Austria only aspires to the glory of an imperial past very internally, right? Know why it's important to keep all of the palaces in good nick, and it brings in lots of tourism, euros and dollars and whatnot. So absolutely, it doesn't have. There's no messaging saying we should take Slovenia back or the Czech Republic back. This is actually Austrian territory. Nobody claims that. They're very happy with the borders. Right? There's none of these imperial ambitions within Austria. It's more kind of, well, this is what we are now. We are now completely separate from all the past, anything that's happened before, anything that will happen in the future. We are our own, tower on the hill kind of thing. Fancy Vance, is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest that you like that modern Austrians had like imperial ambitions. It was more that I was just saying that even though the modern Austria is the modern Austria, it did stem from a past of, it was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so we were talking about looking towards the east, and of course Hungary, right, is towards the east, and the Hohenzollerns, and we know all about that and everything. So it did look east before. It was a bit of an eastern looking empire, although sorry, I'm rambling a bit. But
let me just make one thing clear, because this is important. It was only Austro-Hungarian Empire for a very few short years, less than 60 years, between 1960, about 61 years, I guess, technically, between 1867 and 1918. Before that, it was simply the Austrian Empire. Yes, it was kind of different between Cisleithania and Transleithania, but were it not for the First World War, the terminology of Austro-Hungarian Empire probably would not have lodged as visibly in the minds of people in the first place. But really, it was the Habsburg Empire. Austria was but a component of it. Austrian lands were but a component of it. It's very different to that. It's more a question of convenience. It was more of a question of, we unlike, say, the Italians or the French, we can trade across the Iron Curtain. That was the thing that this relied on so much more than history further back. It is only really the Russians who are obsessed by the history and captured by the perceived history.
I see. Yes, yeah, and so I'm attributing the Austro-Hungarian Empire to I'm attributing to that terminology a bit more of an ancient yeah, 1861. Yeah, that actually I thought it went back to just slightly post-Napoleonic era. But I guess not. That was
No, 1867. There was a constitutional settlement of Hungarians who didn't feel, sufficiently represented. But remember, the Habsburgs looked west much more than they looked east. Remember Spain. Remember King Maximilian of Mexico, or Emperor Maximilian of Mexico, whose son he was. So let's not ascribe too much to history. That can't be resolved more easily by just looking at the present and the lifetimes of people who are still alive. So somewhat, we like to ascribe things to things we know. I keep saying this, and you'll understand this, right? In basketball, for a long time, people who got lots of blocks and steals were considered really good defensive players. But that's because that's what was observed. What wasn't observed is them getting themselves out of position in the chase of a steal or chase of a block, and actually allowing an easier basket to be made against their team. So the same goes kind of here, and it is a feature of the human condition that we ascribe to what we know greater value than to things that we don't know, simply because we don't know what value to ascribe to those. I think that's it's always worthwhile remembering when we have an explanation for something. Fancy Pants, any thoughts? And then we'll go on to Ming.
Yeah, no, I would agree with this statement, especially with we shouldn't ascribe too much there to history, not more than necessary. I would just like to add two components which maybe we just neglected in discussing Austria. I think one big problem that we currently face is that the center parties, they failed to address the topics of migration appropriately. These refugee crises that we had resulted in some unhappiness among the population, especially because there is some challenges integrating new arrivals, especially from outside of Europe. So I'm talking about Syrian and Afghan, and that created some unhappiness, and that had, because center parties failed to address the issues that apparently scared people. Right-wing parties took over that topic and gained based on that. Gained on that matter. And secondly, another thing which currently plays into the hands of right-wing populist parties is that we have extremely high inflation. People are not as wealthy as in the past. People are first time, let's say children are first time like poorer than their parents, and economic hardship to some degree, or perceived hardship or perceived inconvenience, I think historically also always helped the populist parties. If we look at before the Second World War, right, there was this extremely high inflation, which resulted in people just running after the populists that proposed the solution. And I think we currently face some similar situation, just tiny bit more lightweight in Austria, but I think also in Germany. So like center parties, they are the losers in such a case, because they have to run the show, they have to face the challenges, and if people feel unhappy with the outcome, then they will run towards populists. I think there's nothing we can change about this or make, except for address the economic challenges that we face and solve them before the populists manage to abuse such a situation. But I think that's something that's a momentum, especially in Austria, that we should not neglect, because it's also been mentioned in recent local elections. In recent local elections, the right-wing parties and now also the far-left communist parties in Salzburg made huge gains, and part of the factor is inflation and people having troubles affording things. And it doesn't matter if we have a really high standard of living in Austria, right? If people perceive a drop from the high standard of living, then they feel uncomfortable, and then they themselves are the closest to themselves, right? They don't think about Ukraine. They think, I need to kind of like get through these months, right? And that's always food for populists. And yeah, with that, I'm closing.
Thank you very much, Fancy Pants. Ming.
Thanks, Simon. No, I just wanted to correct what I sort of view as a slight misunderstanding of Europe, in the sense, I think, I'm sorry, I missed your name, but the previous speaker, the American chap, was talking about Austria-Hungary as somehow being Eastern Europe. I get how that comes about, in that, obviously, in the old Cold War years, anything east of the Iron Curtain was like Eastern Europe. But actually, Austria-Hungary is very much Central Europe. That is the heart of Europe. If you look at the geographical map of Europe, the geographical center of Europe is literally probably either Prague or Bratislava, somewhere like that. You right where you are, Dermot. You're Europe Central right now. It's, and you can see it also if you look at pictures of Lviv in Ukraine. You can recognize immediately a Central European Habsburg city, completely recognizable to me. So I think it's a mistake to think of anything east of, say, let's say for argument's sake, east of Zurich.
The Rhine.
The Rhine, yeah, as being Eastern Europe. It's not. That's where Central Europe begins.
Absolutely, and what I keep warning against is ascribing too much to history, right? There's a lot that should be ascribed to history and can be ascribed to history, but the biggest thing is culture. I think that comes true from many of these things, right? And the difference between a culture of that values education as one of the first places in the world that had that taught everybody to read and write, right? It was under Empress Maria Theresa that it was declared that everybody needs to go to school for like 3 years. You need to do your addition and multiplication and reading and writing, and that's important. And that was still well in the 18th century. That was around the time of the American Revolution. They're saying, yeah, actually everybody needs to go to school. Everybody, even if you live on an Alp, you will come down the Alp and you will go to school. And it's stuff like that that made actually, big differences and big changes in how small industry got to develop. And that has to be considered. It was because of that the Soviet Union benefited greatly when it occupied large chunks of Central Europe, be it the what is now the Czech Republic or Poland or Slovakia or whatever else, because there was already this developed tradition of innovation and thinking of how to make new stuff rather than just saying, we'll just get it from somewhere else. It's fine. Very, very interesting. Ming, did you see the fallout from the comments of that Chinese ambassador to Paris, whereby now he's been officially denied. His statements have been officially denied by the Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday as well, as well as just about anyone else.
And will he be going home in shame for some re-education, hopefully?
I think he'll get promoted. I think he'll get promoted a few thousand meters up a mountain in the Tian Shan range somewhere.
Unfortunately, I've been a bit tied up this morning, so I've missed that one. But if you fill us in, Doman, I'd be delighted to hear all about it.
Well, I've not seen anything new since yesterday. But yesterday there was an official response from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying, this is we don't agree with this one bit. That of course Crimea is being occupied by Russia, and that's wrong. And there should be solidarity with country that's under invasion. But before that, before the French Foreign Ministry called the Chinese ambassador in Paris for talks, the three Baltic states did so in concert already over the weekend. Moldovan government called the Chinese ambassador to Moldova for a chat over probably not very nice tea. In response to this, and the Chinese Foreign Ministry distanced themselves from this policy. The one really interesting thing that I've learned, thank you to Bad Baltic Takes, was that in the 1960s, 1970s, the official line of the PRC government was that Baltic states are still independent countries illegally occupied by the Soviet Union. I didn't know that before. It makes perfect sense that they would be, claiming that and thinking that way for a change, rightly, but. I was really, really surprised and shocked to have learned that at the time.
I think we could do with reminding the Chinese that large chunks of what historically was China is currently occupied by Russia, and maybe stir things up a bit that way.
Oh, for sure, and I think that's really the way that this is all going to finish in some way, isn't it, Ming? That after Russia, both loses in Ukraine, but is the international pariah that it will become. There's one group of people that might, try to exploit that somewhat.
I've never understood this thing because, of course, there you are. You're a population of what, 144 million people in Russia, in the largest country in the world, the largest single landmass, and you worry more about the Ukrainians or what's to the west of you than you do about the 1.4 billion people stuffed into a country a third of your size right on your borders.
I think it's more of a case of the bits to the west being nicer and more interesting and more useful and more pleasant to live in. What they keep missing is that it's the people who are there who made them pleasant to live in the first place. And invasion isn't very conducive to maintaining them pleasant to live in.
Sorry, go on, Devin.
No, go ahead, Ming.
No. I'm done.
Yeah, all I was going to say is that the really funny thing is, as you highlighted, right, that China and Russia have their own, historical claims on each other's territory, and this is what I keep highlighting. If every country wanted to have territory commensurate with the maximum extent that one of their predecessor states reached during the course of history, we would need not one but several Earths just to make that possible. Right, and this is where everybody has to take a deep breath and chill and realize that no, that actually isn't possible, and that's why, in part, this isn't how it works.
Yeah, there's that very funny meme from early in the war that circulated. It's basically a map of the Roman Empire, and it's headed a busy day at the UN today as Italy reclaims its historical territories.
Oh yeah, that's excellent. Habsburgs, likewise, as we just noted, they'd be awfully busy trying to corral, Spain, the Netherlands, large chunks of Italy, Belgium, Mexico, all together. Let alone all of the places much closer to, let's say connected to Austria by land. I think it's the bits of Switzerland they could never get, though. And I even forgot Liechtenstein in that, Ming. How dare I?
Well, Liechtenstein's a very strange place because it's the one country where the rulers gave their name to the country rather than the other way around. And they weren't interested in it remotely at all until after World War II, because they had vast territories in the Habsburg Empire, and Liechtenstein, they'd never even been there until, for the first time they went there was in the 1930s for a brief visit. But then suddenly it became their parachute. Ooh, we've got this country. And I think the only reason it exists is that it was one of the German states that fought against Napoleon at some point. And Napoleon was particularly impressed about how they'd performed in battle or something, or the Liechtenstein commanding the troops from Liechtenstein had performed in battle, that he exempted them from his German confederation or whatever it was that he imposed. So that's the odd little blip in history why Liechtenstein exists as an independent country. And it was one that the Liechtensteins themselves weren't remotely interested in until all their lands got confiscated under communism.
And then 50 years later, during the Austro-Prussian Wars, right, they really excelled themselves because I forget what the numbers were, but I think something like 140 of their soldiers went off to fight in the Austro-Prussian War, and 141 returned. Because they made a friend. They never saw battle, but they made the friend who came back with them.
They didn't procreate or anything like that. So it wasn't a miracle.
No. They made a friend. So I think it's the only time when an army went to war, was at war for some period of time, and had negative losses.
Well, that's pretty impressive. So the other thing they did, so in 1945, they had, I think, a Cossack army that had fought with the Germans on their border with Austria, and they let them in, and the Soviets were after them in a big way, but the Liechtensteins refused to hand them over and gave them all asylum, and I think they all emigrated to Brazil in the end. But there's a monument to them, I think, in Liechtenstein somewhere.
So yeah, they never fought in a war since the time when they won at war. You know, they didn't win the war, but they won at being at war. When they got more people back, and after that, they weren't actually participating in the Second World War at all, which is quite interesting. But they didn't actually participate in the slightest, and even without that, the Beneš decrees, during the Czechoslovak government during the war, deprived the House of Liechtenstein of those territories in Moravia, mostly, I think, in Bohemia as well.
Yeah, and I think there's a Liechtenstein Palace in Prague too.
Absolutely. You see, people who want to learn history, there's lots of funny bits of history from back in the day. Just jam. You want to go ahead? Feel free. I'd suggest some bread with that, or at least yogurt. Or, alternatively, I think it was an accidental request of sorts. Because I don't want to listen to any more advertisements. Marcus.
Hello. There's been an unfortunate accident in Russia. So not that unfortunate as far as I'm concerned, but gosh, what a shame. A medical aviation helicopter crashed near the village of Urzvika. I don't know. And it's in the Volgograd region. This happened on the evening of April the 24th. The pilot, who was 56 years old, which seems a little getting on a bit for a pilot, He died on the spot, apparently. According to reports, he was alone on the vehicle, in the vehicle. However, wonder what might have caused that. Do you think they're having some maintenance problems, John?
No, definitely not. All of their helicopters are perfectly maintained, of course.
And do you think it's normal to have, helicopter pilots knocking on their 60s? I mean, I'm not trying to be ageist, but usually you'd expect them to be a little bit.
No, I think that's all right. I think that's all right. That's not too atypical. Because if you think about it, often pilots performing a commercial, like in this case, medical operations, would previously have served in the military until maybe they were 40 or so, and only then moved to the civilian sector. And then in the US, they stay until they're well into their 60s in commercial aviation. So I wouldn't think that to be unusual.
Okay, fair enough. I was just, just wondering.
No, but it happens, right? And being what can I say, important and structured, that's tends to be quite important, really, doesn't it?
Usually, yes. There has been as well reports of explosions in Tokmak. I've heard 10 missiles, I've heard 12 missiles. Generally, there is frantic activity going on after a lot of booms. That much I do know for sure. So,
Poor Tokmak.
Tokmak. It's quite an important place. I believe there's quite a lot of logistics and things go through there, and it's a bit of a necessary place for Ukraine to sort of go through if they're wanting to go anywhere near Melitopol.
Yeah, it makes sense as can we say, as a sort of a shaping operation, even.
Well, yes, we've seen reports of more and more of this sort of thing going on, haven't we? Strategic booms, as it were. It appears to have been local Russian military headquarters, but well, that's what the report is anyway. I have a bit more information, just waiting for confirmation, but 3 reconnaissance drones have apparently been found in the Moscow region, including one supposed kamikaze UAV, which was discovered on Monday. This is reported by TASS, citing a source in the Russian law enforcement. And I don't think they would put out incorrect information. We have seen pictures of drones that have been found in the Moscow region. So at least 3 so far. I wonder if they're preparing for May the 9th.
I think they better be preparing for May the 9th. I mean, what's going to happen on May the 9th?
Well, I'll tell you what isn't happening. And when I found it, there it is. Apparently, Red Square is going to be completely closed to visitors between the 27th of April and the 10th of May. Now, this is in order to prepare the area for the parade. It's probably quite normal that they clear people out so that they can put in some seating and things like that, check the security, because obviously they don't want it to be a problem. So I would imagine some of it's normal, but it does seem a long period of time, that April the 27th to May the 10th. And this was reported by the security services, so it would seem that they've got a lot of securitying to be doing.
A lot of securing. Maybe maybe they'll be installing some sort of nets over the square. Could that be it?
You know what? They might have to.
You know, you don't want birds to be interfering with taking pictures of the parade, do you know?
I'm actually really looking forward to knowing what's going to be in this parade. I'm expecting some vehicles that look like tanks, but maybe underneath aren't quite. There's going to be a lot of analysis if we get photos, put it that way.
Very interesting. That they might be doing something like that. Very interesting. Any horses yet, or are they keeping those away for now?
I've not seen them turn up yet, but you know, I am expecting maybe one or two to appear at this. What's it called? Parade. That's the one. Yeah, I would say that they might just need some to, you know, fill in some gaps.
Maybe to pull the tanks.
That is indeed the joke. Yes, that is exactly the joke, because the T-14 Armata tends to have, let's say, problems with its propulsion. So for quite a while here, we've been saying that you know, the Armata is a uniquely ecological tank because it doesn't use an engine. Instead, it can be pulled by horses. It would explain why is it the governor of Tuva? No, because it's a republic. The head of the Tuva Republic donated 3,000 horses for the use of the military. I mean, it stands to reason what they would be used for, eh?
A uniquely ecological tank.
Yeah,
well said.
the problem is, you know the if you put the horses in front of the tank, right? Then you use the barrel to shoot over the horses, so you need quite low horses. You can't have horses that are too tall, otherwise you hit the horses instead. But also, I fear that it might damage their hearing, or that they might get startled. So you need very particular horses. I think the way they've solved that in many cases is, you know, the horses get the tank into position, then somebody takes the horses away, far away from the tank. The tank can fire in peace, and then they can bring the horses back to move the tank to the next location. It's a little bit more involved, it's a little bit slower, a little bit less maneuverable, but I think that's on the basis of all the video evidence we've seen thus far, that seems the way it's done.
I think you underestimate Russian technology, comrade. I think they would simply deafen the horses and leave them in place.
Yes and no, because if you've ever been next to anything that exploded quite strongly, or you know, if you've been next to like a subwoofer speaker at a concert, you know that you don't just hear it, you also feel it everywhere else, and say like your lungs, you can feel the pounding, right, the changes in air pressure. The horses would likewise. So just having deaf horses wouldn't actually help at all.
Yes, but we're talking about Russians here.
Yes, I have a suggestion. Maybe the best thing to do is to use Shetland ponies. I think that's a good point, or maybe Icelandic horses, to be lower down, right? So that at least they don't get hit directly. There's a number of options here that all need to be explored thoroughly and properly.
I imagine there are many military texts on just this process, which have come out of many Russian military academies dealing with this problem. I'm just, but in my mind's eye, I thought, well, there's Potemkin tanks. They're going to have Potemkin horses, and I'm just thinking like these wooden horses with wheels on the. I don't know. Sorry. If we have,
they've had lovely horses donated to their efforts by Tuvans. Tuvans gave them how many horses was it, Darwin?
3,000.
3,000 horses. Well, that's a lot of horsing.
These tanks are heavy.
Well, for a long time, heavy cavalry really did matter. But I guess it's a bit different these days, isn't it?
David, what do you think? You're practically minded.
Well, so I heard a bit about horses, so I came up to go. Were you talking about horses? So I actually didn't hear the whole conversation, but I do have.
No, we were talking about horses.
And I heard the bit about making them deaf. But thing to remember is horses are incredibly unpredictable, right? So I would guess that making, deafening a horse, right, piercing its eardrum, for instance, wouldn't make any difference, because it might even increase the level of their confusion and make them more unpredictable. But there again, that's not to say the Russians wouldn't try it, right? Because who knows?
Exactly. Whatever level of cruelty to animals the Russians can think of, nothing of them will actually be useful. Now, David, what use do you think, if it's not for pulling the T-14 Armatas, what use would the Russian military have for 3,000 Tuvan horses?
I think they needed them to. I mean, have they arrived? Because I think they were just sent. I presumed that they were going to eat them. Honestly, that was really what I thought they were sending them for. If they weren't going to use them in muddy conditions, that is. But my first thought was, when I went, they're going to send 3,000 horses. I thought, well, the first thing they're going to do is going to kill them and eat them, because they don't have any food. It'd just be a war. It's a walking butchers, isn't it?
Interesting. Now, David, I need to talk to you about something. Because you were shown to be
I was
correct.
nowhere near.
No, you were correct. You were correct, David. I think I flagged this to you a day or two ago, right? That Natalia Humeniuk, the PR of Operation Command South, said, what did she say? She said that the Russians are digging trenches in Crimea because somebody is siphoning off the money this way. And that's exactly what you said.
I know.
And how long have
well, I suspect you probably listened to me and thought, yes, he's right.
Anything is possible, David. Anything is possible. And what do you think to that now that you've been proven correct?
But I knew I was correct, right? So I've just had confirmation. That's what it was. I just knew I was right. I mean, look at everything about Russia. It tells you that's why it is. It's all about the money and nothing else, right? So so I'm very good to find that someone else has come round to my way of thinking, I would say. I've got a special advisor's role coming up soon.
How much do you reckon they can siphon off, per beach destroyed?
I think huge numbers, huge amounts. How much I can't remember. What was the figure that they had available? It was quite a large number, wasn't it? It was something like, was it 500 million or something?
But this was in Belgorod Oblast, so not in Crimea. This is just for Belgorod Oblast. They had 500 million rubles, so let's call it about 5 million pounds for the building of fortifications.
Okay, so I reckon they could siphon off 4.5 million. Just for Belgorod, right? So in Crimea, let's just say, for instance, it's 100 million. I reckon they could probably siphon off, close to 95 million, maybe more. maybe even 98 million if they squeeze a little bit here, squeeze a little bit there. It's a guy and a machine, right? The machine already exists. Couple of guys, you get them around. Now here's the other one, right? If they sadly die in whilst conducting their duties, they don't get paid, did they? Because they didn't complete the job, right? So you just get a couple more other people in. There we are, right? So yeah, you could siphon off an extraordinary amount of money like that. And I mean, the wood, right? So they just steal the wood because that's just around there, isn't it? Right? They get someone to cut that. And yeah, no, huge amounts.
Dylan, in keeping with your Mitchell and Webb references, I just wanted to say, what do you reckon?
Well, what I reckon is what's extra good is that you only need to, make 30, 40 meters of the trench to a high spec with all the wood and stuff, and the rest of it, just dig a trench. Say, yeah, they've not finished the rest yet. But look, the trench is prepared. It's 7 kilometers of trench. This was very expensive to build, what with the property prices and all that.
And you would also add to this, right? But we've got to buy the materials. We need it all in advance. We've got danger. It's so, I mean, I can see it now in my mind how they sell it. We've got the danger pay. We've got to give that to the family first, just in case, right? And then, and then there might be a little bit with special. There's a special fund for funerals. There is no special fund for funerals, right? We know this. So there would just be, here you are, take the money, and they could do that for a little, and they would walk away with a lot.
I feel like you're giving them just a little too much credit with the danger pay, but yeah.
No, that's how they sell it, right? So,
okay.
So they are not. There is no ever intention of ever giving Danish pay. In fact, there's no intention
of course not.
of paying anyone, right? So so if they die in whilst doing their duties, right, they don't get paid at all, even for the work they've done, right?
Oh, right, they're siphoning off the danger pay. Got it.
Everything. They're siphoning off everything. Right, I would expect something like this. They would even go to the point of in the old days, if you were given a shovel and it broke, you had to pay for it. You had to pay for the breakage, and that's the sort of thing you do with slaves, right? But I would expect that's what they would do. Oh, you broke your shovel. Well, yeah, so that cost us 200 rubles for a shovel, but we're going to charge you 2,000 rubles because we've had to bring it across to you, and there's all the danger pay for it. I mean, pretty much getting the people to do the work for them, and then those people paying for the privilege.
It's a peculiar form of inverse destructive cleverness that is self-defeating. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but we need a word for it.
Well, it's like a parasite, but it's not a parasite, is it? It's sort of a cancer, but is it a cancer? Right? I mean, it's eating. Yeah, there you are. It's a necrotic disease. It is eating the whole country.
So, David, I think the best example of this is to look at the Cope tetrahedra, right? Now, imagine. We've seen those Cope tetrahedra around, a lot of those. I think that's a perfect example of savings, so to speak, right? Because what can you do with those tetrahedra? Now, imagine you have the little tetrahedron, the ones they actually make. But what if they say, no, we've done it properly. It's actually twice this height. It's just that the bottom half is dug in underground, like it should be, right? Because that's really what you want to do, right, David?
Yes, I've already thought this through. So yes, you're right. That is possible. But what I think they did, right? Because you've got to remember, you need to think like a salesperson, Doman, right? A salesperson who's deliberately to defraud the person, right? What they've did is they took some photos of the tetrahedron as the way it is, right? But what they did is they got someone, when people do they've got their little fingers, right? And they go, look, that's the Eiffel Tower. they've done the reverse of that. They've taken a picture, so it makes it look as if the tetrahedra is really big, right? But they haven't put the measurements in there, and enough. But you signed off on this. We've already made them.
But David, you see, if you say, well, half of it is buried by height, that's actually about 87, 88% offered by volume. So you can charge 8 times as much for concrete if you just say, well, half of it by height.
No, I understand, but I think you misunderstand what I'm saying, right? So they're still billing for all the concrete and the rest.
You can do both.
Yes,
David, you can do both.
But, and here is your problem, right? As soon as someone says, but I had someone from wherever it is, the 155th, which no longer exists, by the way, move one of those and it's not buried in, right? Then you've got a problem. Whereas if you don't do that and you go, but I sent you the picture, right? Then there is no problem, because it's the person who signed off on it's fault for not checking the sizes correctly. You've fallen into that trap, Dome, and you have no idea how to defraud people. I don't know what you're doing. Why are we even talking to you?
And the other thing I was going to say, David, is that's why they're full of styrofoam, right? Because what can you do? Use up less concrete for a start.
Exactly.
But also this way, for example, if you think of it like this, let's say you have the 2 times as tall tetrahedron, right? It's 8 times as much concrete. It weighs 8 times as much. You can put 1/8 as many on a single truck. Now you replace half the concrete with styrofoam. You've again, doubled the amount the truck can carry. So for every one of the proper tetrahedrons could carry, a truck can now load up 16. So you need 16 times fewer truck journeys than you would otherwise. And they're easier to lift and place. You don't need nearly as much equipment or time to place them all, not least because you don't need to dig them into the ground. There is ample quantities of flexibility there that would allow them, and that does indeed allow them to defraud their own government with.
Oh, there's so many ways, aren't there, right? So many ways to do this. And it appears that they have, right? Because some of those things you just go, look, it's just extraordinary. But the whole, which brings us down into was this just all sort of, the whole 3-day operation was just a method of ripping off the country of even more money?
No, that's just a side effect.
That's how it started.
It's just a side effect. I think it's just a side effect. No, we could read some of the bits of what the plans were, of how they were going to get the economically relevant people on side. Right? We've had that. There was promises to I keep forgetting his name. To one of the big Russian oligarchs that he'll be able to take over all of the big industrial enterprises in the south and east of Ukraine. It'll be terrific. It'll be just tremendous. And you remember that PowerPoint, David, that got leaked out of him, in a non-polite comedy way. It's very, very interesting, I think. And that was that wasn't the purpose of it. The purpose of it was purely imperialist. It's all of these. How do you get other people to come along? Promise them riches, or promise them a path to riches through defrauding the state.
Oh yes. There were proper sales thing of, here, come and defraud the motherland. I can see it now, a full-page spread in the paper.
Well, they have no sense of ownership of their own government. It's just an oligarchy, so they don't. They're completely detached from any sense of public citizenship. They don't have a tradition of that. They don't sense that they're defrauding other Russians when they defraud.
It's just normal.
The government. Yeah, no, it's the common. I'll never forget the first what was the book I read? Well, anyway, it was a book about the Soviet Union, and it was in the late '80s, and they were talking about the fact that Soviet managers would say that, they would be under tremendous pressure to build a factory and get it working, and their higher ups would say, basically there was either a spoken but usually unspoken agreement between the guys that were going to build the factory and their higher ups, and their higher ups had to report to their higher ups that the factory was up and running. And so there was this example given, and the example was that, they look at that, they built the factory. Well, they did. They built the factory, and the picture was taken of all the apparatchiks, standing in front of the factory with smoke pouring out of the smokestacks, and that was given to the higher ups, and the higher ups gave it to their higher ups, and those higher ups were like, oh, look, okay, great, there it is, there's a picture of the factory, there's smoke pouring out of the smokestacks. They gave it to their higher ups, and then the Politburo looked at it and, oh, great, we got the factory, and there it is down on the Volga or wherever it was. And of course, the factory wasn't even anywhere near completion.
But you know how they got the smoke to go out of the smokestacks.
And you've heard the same story.
Well, it's very straightforward.
They
David
lit
will understand
50-gallon
what they've
oil
done.
drums.
No, it was
that's what I've heard.
That's the fake story. The real story is
okay. That's apocryphal, is it?
It's yes. You say it's on the Volga, right? What they did is
I don't know.
They sailed the Admiral Kuznetsov, the aircraft carrier, up the Volga. They parked it behind the factory, so that and they placed the camera so the smokestacks aligned with the factory of the Admiral Kuznetsov. And then they turned on the Admiral Kuznetsov, right? And of course, it did what it did, and it was very impressive quantities of smoke.
Now wait a second. You're saying they didn't light 50-gallon oil drums under there? Well, you're just making this up. I don't know what the fucking real story is.
I would like to add a little bit though. When you said that,
I like your version very much, though. Thank you.
Can I add a little bit? When you talked about ownership, they have no sense of ownership. The oligarchs don't they? That their sense of ownership is what's mine is mine.
Well, if it belongs to everybody, it doesn't belong to anybody. It's kind of a.
But that's not how they believe it, right? Because what they believe themselves to be above and beyond, right? So what's mine is basically anything in their sphere of influence is theirs, unless the little man is saying it's his, and then there's a squabble about if it really is his or if it's someone else, or whether they could do a Solomon and cut it in half.
On the question of cutting in half, David, have you seen the numbers today?
Of the Russian debt?
Yeah, but more importantly, the equipment bits.
Is that going up still?
It rather is. I don't know if Mockers wants to address this or wants me to address it.
Marcus.
Hello, I'm here. I'm here. Well, yeah. Have you seen the numbers today, David?
I have not.
Well, we have the same sort of average for liquidated Russians, but these things I thought you might find interesting. We've got double figures: 12 armoured personnel vehicles, 14 artillery systems. I have to mention 2 anti-aircraft systems because we don't see a lot of those being taken out every day. So that's nice, bit extra there. 31 vehicles and fuel tanks. And of course, 6 special equipment. So something happened overnight. Something.
That's genius.
Something happened.
they're in a whole world of pain, aren't they? All that fuel that didn't get to where it's supposed to go. All those other systems. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. My audio dropped out. I have a.
Do me a
What was
favour,
the?
Brian? Can you do me a
Yeah.
favour? If you want to add something, would you put your hand up? Because when you jump in like that, it's starting to annoy me. Sorry.
Right, no, I didn't mean to do that. I was just asking you to repeat. You said 31 something, and my audio dropped out. I was just asking for a repeat, if you could.
Vehicles and fuel tanks. Carry on, David.
Yes. So I mean, it's just extraordinary number, isn't it? The amount of pain they will be going through because all those people expecting that fuel won't be getting it. I mean, this is just brilliant. So my mind's all agog, really, in the amount of pain they will be suffering, which is quite wonderful. People don't get fuel, they can't move. That means they can't go and do the stuff they were supposed to do, or they're going to have to do it on foot, right? Puts them more at risk. Guess what? Those Ukrainian snipers who are out in force start taking them out. Numbers go up. It's a cascade of events, and this is brilliant, right? So if they're taking out the special stuff, let's say some of that is radar, let's say some of it is EW, right? That provides another problem to them, right? So therefore they're able to target other stuff, right? If they maybe it means that Ukrainians are able to pinpoint other radar, other EW, because there's the stuff they've had in backup they've had to turn on because they've lost the other stuff, and the cascade of events. Oh, that's brilliant.
How big of a deal is this engineering equipment, radars, electronic warfare equipment, David? I mean, they must have just vast quantities of these, right? I mean, that's how usually an army operates. They have just as many pieces of engineering equipment as, I don't know, rifles, tin cans, right? That's how it usually is.
Of course, they have loads of this stuff, right? They're just lying around, and all of it works perfectly because that's what they do. They maintain everything, and then it's just incredible, isn't it? I think I get this is worse than them losing all their T90s, right? So I think it's just such brilliant, wonderful news. Yeah, I mean, for the counter-offensive, every time they lose a piece like this, I think we have to assume that their ability to mend stuff is very, very limited. So that means they'll have to bring something up. So they bring it up, which then puts it at risk, because guess what, right? Ukraine's finding this stuff, and then that means they need to go further back down the line to bring something else up. But now we have the SOF partisan operations that puts that bit that they're bringing up at risk. I mean, yeah, this is how these cascade of events end up in failure, isn't it? I'm just laughing to myself, Damon.
And the other thing is, quite a lot of this equipment is not the newest, right? So would you have expected them to maintain the tooling necessary to produce more of it in great quantities all over the place, easily accessible to them, or maybe a little bit less so, and maybe they can't actually replace any of these things?
You ask me all these leading questions, Doman. I would just go, I suspect that given we've just had a description of how the cascade of fraud works, that no, they don't. That those factories probably don't even exist now, because someone has gone, I've got this factory and no one does anything with it. Why don't I just sell everything inside it, and I can turn it into a storage warehouse? So it will be filled. This is a big yellow box place. So everyone's storing all the stuff in that they got from a house in there, and the tooling doesn't exist whatsoever. I would be convinced that something like that has happened. It's just filled with cardboard boxes of people's kit that they can't know because they're moving. That's what it is.
Oh no! Oh no! And anything that's a little bit more modern, would you say that did probably need very specific parts that they can't make?
They
They
can't
have to
get,
import.
and which they can't import anymore. The only way they can get it is illegally or by importing some device that's got a substandard piece of silicon in it. Yeah, and then they've got a little gnome who solders a little bit in extra, or because he doesn't know that much about soldering, so he gets an arc welder out and destroys the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it would attach it much more quickly, won't it? And use the
Yes,
rest
it
of the time
will.
on something else. And David, in that context, did you see the excellent news coming out of Seoul yesterday?
Oh no, I've seen no news come out of Seoul. We're talking about Seoul in Korea, right?
Yes, the capital of Korea. Yeah,
as opposed to the sole of someone's foot or a shoe.
no, in South Korea.
I've not seen any news from Seoul.
So yesterday, South Korea announced that, their Ministry for Trade, Industry and Energy announced that they're expanding the list of goods, exports of which are no longer going to be authorized to Russia and Belarus. Now, for now, that number is 57. Starting on Friday, that number is going up. Do you want to guess to what number it's going up? So from 57, how long is going to be the list starting Friday?
I think that list is going to be quite long. I'm going to go for 10,000.
It's not quite that long. It's 798. So they're going from 57 items on the restricted
It's still good
list
though, isn't it?
to 798. And in the release, they said they're adding 741 more items to the 57, right, to make the 798. And these items are related to semiconductors, chemicals, steel, autos, that is to say cars, machinery, quantum computers, which is just kind of surprised at, and other things to the list of items banned from shipping to Russia and Belarus, which I think is a rather good thing, isn't it?
And that's amazing. But are there working quantum computers at the moment? Are there any anywhere?
No idea, David. I think this is more of a future-proofing the thing.
Well,
there's probably one line, and it made it good to include another category.
That's a really good list, isn't it? I had this conversation with a Twitter conversation yesterday about someone who was basically saying, "But sanctions don't work," and I'm going, "Have you not seen what's happening in Russia at the moment? Sanctions work; they just don't work very quickly, right? And the fact that someone somewhere might get 10, silicon chips in, well, that's just what you have to accept. Nothing's 100%, is it? But when you reduce supply to 10%, right, that's when it really works.
Exactly, right. You can't do it perfectly. You can't do it, in a way that would prevent them from getting any chips whatsoever. But for lots of things, they need lots of chips. Speaking of chips,
fish and chips.
Well, exactly, David. Exactly, and you were missing earlier when we were talking about the Faroe Islands and their fishing deal with Russia that's allowing Russian ships to dock in Faroe Islands. But the Faroese lower tariff for tariff-free exports of fish to Russia. No, let's dispense with the fish and chips, but instead turn to cars. Cars are also something that's on the South Korean list. Finally, right, as we know, especially the Russian Far East, they tend to buy a lot of second-hand cars from Japan and South Korea. South Korean ones, of course, preferred because the steering wheel's on the left side, which is more conducive to right-hand side driving, whereas the Japanese tend to be valued because they tend to be slightly, more expensive cars. Even if the steering wheel's on the wrong side. But in other car news, Russians have been awfully frustrated the Mercedes Me ID could no longer be logged into from Russia. Apparently, there's some sort of a service that runs in parallel to the rest of it. And in order to use a car such as a Mercedes, to really use it to its fullest, you now have to log into it, which is kind of odd, but okay, fair enough. So they're very frustrated with that. Do you know what else is happening with Mercedes in Russia, David?
Go on. I have no idea.
They've sold up all of their assets in Russia, and they're leaving. They're leaving Russia altogether. There's no more Mercedes in Russia.
See, finally, a car manufacturer that's really done it. But so, are we going to see that Mercedes are going to announce that they are rethinking where they're putting their factories in Hungary as well?
I don't know. I can't assure you that one way or another, David. But at least that first step is being made. I don't think there are any Mercedes factories in Hungary. It's the parts for some are made, but those are subcontracted out.
But there was a thing about 2 days ago about Mercedes talking about their factories in Hungary. Mm. But I mean, parts are important, don't mean, because what are cars made of?
Rainbows and fairy dust.
Yes, exactly. Do you want to sing that? I think you would sound like yes, Julian Andrews. Go on, go give it a go.
No, I'll not torture you that much or in that way. That would be cruel and unusual. And instead, Florian, I think, can enlighten us as to more of this. Florian, welcome.
Good afternoon. The Mercedes story is more important because people tend to forget Mercedes is the largest manufacturer of trucks and buses in the world by far, because it also not includes Mercedes as a truck brand. It also includes the bus brands like Case-Bora, but also stuff that is manufactured in America like Freightliner. And often people, I think they also supply just the engines. And that's why it's very, very significant, because this type of Mercedes trucks often go, for example, in specialized construction trucks and so on, where the remaining refitting is done in a local economy. So it's not just think about the S-classes and the pissed oligarchs who cannot get spare parts to the S-class or cannot lock into the S-class. Think about also trucks and other heavy machinery that uses Mercedes technology, construction trucks, for example.
So is it all of it leaving, Florian, not just the car division?
No, I think it's all of it, because it's from the holding. It's an announcement of the holding. And the Mercedes-Benz holding owns Mercedes-Benz Cars, which is the automobile manufacturer, and Mercedes-Benz Trucks, which does the trucks and buses. And Mr. Kolenius, the CEO of Mercedes anyway, wants to get rid of the truck division and position Mercedes just as a luxury brand, because it's the only way he thinks he can survive with Chinese cheap competition on EVs. And Mr. Kolenius, who's the CEO, is a Swede, and he has to carefully navigate around China, but I think he's not very keen on his Russian business, from what I heard.
Well, I, for one, am very glad to hear that, Florian. That's absolutely terrific. I see they're also selling up a factory, which they have in Russia, that Autodome is buying that as well. But I'm wondering
This isn't just knockdown factories, meaning they basically get produced in parts in Germany, shipped there, and just screwed together. And especially, nobody has invested in engine plants in Russia. So BMW had something in Kaliningrad, Volkswagen had a few of them, and so on. But nobody, also Renault, are producing modern engines, neither internal combustion engine or electro engine, in Russia. So there's no engine manufacturing apart from internal Russian one, the bad Ladas and the Kamaz. But Russia has almost lost its car industry due to the lack of full engines, because the engines in a Renault and in Mercedes or wherever it was screwed together, or in a Kia, came from the respective home countries of the car manufacturers.
So the Mercedes actually already stopped the manufacturing there in March last year, right? It is
Yes.
just that now they're actually saying, well, this thing that we've had standing there doing nothing for all this time, we are now actually divesting from it completely, and we're selling it on. What I was wondering is that they were assembling sort of trucks there as well, or just cars, and it seems like it was only a car assembly plant rather.
It was only as far as I remember, car assembly.
E-Class sedans, yeah.
Yes, but what matters more, what people tend to forget, if Mercedes divests, it divests from all its services, its intermediate warehouses where it's stored at car parks, where, I don't know, the electronic systems don't work. If you need to maintain your car, you need to log into one of the diagnosed computers of Mercedes. They're not going to work anymore. So the assets will radically degrade, and this is even worse on trucks than on cars. But not having the diagnosis computer, not having the equipment of the Mercedes chain, Mercedes service points, the warehousing behind it, the logistic and spare parts, the logistics and software, because the car needs to be updated. And unfortunately, Mercedes was not too good at the software as recently. So there's no over-the-air update on the software of Mercedes. It needs to plug in this diagnosed computers, needs to be downloaded, installed. This is all gone.
Well, I, for one, am very glad. Now, Russia does produce more trucks domestically, wholly domestically, actually, than it does cars, right? So they sadly still have the capacity for that. I do wonder how much of the parts, however, they need. Did you see the
ball
report
bearings
on Wall Street? Exactly, precisely
ball bearings.
100%. And did you see the report in Wall Street Journal overnight, or was it yesterday, about the shipyards?
Yes, I posted it. I had a discussion with finance on this, and it's part ball bearings, but it's also other parts that come from MTU, which is a German manufacturer that used to supply the engines to Russian shipyard shipbuilding, and this is also gone. Then this shows you this. Of course, it's working slow, but by not having the parts, you're not going to build anything. By not having the services, your assets degrade quickly, and so on. So the sanctions are working, but it takes a while.
David?
I was going to ask Florian, can you kindly put that into that post about the shipyard into the nest? Could you do that?
And I've never posted something to the nest, but I can
do it because I have one from Finley handy.
Yes, he posted that on his. He has this excellent trail on shipping and the great tanker fleet and shipping prices and what's going on, and he posted the production problem of Russian shipyards due to the lack of spare parts, mostly for engines, because the Germans don't supply this anymore.
I see.
Exactly.
And sorry, Damon. I mean, this is the thing, isn't it, about sanctions? Is that these sanctions are very much a avalanche effect. At the very start, not a lot appears to happen, right? But when it starts going, right, and it really starts snowballing, then it becomes a huge problem. I see the other day there was a thing as well about the India talking about fuel that shouldn't be sold above the price of not fuel, oil sold above the price that the EU cap is on. So all those people who thought they were buying their oil and thought that they were going to get a good deal and make a big profit have now been now maybe thinking of they're making a loss.
Yeah, I asked Freight Monkey about this, but he says, yeah, they'll just get it re-registered under somebody else. We can get Freight Monkey back up. We'll have him explain this properly. But apparently, it's not for good that those ships have been stopped from supplying and selling Russian oil. But at least for now, they have, right? And adding friction, adding roadblocks, difficulties, obstacles. That's really what this is about. It's about making it less profitable at any price, less profitable for the Russians to export whatever they're exporting because it's more difficult, because it costs them more, because it eats into their margins, and that's what this is all about. I'm very glad that Mercedes started with this. David, Florian, close this out, and then I think we have a little story from Kristaps.
Okay,
David?
so the beauty of that, it really is, because really this is a lesson to people who think that sanctions don't work, because people will carry on trying to make a profit. But the point is when you destroy that margin that they're making, right, and you make it really difficult, you increase the risk that they may have something on their hands that they will make no profit, then they will stop doing it. Yeah, brilliant news.
Yeah, just shortly, and it shows another point. If you have an economy that doesn't do any of the deep technologies, meaning also the old-fashioned deep technologies like ball bearings or internal combustion engines or whatever, and you're just assembling that, and that applies to China too. If sanctions would hit you, it cripples you very much. And I think we need also to show the Chinese, if you do something with Taiwan, and we withdraw chips and ball bearings and stop all the type of manufacturing machines that Germany has supplied to China, it's the end of your economy. And I think this is watched by the Chinese very, very carefully, because it's among oil and food imports one of the biggest Achilles heels.
100%, Florian. Right, a comprehensive response. The importance of that goes underestimated. Kristaps, welcome. What victory lap do you have?
Hello, I have a bizarre thing, but as those of you who know me, I'm the host of the Eastern Border podcast. I sometimes write for the Foreign Policy magazine, and I do more or less a bit weird things. You see, for one, I follow Igor Girkin, Strelkov, on my show a lot. And we're selling caricatures of Igor Girkin being sad and hugging a rocket, to put on T-shirts. We sold signed T-shirts off, just to get money for Ukraine and donate it. And then Igor Girkin, as you all know, he made his club of angry patriots, or pissed off patriots. That would be actually the closest English translation. The problem is their logo is so silly. If you look that one up, it's also on my Twitter feed. You'll find it. It is so self-defeating. I mean, they portray themselves as the good guys, right? And it's just so absurd that it just was so funny that I just had to start selling his merch to give to charity for Ukraine as well. And I thought, hey, if I can do that, and Igor Girkin and his bunch of weird-ass people who hate capitalism and don't have no idea about how legal structure works, they haven't protected their trademark in any way or form. So I'm coming right now from my lawyer's office, and I'm proud to inform you that that club of angry patriots and the logo, specific one that Girkin used, those are now registered trademarks in the EU, owned by the Eastern Border podcast. So I'm the only one. I literally just did all the paperwork and everything. And those things, they're selling like hotcakes because the logo is so awful that we, through our podcast, have sold about 3,000 euros worth of it in a couple of days. That's all going to go to Ukraine, of course. We're doing this for charity. It's just that I found it extremely funny that Igor Girkin made a logo of his own weird patriotic movement, pro-war movement, that is so dumb and so silly that I can register it and slap it on T-shirts and sell off and then give all the money to Ukraine. Awesome. It's not as big of an impact as you guys, and it's not as important, but, I do like to think it's a bit of at least a moral victory. And some, in general, definite benefits for the front line.
That's about it for me. I hope you have lots of shipments to Hungary and Serbia.
Oh, well, that's Hungary and Serbia. I don't really know about that. By the way, I have to give credit where credit is due. Most shipments so far have gone out to Netherlands and Romania. So, yeah, that's what I can say. For unknown reasons, I'm apparently super popular in those countries in the UK. But yeah, that's it from me. We're working on my article, and I just thought that, hey, I thought it wouldn't be legal, and they would stop me because I didn't draw the thing, and I have no thing with it. But apparently, if you know the guy who's the notarius, and you bring together a bottle of vodka for you, the notarius won't ask any stupid questions, especially if you explain to him what is this all about. So let me tell you, if you ever see Gherkin or his logo posted up, please point out everyone that that's trademarked by the Eastern Border Podcast and that they should contact me before using it in the EU. Okay, thank you, people, and have a great day, everyone. And yeah, see ya.
Thank you, Kristaps. Anything that makes the multi-time over war criminal in several decades separately in separate theaters, Stoichkov, kind of annoyed with himself. Well, I'm happy about that. Florian, thoughts on that, and then we'll go on to Robin.
If you're having the first EU trademark, you have a 12-month priority date for this worldwide agreement that covers Russia. So you can also claim the Russian ones and the American ones. So it's the same on patents. There's this forgotten name. There's an agreement, and if you get into one of the major ones, like the EU or the US, for 12 months you have the right for everything else, including the Eurasian patent and trademark office in Moscow.
Okay, could you please message me, because I didn't know this. I literally just went to my notarius and did all the paperwork just now, and I know it's gonna get approved like in a few hours. I would be really interested in this settling this issue, because I honestly did not know they would even accept the documents or anything, because I checked.
I'm very sure on the patent side, but I think it applies to trademarks. I have to look it up. There's this worldwide agreement because I hold a few patents. And you usually apply to whatever the patent office in Munich, and then it gets to this agreement worldwide. I look it up and send it to you.
Well, thank you, Sher. Please do send it to me.
Because that would be good if the Russian patent or the Russian trademark office gets your request that goes to your name. Of course, you can't sue him in reality, but that's a good extension to annoy the war criminal. And by the way, I like your episode about gherkins. I have listened to a few one to my amusement, and you do this extremely well. I have to say, this is among the best comedy on this war.
It's very kind of self-creating, isn't it? Robin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Kristaps, I'm so thrilled to hear you on. I just wanted to thank you. I've been enjoying the Eastern Border for quite a long time. You've made me a tremendous friend of Igor Gherkin. Your commentary on it is hysterical, and I enjoy even more the fact that I know these people hate to be laughed at. So I just wanted to thank you, and I hope you're shipping to the US, because I would be thrilled to have one of those t-shirts. Anyway, thanks. Have a wonderful day. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. There's a lot of things that hopefully will frustrate him greatly, especially frustrate him all the way to on his one-way trip to the Netherlands, which I think he has a room reserved already.
I'm
since the judgment came down in October.
I'm making popcorn.
I just don't think there'll be that much there to do for him afterwards, other than steam and frustratedness. That's probably going to be the main one there.
Gentlemen,
I was going to say, Florian, have you seen the report on the ball bearings? But Marcus, if you want to jump in with something more interesting than things that roll around relatively smoothly, please.
well, I was just going to mention that there was a video of Gherkin yesterday. It was quite a long one, and at the end of the video he complained about not feeling very well. Don't know if he's been having any cups of tea recently, but he seemed very down. He didn't have his usual fighting spirit kind of mood, and he just seemed a bit sorry for himself yesterday. I wonder if he's had some hard chats with somebody.
Was he in a sour mood?
Oh, obviously.
Florian?
Can I ask a question to Christoph? Why is Gherkin allowed to talk as openly as he does? I think he's a very interesting source on the state of the Russian army.
That is the question. That is the question
that
that I get asked the
befuddles me.
most. I can tell
This
you why,
befuddles me.
because there are two theories. One is the fact that he actually has some backing, which I doubt. But the other theory, which also makes sense, is the fact that he does actually not have any backing, but every Russian agency, as he used to be an FSB officer, thinks he has some sort of backing above from some other agency, so nobody touches him. He's kind of, that has been flowing through the Russian opposition sphere as well for a long while. The fact that Girkin's just so loud that nobody knows why he hasn't been arrested yet, so everyone thinks he has a backing of some other agency. Meanwhile, he has none. And at one point, he himself stated that when asked this, he stated that I was prepared to get arrested very soon after the war started. However, I had even written a letter about the fact that, well, for once you have done something competent, Russian siloviki, Russian agencies, but they never came. That's the thing. And I kind of like to believe this idea that the Russian agencies are just too busy dealing with stuff and everyone actually thinks he has a backing while he doesn't. Otherwise, he doesn't have any money. His club of angry patriots, they don't even have cars, most of these people. They are like, they are not wealthy people. They're just angry people on YouTube, and even then they get banned. So I have no explanation, because if he would have actual backing, that guy can have a lot more money than he has now, obviously. So I just think it's the whole mess up, to be honest.
I've got
one follow-up question, very shortly. What also befuddles me, why they don't put him in service? He's like Dr. Evil, the super Nazi, the smart super Nazi, and they're not using even him, because I think he's probably a competent commander.
But comrade,
and
how can someone be more patriotic than Mr. Putin himself? That is not allowed.
Yeah, that's an explanation. But it's really,
if you want to look at how the Soviet part works, remember where Putin served. He was a KGB officer in the DDR, right? I think he's adopted quite a lot of things from that regime, because he does not like to work by the KGB methods, which are brutal and sluggish. No, he employs poisons and hidden cameras. I think he's more taken to the school of DDR. East Germany school of running things. That's how I would explain it, at least. I mean, he used to work there and be one of the agents, so it would make sense.
Now, I've got a theory for him, and I think it's a theory of permitted opposition, right? He was for
absolutely
the ultimate permitted opposition. The thing I think here, Kristaps, is it's a combination of him not actually having ability, right? Not, as you say, his club of angry patriots, they're kind of losers, even within the Russian context, right? They're not actually able to do anything. And at the same time, he's really visible. So he's the perfect one to just leave keeping on, because he won't actually be able to change anything. But at the same time, it looks like Putin isn't getting rid of this class of permitted opposition. And so he's kind of perfect to leave back.
But he is under a criminal investigation right now. He together with, after one of his buddies was kind of put into this criminal case for discrediting the Russian army, as all the cases. Right now, Girkin himself, he's under criminal investigation for the very same discrediting. I think Putin has finally come down to actually make a crackdown on the right opposition of his party. Because he is currently, every Z channel, the Russian opposition guys who are very pro-war, they are all now defending Girkin and all these patriots and everything. And weirdly enough, Girkin himself hates Putin. The only reason why he says Putin should be left in power is that if Putin is now removed, Russia would fall apart, and he doesn't want to do that. But Girkin is no friend of Putin. If this somehow ends with a Russian victory, which I don't believe of completely, but theoretically, if this ends with a Russian victory, then Girkin would be more than likely to shoot Putin himself personally. And I think Putin and his surroundings also know that. He used to be the sanctioned opposition up to a point, but then I think he went a bit too far. Just like Prigozhin did, since he just agreed to go to Sudan because of his sudden outburst of respect and respect and love for Sudanese people. And I quote Prigozhin here: "The United Nations wants Sudanese blood, but Prigozhin, a criminal who spent 10 years in prison and now leaves Wagner Group, is ready to go there and be a peacemaker." Now, isn't that nice? How do you suddenly change from fighting in Ukraine and getting results there, as he claims, to becoming a peacemaker for people in Sudan? I think it's another thing of another kind of evidence of Putin just cracking down of people who, like I like to point it out, try to be more patriotic than Putin himself.
That's a really good point. Let's see where he ends up, but I think that the fact that he doesn't actually have power, I think that's a big component here. People know that there's dissent, and dissent is a good thing for Russia, right? Because there's the pretense of democracy, the buffet of bovine leftovers, let's call it, is a part of the method here. It's part of the method to the madness. So I think that's good to remember as well. Like Zhirinovsky, he was always against Putin. He always stood against Putin. But all that he ever said was, Putin is good, but what would be even better would be even if he was even more Putin. Let's have 150% off Putin. That's the way to salvation for the country. That's kind of what the Yeltsin's also arguing for. So it doesn't hurt to have somebody visible but powerless, maybe for the regime to keep on. Laughing Tommy, what's your thoughts?
Well, hello everybody. So my thoughts are kind of basically we're analyzing correct factology, but we're missing something in our interpretation of this, because we think what interests does this guy represent and how he's ruled by the regime. But to me, it's the opposite. It's like the regime in a system such as the Russian one basically has to do two things when it's organizing the state politically. One is to regulate the opposition, and also the other is to provide outlets so that the opposition is unable to concentrate in one place so that it has power, and second is unable to become in totality so overwhelming that it topples the regime. So everybody in the current political supposed fighting has their purpose so that they split a different part of the opposition away. So you have the guys who are on, as you, Doman, were pointing out, you have the guys who are in the Duma who are providing outlets for the different political opposition by going, yes, Putin isn't going hard enough, so he should be even more like the Soviet Union was, or he should be even more like the Russian Empire was, and so on. And then you have the guys who are outside, who basically these first groups in the Duma, they're for the people who are 100% absorbing the state media and so on, the main battle vatniks, if you will, to take the main battle tank metaphor. Then you have the second group of people who are who have more access to the military blogs and so on, and that have more access to Western media, who don't buy the main narrative, but they're still totally in ideological overlap with the regime. So those guys are the kind of guys that Prigozhin is for. Those are the guys who basically think that ideologically what's happening in Ukraine is absolutely correct, but that they see there is a problem with the execution. So Prigozhin is the guy who goes, well, you see, the problem is that the military is a bit crap. What we're doing is correct, but we should have more resources behind us. So get in gear, get the country in gear, and go after it. And it's not a problem of lack of competency. No, if everybody fought like Wagner, we would have gone to Poland now. So you just give the state more resources to funnel to us, and we're gonna roll them. And the final bit where Gherkin fits in is with the guys who see that it's also a matter of a lack of competency, of corruption, and so on. And these guys are the guys who are going to be going around and pointing out Russian corruption and so on. And they are also ideologically aligned with the operation, but they see that there are systemic problems. And since the government cannot address these systemic problems, it has to give people a safe for the government outlet to basically bellyache about them. And that's what Gherkin is. Gherkin and his followers are just the guys who are absolutely aware of how shoddy the situation is on the front, are absolutely ideologically aligned with the special military operation, and need to be told that, well, yes, the problems that you see exist, but if the government addresses this, this, and this, the problems will go away. So these are the guys who are basically kept in the, they want to think that they're still in the game, even though they see all the problems that we see as well. That's who Gherkin is for.
Yeah, what it is, Tommy, at the level you could say it's a way of pressure valve, right? Emergency pressure release. That's where that's where he really exists, where he can help. Brian?
Yeah, I was just going to briefly point out that, I mean, this is a very effective system used under the czars. That they would let people vent, and not just the czars, but other monarchies. But the czars were very absolutist, and or at least in the very late Romanov period. So they would let people. Was it Nicholas the Second, the last one?
Yes.
Anyway, whoever the last guy was, the second, right? Nicholas the Second. So he would he had secret police, he had things, but he would let people, as long as they didn't criticize the czar directly, he would let people vent. I mean, I guess I'm kind of repeating. It's a bit redundant. I'm pointing out what others have said, but it does go back a long way, and it is a time-honored Russian system. As long as you don't criticize the top dog directly, but you just say, "Oh, it's corruption. It's the system. It's or you criticize a local leader that's not particularly a favorite of the czar or whoever's in charge, then you're okay. You get a pass. And yes, safety valve, etc.
It even goes a step beyond that. When you have a problem, the way you solve the problem is to address, the level above or two levels above, or maybe the glorious serene leader himself. That it's those intermediate ones that are failing him by failing the people. So yeah, absolutely. Permitted opposition is a big deal in Russia. Beyond that, messaging the right way is super important, and contributing to the buffet of bovine excrement as a response to whatever is going on is absolutely critical for their continued existence, for their continued functioning. That's just how it works. Binance, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, mockers and our European friends. Yeah, no, bad boy or good czar. Nothing new to see here. Let's blame the boyars. Not like the structure of the Russian colonial empire has particularly changed all that much since I've been the terrible expanded it. There was this whole period where they pretended they weren't a czardom anymore, and they claimed to be communist, but damn, sure as hell had all the old features. And you still blame the local apparatchiks and not dear leader Stalin or whoever else happened to come next, and they still murdered everyone. So little Vladdy Vlad is just another chip off the old genocidal block. Yay.
renaming some things was the principal difference, right? And who in particular was in charge, but not that much, too much beyond that. Have you seen the shipyard's complaints, Finance?
No, I'm way behind. I had Heather updating me on amazing economic news from Ukra-Solzhenitsyn last night, and now you're telling me about shipyard news. So just lay it on me, baby. I'm excited to get my news here.
So the Wall Street Journal reports that the big Russian shipyards are having trouble in finding all sorts of things, including, for example, engines and propellers. Which is kind of important for a ship to function, right? Is to have a propulsion. And they're trying to go from what was it? About 15. So one big shipyard, right, was usually delivering about 15, 16, 17 ships a year. Last year they delivered 4, and that's because they couldn't get propellers for the rest of them. And apparently engines are a big problem. The Ministry of Industry is now wanting to pump $1 billion over the next 2 years into the development of indigenous engine building. And these are huge things, but they're not exactly necessarily the most advanced piece of kit that's been desperately changing over the recent decades. I mean, it has quite a bit, right, to make it a little bit less dirty and so on. But big maritime ship engines, diesel engines, aren't that fundamentally different. So yeah, very fun stuff. When you forgot how to make propellers yourself and nobody will sell you anymore. Pardon?
Yeah, 2 things. One, that sounds like $800 million of Mediterranean yachts and $200 million of foreign propellers that aren't enough.
Yachts need propellers too, Finance.
Yes, but you just buy them from Italy. You don't make them yourself. Come on now. Russians.
No, but I'm saying, it kind of fits, right? Because if you say, oh, it's $1 billion adjusted, allocated for propellers, it's like, yeah, we bought $1 billion worth of propellers. I mean, 800 million of that got a yacht attached, but those propellers in principle.
So there was actually some. So I will bring this back to the ever exciting ball bearing discussion we have here with the latest article that has it, the ballless Russia backed under thing. Ball bearings are not a new technology, but they do require skilled workers now, as they did 100 years ago, 150 years ago, or whenever they were first, created industrial ball bearings for heavy duty trains. And Russia basically doesn't make them, and they can't pull off making them to replace the fact that foreign firms made all of them. Sweden, U.S., Finland seem to be their main suppliers, and now that we've all shut them down because those 3 countries are big into the actually not working with Russia, unlike, say, the French or the Turkish or the Chinese, who try to work with Russia as much as possible, they just can't get ball bearings now, and pumping a bunch of money in doesn't work because they're so corrupt and they have so little human agency that it just isn't structurally available to them. There was some numbers on import substitution that apparently in this is before the 2022 version of the war. I can't remember if it's pre-2014. I think it was in between the two, where one of the major initiatives over a couple of years was attempting to pull off import substitution on about 143 parts. For those in the audience who don't know the term, import substitution is where you try to make stuff at home instead of import it from abroad, right? So you're substituting the imports from the foreigners by making it in your own factories. And whoever did the auditing in Russia was somehow honest, and they discovered at the end of it that they had successfully, after multiple years and billions and billions of dollars, they had successfully import substituted 4 of the 140 plus parts that they had invested metric tons of rubles to create factories to do. So basically, unspoken in the report was a metric ton of rubles wound up turned into Swiss bank accounts, Mediterranean yachts, or whatever corrupt stuff the various Siloviki were taking this way and that. It also found that, in fact, more things had become export substituted. In fact, things that were made in Russia during the time period that they were examining had been farmed out to foreign countries than had they successfully import substituted. So my estimation of their ability to fix their shipyard problem while they're still under major sanctions is zero. Their ability to fix this is zero. They're going to be building no ships worth sailing for the foreseeable future. And I expect these sanctions to last while they're continuing their genocidal invasion. I would like to say they'll last long beyond that, but I don't have, I'm not that optimistic. But it's definitely going to last while the war's on. I would note that the best way for them to fix this would be to, walk their not so happy drunken Russian rears home and stop murdering Ukrainians. And then they could actually send the Ukrainians back to Ukraine, and then they could get back to not being under sanctions and not murdering themselves in Ukraine. And there's a whole lot of Russia. It's a really big country, and they could just go live there and not actually have to worry about this. It's this amazing solution to their economic problems right now.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do terribly well out of this either. I hope that the South Korean export restrictions for Russia that came in yesterday are going to, be helping with that as well, going from 57 restricted export items to 798 in one fell swoop, starting 3 days from now on Friday. That's not going to bode well for Russia either. So it's important that all of these things, eat away bit by bit, add friction bit by bit, sometimes only in economic terms, others, such as with the lack of ball bearings, in very baseline physical terms as well. Friction, the word of the day when it comes to the effect of sanctions on the genocidal regime and country that it contains. That contains it. Sorry. Angry Ants, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman, and it's great I love this conversation. I was kind of, what else, what friction causes, Doman?
Is it heat?
It causes heat, correct. And, one of the most important things, especially when it comes to critical infrastructure, big industrial plants, things like that. Do you know how you stop friction from happening? Maintenance.
Ball bearings,
maintenance, gaskets, lubricants, all kinds of things that you need to have, and you need to do it on a very constant basis. You need to have a skilled workforce. You need to have the ability to have that equipment. You need to find equipment that needs to be changed out. So why I'm bringing this up, since finance is up here, and to prod it out from ball bearings per se, is what we're seeing is a lot of industrial accidents in very critical infrastructures that take a lot of maintenance. And I just wanted finance to talk a little bit on the idea of maintenance cycles and how much Russia relies on outsized imports to be able to keep their infrastructure running. Because what I'm looking at is there's a serious issue in the maintenance cycles of these facilities. But just my thoughts this morning.
All right. I've got about 2 to 3 minutes before I got to run. So I would note that Mr. Angry Ants is every bit as good on this topic as I am. So I'm going to kick it back to him when I'm done. All right. When you think about what comes out of a factory, you got to think about what goes into the factory. I'm not talking about the raw materials. I'm talking about the machines, the parts, and the people, right? A factory runs on the machines that are in there, the people that run the machines that are in there, and the parts and everything else that keep those machines running. And once you stop having the right spare parts, once you stop having the right gaskets and you stop maintaining it, and if you do something stupid because you're Russian and you assume that humans don't matter and they're entirely interchangeable, and you do stuff like go to your factory and mobilize a bunch of people in the morning, you wind up doing things like taking your medium experienced employees and turning them into totally unexperienced employees at the same time as you're under sanctions. And would you look at that, just as you don't make any ball bearings, you get a metric ton of your spare parts, the things that go into your factory to keep all those machines running, from outside of Russia. So what happens when your parts go too long and get a little worn, get a little wear and tear on them? They get, as Mr. Angry Ants pointed out, they get some heat. And when they get some heat, they might break down. And when you talk about a big industrial factory. All it takes is one pipe or one, major industrial, mill or heat, furnace or oven breaking, and your whole factory's on fire, right? You're pouring liquid metal into a factory because the furnace breaks. You're pouring, literally, superheated gas into a factory or a refinery or a pipeline facility, right? All it takes is one major industrial accident because your stuff's too worn. You got guys who don't know what they're doing, or you didn't have spare parts, and your managers never really understood what the thing did anyways, and they're told to just keep it running. And nobody likes to hear a mistake in Russia, so when they kick things up the chain, they're just told to keep it running. So what happens? You get a bunch of fires. So I'm sure that of these 330 fires they had last year that were industrial fires, some of them were absolutely sabotage. Ukrainians did some of that. There's no way they did all of that. Some of that, possibly most of that, I think personally, I'm guessing most of that was just systemic failure, right? They're
Hey,
running
Finest,
stuff too long.
before you drop, let me ask you one other question. So if you have a big factory like that and you're not having the right equipment, you're not having the right maintenance, so maybe you're using a piece of machinery a little bit too much, your backup machinery is already broken, so you're using your backup. What does that say for the long-term lifespan, right? Even if it's 1 year, 2 years of this lack of maintenance, lack of new equipment, what does that do for the long-term idea for that industry or that?
You're looking at cascading system failure, right? It's a cascading failure problem, right? When you wear out, it's like your car, right? For anyone who's ever dealt with your car, if one piece of your engine goes, you don't fix it, the whole engine goes, right? Factory is no different. One piece of your factory goes, more parts of the factory go, and that's how you get the whole factory lit on fire, right? And if you get the whole factory lit on fire, you're not just losing the piece of machine that's too old and needs to be replaced. You're losing all the stuff that gets lit on fire that you now need spare parts for that we just discussed you can't get spare parts for, right? You might lose a whole assembly line if you're lucky and it's just an assembly line and maybe stuff keeps coming out. You might lose the whole facility, right? And because you've also lost a bunch of the people you need, you might lose even more people that run those things. And people aren't totally interchangeable. And the CNC tools definitely take some of the skill out of it, but not all of it. So they're losing people in these accidents. They're losing critical machinery that they can't replace. And they're losing a lot more machinery than they would had they just been able to replace on time, critical spare parts and things like that. So these things are like a cascading systems failure. It's feasibly possible that they could run into the mother of all cascading systems failures, which is the Siberian oil and gas wells. If they can't keep pumping, if they actually fill all their supplies and they can't sell that somewhere, they can't get that offshore. What happened in the fall of the Soviet Union is that they tried to turn them off, and those wells are fragile, and the way that the Siberian ice deals with the building up pressure, unlike other wells that you can sort of shut in safely, it blows the well and they all fractured, and it took 20 plus years to get them back online. So their ability to sell and their ability to maintain those, if they can't get enough maintenance on those Siberian oil and gas wells, they are currently starting to risk the possibility. I don't think they're there yet. I haven't read oil guys talking about it, but it's the kind of thing we may not know till it happens. They're currently risking the mother of all systems failures, which would be like billions upon billions of dollars of wells just completely shuttering until they're fixed up. And a lot of the people who used to do that work internationally aren't going back to Russia anytime soon. Like, you can hate Halliburton all you want. They were the bad guys of the U.S. corporations in the aughts, but they're who you want if you need to do technical drilling and midstream energy and building stuff. And Halliburton executives are saying things quietly like, fuck Russia, we're never going back there. So if that's what Halliburton's saying, they got a problem. With that, I do need to run. It's been a pleasure, y'all. Slava Ukraine.
Slava, and I will continue where you left off, Finance. And I'll say, sometimes people say, oh, but propellers for ships, that's not so difficult. Soviet Union used to make propellers for ships. Can't be that hard to just, for them to restart however they made them 30 years ago. Well, what they're forgetting is that there was let's say, a loss of knowledge in between, right? Yes, between 1950 and 1990, the Soviet Union, somewhere in the Soviet Union, made some propellers for ships. I have a hunch that might not have been in Russia in the first place. I have a hunch that might have been made in Ukraine. But either way, what they've lost was the ability to keep making them because the factories aren't there anymore, the tooling isn't there anymore, and also a propeller you'd make now is different from a propeller you would have made back in the 1950s or whatever. And they can't just say, well, we are now going to, from scratch, set up a new factory, train up new people, have new workers able to make propellers like they used to make propellers 75 years ago. You can't just do that overnight. That takes a lot of effort, a lot of time. And not to mention that you can't really get, to make the tooling, to make them like you used to make them in the olden days, because nobody knows how to operate such tooling. Nobody knows how to make such tooling anymore. So unless they go somewhere, halfway around the world, and I don't even know who would still have a factory like that, pick up a factory, dismantle it, move it to Russia, train people on how to make it the old-timey way. They just won't be able to make propellers. Sometimes you need consistency, and you need to be able to make stuff, and you need to keep making stuff, otherwise you don't know how to make it anymore. The same goes for things like CNC machines. You say, why does Russia need CNC machines? But in the Soviet days, they just lathed things. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. They used lathes to shape things, form things, and that's fine. They can do that. They can try to do that. The problem is they don't have the lathe operators that they had, because the guys who were lathe operators in the 1980s, well, they're like 65 now. If they were 20 somethings in the 1980s, all the older ones, well, they aren't around anymore. You can't just say, well, we're not going to use this at all for goodness knows how long, and then not do it. Angry Ants, I think you have a comment to this. Go for it, and then we'll go to Brian and David.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of points in it. Looking at Russian industry and their base, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of competition, right? It seems like if you're a friend of Vlad, right, you're the person who are in charge of making widget number 1 or fluid number 2, whatever it is. There doesn't seem like there's a massive amount of competition. So that means there's not a massive amount of alternate facilities to do this stuff. So not only is his amazingly stupid decision to go into this war, is he'll be taking a decade to rebuild or they're going to be taking, I don't know if it's going to be him or not, they'll be decades to rebuild their military after being completely smashed and destroyed. But also because of sanctions, because of this lack of maintenance and this kind of degradation of their industrial base, they will be spending years to rebuild that part. And not with friendly actors. People are not going to just turn over and say, oh, by the way, we're just going to open up streamlines of gaskets to you. So this is not, for them to be able to rebuild, they're going to need to be able to have a big industrial base ready to go. And it's just not going to be there. And this story of maintenance and the degradation from these sanctions and lack of supply chain is one to watch on the other side of the war, in my opinion. But great conversation as always, Dominic.
Angry Ants, 100%. Brian.
Yeah, it's just first of all, I want to say, like, it's really nice to be in a space where people seem to know how things work. There's a few spaces I've been in where people don't seem to know how anything works. Government, industry, science, basic research, any system whatsoever that you could, it's just like, and I'm not any expert in all these fields or anything, but, you talk to people, engineering. Anyway, so just expanding on the sort of systemic breakdown theme here that we were on. Another theme that's interesting that continues that you can just draw a straight line through the Soviet Union to Russia is the fact that they have never really had a very viable semiconductor industry, and they've always just simply copied semiconductors, reverse engineered them to some degree. Anyway, so when you're talking about ball bearings, you're talking about gaskets, you're talking about parts, these things. Okay, but also, if you can't get semiconductors for industrial control processes, you are fucked. Okay, if you're because capacitors, if you don't have any capacitors, and they might make capacitors, they don't make very good ones. I'm a vacuum tube guy, and I'm a little bit sad that they did make pretty good vacuum, and they probably still do make. Well, who knows now, but they made pretty good vacuum tubes, and I'm a little sad about that. But I'm not gonna cry about that because, But anyway, what I'm saying is, semiconductors, industrial control processes, these kind of things, the computers that they're going to need, these things break down as well. Hard drives have parts. Hard drives have all these things. So you not only have the physical, these are physical objects, but this is, now we get into information technology where you have, let's say you have a software problem. Well, where did your software come from? Well, the Soviet Union and Russia had like a decent, kind of software, let's say institutional knowledge, right, for a while, and they may still, but my guess is that the software they're getting for industrial control processes is not, mostly coming from Russia.
Well,
and
not because the machines that it controls aren't Russian, right?
Are not Russian. Bundled. Yeah, exactly. And if you need software support, and so yes, and that would be my point right there. Is that these things also break down in various ways. Software being one of them. The actual hardware, the semiconductors, and electronic parts also do fail, and fail off. It's not a rare thing. So you need to control, the way these things are manufactured. And if you don't have software and technical support, you're screwed. And sanctions are going to, it occurred to me when I was listening to another speaker earlier. I was like, sanctions really are a form, if you will, of sabotage. And they really maybe should be called economic sabotage, because it might make more sense to people. It might be able to, you might be able to sell it a bit more, because sanctions just sound like people don't know what sanctions are. They think they don't work. But economic sabotage, that sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Anyway, maybe we should go with that. All right, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
David.
Oh, yes. So anyway, I was going to go back to your propellers. So lots of people probably don't know. Propellers, at the high grade and the ones you need on big ships are made out of phosphor bronze, which is a bit harder than steel. It isn't quite as anti-corrosive as stainless steel, but it has much better strength properties, and it's flexible and all the other things. Anyway, propellers and I was looking for phosphor bronze, but propellers are in the sanctions list, right? So they have item 848711010. If Ming was listening, he would like that. He'd like the numbers. But they have, so part of it is, so ships or boats, propellers and blades, right? So they can get round, so they can't get round but it's not a propeller, right? Or blades, thereof of bronze on the sanctions list. But when you look at it, 848711090, yes, there's a bit of a change there, Ming, if you're listening. Ships or boats, propellers and blades, therefore, excluding those of bronze, i.e. they've made sure that they've captured every single ship propeller there is, right, in the sanctions list. going to be a tough one for them, right? Phosphor bronze isn't, for ships, it's a very, very expensive material, to the point where, can I say this? Yes, I think I can say this. It's because we didn't do it. Many years ago, our diving team, we knew about, there might have been a World War II phosphor bronze propeller that was very large and would be worth quite a bit of money. And we did discuss whether we should go to said place and just lift it and sell it for the scrap. It was worth a lot of money for the scrap. We didn't. It's okay. There's no thought police. But yeah, these things are really, really difficult as you go. Yeah, suddenly, and you can't just go, oh, there was a propeller on a submarine over there, we're going to stick it on a frigate over here. These things don't work like that. They're in a whole world of pain. The thing that does make me sad, though, is of course, when this war finishes, what we really need is these sanctions to stay in place for a year or 2 years, right? To ensure that they understand what could, how they need to be behaving properly, right? And occasionally, a bit like, I mean, maybe you could, Doman, I've had a little bit come into me, right? Maybe we could use classical conditioning with the Russians. If they behave well, then what we can do is we just get a little clicker device, click, 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 and then you give them a treat, right? A little bit of chocolate, click, 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 and eventually we can classically condition all of Russia. What do you think?
Well, David, I don't think it needs to go that far, right? I think we know where all of it is going. Really, I think it's pretty straightforward. And the order of events is already clear. Thing number one to satisfy, to fulfill, is to send both ICC indicted for war crimes, Putin and Belova to The Hague, and then we can start discussing the rest, right? And it's pretty straightforward. What do you reckon?
I quite like my idea of classical conditioning, though, especially if it had been a man called Pavlov who was doing it.
I was about to say, is nobody going to make the Pavlov joke?
Oh, exactly. Right, there we are.
You'll make a right pullover out of it. Lots of meringue.
I am looking at the sanctions list. There are a lot of items on this thing.
I wonder if one exists for South Korea that's nice and in English that I can read through, because I'd love to know what was on it previously and what they've added now.
I can. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, now I'm looking at this, I'm chuckling to myself, Mockers, you need to be listening here as well. When we get stuck for what we can say, I think I'm going to go to the 21,000 items in the sanctions list, and I'm going to start reading them out. There we are. I'm stuck for anything to say. I just go start at the first item, and we'll go to the end.
Find something interesting in each of these. Angry.
No, as I said, so we got a second. As I said, I'm driving to work, so I got a few more minutes. But I wanted to kind of go back to what David, and then I couldn't see exactly his full name. I think Brian might have said earlier. But for folks who aren't listening, who not enough people really think about how things work. We go about our lives, we drive our vehicles, we get our electricity, we get our gasoline, all these different things. We get our widgets. But the reality of it, the systems that are behind making these things, especially, big industrial stuff, are very complex. They're a very big mix of very old traditional technology, like, the idea of cracking, the idea of, putting heat together, moving things through pipes, big pieces of metal. But then also the modern technology of computer systems that run actuators and pumps and systems at a very fine level. The minute you start getting outside of those variants, like anything, when you're dealing with something that has high technology, and maybe it's as simple as you're running your water system to a town, or a heating system to a town. All of these things take very intricate work. It's very technical, but it's also got this kind of old-fashioned brute part to it. What I think, again, what we're going to see is the in between pieces to make this stuff work is still very high technology. Whether it's the tolerances for things, making sure that things fit exactly right, or say, for instance, when you put two pieces of pipe together for a pump, you're connecting a big giant pump that circulates, say, gasoline or crude oil. You've got to have things that make sure that the metal doesn't rub, to go back to that first point, friction. In the olden days, right, you had very basic, you had basic things like gaskets, which are, maybe it's a piece of rubber that goes in between those two pieces of pipe. But the more advanced you get, especially when you're dealing with these new pumps and actuators and things, you need even more high-tech gaskets. So something as simple as a piece of something that goes in between two connecting pipes can be extremely technical. You have these new gaskets that are made with graphite and other chemicals, and they're spun so that they can expand. I know that all sounds silly, but what I'm saying is it's not just a piece of plastic anymore. And all of these things are made outside of Russia. They're made from companies that are now upholding sanctions lists. So think of it as a very technical. All this stuff is very technical, but it takes very basic parts to make it break down. And as I said, I'm really looking forward to this maintenance conversation. And it's not just basic parts. It's high technology goes into all of this. So the more things on the sanction list, the less you're going to be able to get to Russia to help them with their maintenance and keeping their plants running, whether it's a plant for chemicals or a plant for making propellers.
Think about lubricants. Something as simple as lubricants. Like sometimes, I'm sorry, I've interrupted.
No, that's a big thing, and that's actually something that burned up quite a bit in Russia last year. Right, there were refineries, but also specifically all those lubricant producing plants that went up in flames, which is a big deal, right? For all of the above mentioned reasons. David Farrell, or Favid even. Very good morning.
Hello, Dublin. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody listening. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport, 24/7 live. As you know, I just got here. Pop over to MriyaReport.org and make a charitable donation today. Please only do so if you have disposable income. We do not want your bread money. We do not want your rent money. Just disposable income. And that you're listening is company enough. So please retweet and share. Hello, William. Good morning. I wanted to come and say something you've said just now really not just piqued my interest, but dragged me back to a conversation we had on this space earlier this year, and then to a conversation I had many years ago somewhere else. You mentioned that these are industrial complexes and are built up of many small little components, and as such can be disassembled if you know which of these components are weakest, or should we say pressure points. So when you mention industrial lubricants, actuators and automated actuators and valves, to my mind, God forgive me, all I think of is opportunity to run amok. These are all small little things that can either be slowly corroded with the application of a certain, proper chemicals, and let it eat for a couple of weeks and it'll break when you're no longer there. Or for the ones that are networked, for, let's say, for example, the ones that are more remote control stations that would be the node for many, many, many sensors on a line. It just feels like an opportunity where we could burrow in and basically break them apart by popping their valves, or rather not popping valves and allowing pressure build up and breaking things. As you said, these seals and gaskets and flanges seem very, very insignificant when they're being packed and unpacked by the hundreds or thousands or by the box load. But when it is you need to put your hand out for that just perfect rubber flange or gasket, and you don't have it, then you've not repaired anything. You're going to continue leaking, and the system is still screwed. So I think these are many, many, many opportunities by which time will attrit, but also we can give Father Time a little hand, perhaps. So it draws me back to the conversation we had here about these transformers or sub-transformer stations popping in cities. And yeah, absolutely. It could be coincidence and it could be attrition. And it also could be extremely well-educated engineers looking at maps and schematics and picking opportunities. So thanks, William. Please retweet and share the space, everybody. Slava Ukraini.
David, let me ask you a question, if it's okay. I sorry to jump on the hands, but since this you brought this up, because it is very, very good. And I truly believe that there are definitely folks that are working to find ways to do these things. But I also think that just pure ignorance and stupidity and what I think Brian said about the sanctions, the idea of like that is actually the West saying, you know what, we're gonna slow you down. But just think about this: if you're a maintenance person, you're one of the few maintenance people left at a facility that makes a piece of equipment that goes out to the military, and you know that your job is to maintain a pump, right? And that pump is allowing more people more people to be able to fight Ukraine. But you've been sitting there for a year, and your cousin was blown up while he was assaulting Bakhmut, and your friend died in a stupid air assault attack of the airport at the start of the war. And you're sitting there, and you're seeing your country, what you thought of this great country as a Russian, start to fall apart around you. You're starting to see, because of the decisions of the patriarchs, of the controllers of the system, and you all your job is to have this little piece. You don't have news anymore. You're lacking basic. Prices are going up. Your money isn't worth anything. What makes it? What is it going to take for that person to say, you know what, I'm going to do my part to stop this war? The largest amount of American, internal, violence and internal terrorism was during the Vietnam War, in a way to stop the Vietnam War. So, when do you think regular Russians are going to start saying, you know what, I'm going to forget to lube this piece apart today, and I'm going to do it because I don't want my nephew to go to war? Just a thought that you brought to me, and I know me and you think this way quite a bit.
No,
David, come back to that, and then we're going to Nali, to Lillian, to Meta. David.
Thanks, Doman and Marcus, for co-hosting. Please, everybody, retweet and share. Mr. Brookfield, I see you. Hello, I'm Mete. Hello, everybody. Exactly that, William. I mean, maybe it's a curse, maybe it's a blessing, but to have a certain way of thinking can be advantageous when the empires are on the march. I would think it has begun already. Just from what I know of what I see of the Russians, I would say they've started. It's more than a go slow. I think it's a willful neglect, a laissez-faire, as you would say. Trevelyan might say that. A laissez-faire attitude that, okay, I'm on the clock here. I might be in a protected industry on my little gas or oil line or my lube factory or whatever job I have. And so maybe if I go a little slower, this whole thing might take a little longer. And although it is counterintuitive to people like us, for folks under the heavy thumb of authoritarianism or the yoke of imperialism, surviving just for today is the mission sometimes. And so that can be a comfort to feel that they're not only prolonging their own safety, but that also, in a small, puerile way, they're having their own little Russian pride and insolence to the authority by, as you say, maybe we didn't use the gold speckled lube. Maybe he used the red speckled lube by mistake. And maybe it's not going to make a difference for 4 weeks. But maybe between week 4 and week 12, the corrosion kicks in and stuff starts to seize. And You know, well, geez, Igor's going to be busy in 12 weeks, isn't he? He's just made a job for himself. He's just got job security. I've heard some people refer to this kind of practice as. And so if we can project that into their country, I'd bet dollars donuts that it's already done, that they're already walking slow, already breaking things. Oh, shucks, boss, can't do that today. We're going to have to wait for the park to come. Ski with some vodka. I imagine it started already. And yeah, sometimes it's a curse, but often it's a benefit to thinking this way. I hadn't thought of that actually, William. I more honestly, I'd been thinking about the shall we say, the surgical instrument of reviewing schematics and picking pressure points to create pressure, even just by doing things by slight degree over time, like changing the valve open and closing sequence to allow a build-up over time, which would break it eventually itself. It doesn't necessarily have to be a conflagration. It can be over time. But yeah, that's very tickling thought. And as you said, I think they probably are sabotaging all the time, and probably more so now.
Nale, what would you go for?
Yeah, all this, and hi everybody. And I have to say hello to Brian, who is a fellow vacuum tube guy, or as I like to call them, real men. Yeah, so there's one part that we are overlooking a bit, I think, and it has to do. It's a mechanical part, and it's called a ball screw, which is a part of every machine that makes machines. And I think that is a bit like the mechanical equivalent of the Stuxnet virus, if you like, because if that wears out, there will be a little bit of play in the, for instance, a CNC cutting bit. It will shake a bit, and just as in the example that David gave, it's a very sort of covert breaking down of a part that is really hard to spot because it doesn't generate any heat, but the accuracy goes down the tubes quite fast. So there we go. Ball screws and vacuum tube, people.
Now I know what that's called, Nale. Thank you. It's a ball screw. I had to find out what that was, but now I know. Lily.
Good morning, everyone. This ball bearing conversation, I had a very dear friend from Debrecen. She survived the concentration camps. Her family, much of them were killed. So when the camps were liberated, she goes back to Debrecen. And I said, that must have been great. And she said, what? Great? She said, we were greeted by the Russians. Those bastards had me making ball bearings. And I couldn't understand what the hell this big country is having this little mon petit woman make ball bearings. And your discussion and everything we are talking about making a machine run, counting on this little ball bearing, which by the way was first designed by Leonardo da Vinci in 1500. That's all I have. But I love being here. I tell everyone about it in the States, nonstop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lily. I just want to say that Debrecen is a city in the extreme east of what is today the Republic of Hungary, just in case you were wondering where it is.
Oh, I am very, I am very, very familiar. I even know a little Magyar, but
I know you knew what it was. I was just saying for the other 400 plus people, anybody who was wondering, one or two of you, the rest I know knew, but one or two of the 400 plus might have been wondering where that is, and it's in the eastern extremities, very close to both. Let's call it very close to the Romanian, Ukrainian, Hungarian tri-border.
But also that the living conditions, what they returned to with the Ruskies there, was so unbearable that she did marry and had two young sons, had to escape during the night to another country just to get away. So she survived the Germans, those bastards, and then the Russians were the ones that actually made it so unbearable to live freely, quote unquote, freely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. And this was exactly the experience of the tens of millions that ended up on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain following 1945, and quite rightly so. And the other thing that that you highlight, this was far from an isolated case as well, because simply Russia, the Soviet Union, lacked certain manufacturing capabilities during the interbellum. Quite a bit of manufacturing capabilities was being constructed. Remember, Duranty was not the only one. There was quite a bit of, including American investment, in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, 1930s. And then after 1945, the control over Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Eastern Germany, Poland was of immense importance for the Soviet Union, because simply that is where a lot of people who knew how to make certain things and had those abilities and skills and knowledge and understanding were. And without that, without being able to rely on those, there would be just so much less in terms of what the Soviet Union could have produced. Let's thank you very much, Lily. It's a really poignant story. Let's go on to Brian, then to Matt, and back to David. Brian.
Well, I was going to say thank you very much. Who is it? I think he's Nala.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing his name right? Yes. Thank you very much for the. But I also wanted to say, we must say for our British Commonwealth friends, valves as opposed to vacuum tubes. But also, I heard David, I believe, say, I bet dollars to donuts. Sorry about that, David. But sorry about that poor accent. But I didn't know. I would have thought you'd said pounds to peas or something like that. I don't know. Dollars to donuts. I didn't expect that to come from such an Irish accent. But I would say this. I would say just.
No, you're right. I learned that one in New York when I got.
Okay, there it is. Yeah. But who was just speaking about the? So I would just say, Doman, you pointed out that in the interbellum there, between the world wars, yes, the United States did pour massive investments into Russia, and I would like to point out it was kind of an interesting historical thing here. There was a great famine in Russia, for not solely the fault of the new communist government, but certainly exacerbated to probably 2 or 3 times what it needed to be by its mismanagement.
That's very iffy what you've just said, because
is it?
Yes, because it was really the fault of the government and the way it was designed.
Oh I didn't mean to leave the government blameless here.
No.
I thought I was
it was
assigning.
Completely to blame.
I thought I was assigning.
There is no such thing as a natural famine in Ukraine. It cannot. It never happened historically before, nor after. It was because of Stalin's policies, not just exacerbated, but it was.
No! Excuse me.
Period of Stalin's policies.
Please don't misunderstand me. What I mean was, I was talking about the first famine that followed the First World War, not the Holodomor.
The first famine. I can help you. Sorry, can I help you there?
Yeah, please.
The first famine at that point in time is a consequence of the fighting, which exacerbated between the various parties as a consequence of the First World War, and the Bolsheviks to be allowed to actually play a role in this whole thing. The Bolsheviks, however, were the ones. The Bolsheviks, however, were the ones who specifically burned and targeted grain silos. And this is a very classic approach by Trotsky, because Trotsky had been writing about this. His targeting in the what he called revolutionary approach between 1905 and 1907 was to ignite the peasantry in Livonia, meaning he meant what is today Estonia and northern Latvia, by burning down the estates and their barns, later on grain silos. That's the whole
The
point.
kulaks.
It is a no,
as,
there's no
as they later called
no. They were never called kulaks in Estonia because it was Baltic German, better run shit. Sorry, has nothing to do with kulaks. Kulaks are only in Russia proper. That's a different thing. So let's just differentiate these things a little bit, because sometimes specificity matters, and in this case, it does substantially, because the productivity, despite the lack of solar radiation, and despite the say worse soil, productivity in what is at that point in time Livonia is about 1.5 times of what Ukraine was able to muster because of better technology, better harvesting methods. And that's the whole point. What Dorman and I try to imbue in people here is a sense of understanding that the Enlightenment, technology, and overall intelligence do matter. And that is what Trotsky, knowing that it matters, wanted to destroy. Because by destroying what is at that point in time storage, pure storage, you can destroy the capital stock, meaning the working capital of those who have to run it. That's what they did right after the war. That's part and parcel of the Bolshevik approach. But thank you.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for. I really appreciate what you just said, because for a lot of countries, times were hard after the First World War in Europe. Okay, but I didn't want to
not in terms of harvesting, by the way. Funny enough, there were four out of 6 summers which were reasonably decent. The harvests were great. The pre-financing of harvesting was bad in certain areas, but in others, associations were able to finance them. That's where the term of the Genossenschaft, very German, sorry, but matters a great deal. If you can partner up together, you can buy the seeds. If you can buy the seeds, you can harvest. If you have the possibility to muster the manpower at that point in time, you can do it. It's all a matter of culture. So times were hard, but they were not unsurvivable.
Sure. Yeah, and you're pointing out a very valuable fact that I didn't mean to gloss over or minimize, which was that the
We lost him, didn't we? That must have been a phone call.
Well, he didn't mean to gloss over it, but he did manage to completely.
Yeah, my apologies.
Create a kerfuffle out of this.
Can you hear me now? Do you hear me? Anyway, well, I didn't mean to, and you're very right that the Bolsheviks were terrorist bastards. But I did want to point out that, ironically, the Americans did, in fact, under Herbert Hoover, engage in a humanitarian mission to save the Bolsheviks from themselves, and succeeded. And we saved them from their own famine in the early 20s. And the Americans also saved the Bolsheviks from themselves in the 30s, and we also did it in the 70s, and we also did it during World War II by Lend-Lease. And the Americans, I would just like to point out, have saved the Russians from themselves.
When you say the Americans, as in you're not one of them?
The Americans, including myself, saved. I could claim.
What you're trying to say, you just put 5 different instances into this, which all, however, have one thing in common, and that is appeasement, ignorance, and what we would call here Durantyism.
Oh, Durantyism? Can you expand on that? That's interesting.
Durantyism is the ignominious belief of projection of utopianism onto Bolshevik authoritarianism. Walter Duranty, the guy who should have given back, and if he hadn't he hasn't been doing it, then the New York Times should do it. Give back the Pulitzer Prizes for his propaganda in favor of Joseph Stalin.
Oh yes, okay, the guy who yes. Durante, yes.
Yeah, you should
mouthpiece.
be if you're good enough to be able to rent with Russian money, rent a couple of ballrooms, both on LaSalle Street as well as in the Waldorf Astoria, and constantly, wine and dine the champagne socialists in New York, then of course you are a follower of the cult.
I like you very much, Axel. Thank you for putting this all very concretely. I appreciate it.
I apologize. I'm the most transatlantic person you can meet here on this face.
No, there's no. You should not apologize at all. These are who the Bolsheviks were and are, and I mean, we're not in a very different space now with the Russians. They're still trying to do the things that they've always tried to do. Lie and create an empire. I don't know. Anyway, they're doing the thing, and you very eloquently said the things that it was
Brian, can we go on to other hands, please?
Yes.
Very good. I was going to offer you some syrup otherwise. Mette.
Hello, I've been having very, very big problems with this space. So especially to Axel, I know you hate when something comes up that you've already discussed, sort of. But every time I get the speaker request approved, I lose the audio. So I've been sort of in the dark for a while. And I'm very sorry if I'm skipping back a few topics here, but I was sort of listening to these sanctions, how they go to Russia, and I was thinking about. I heard something about the airplanes, and I'm just wondering, how do you think the fleet, the Russian fleet, if they have 2,000 S-25s or something, but if they don't have the maintenance what they need, how do you think they affect that? But I'm sorry, we can go back to Bolsheviks, and Russians are bastards anyway. So, and they are repeating everything that they've done since the 1500s. Thank you.
You're asking about the aircraft, right? The Russian Air Force, as opposed to the Navy. Okay, good. Right. So Russian planes, the bulk of what they use is stuff that was made in the Soviet days, which means it was engineered domestically within the Soviet Union. Yes, some of the parts, some of the bits were made in places outside of Russia. For example, the engines for a number of the helicopter types were made in Ukraine, in Zaporizhia. And because of that, there was actually an arrangement between the then head of Motor Sich and the Russians for Motor Sich to keep supplying Russians helicopter engines through an intermediary in Bosnia. One presumes in Republika Srpska, but I don't think that was ever detailed in any of the reporting. So there are things that they can't get their hands on, but the bulk of what they need to keep, for example, Su-25s flying, they either make themselves, or at least they have enough, spare parts lying around, or enough donor aircraft to keep a substantial fleet afloat. Yes, so does it float? In the air. Let's call it in the air. However, with certain other types, they'll have greater problems because they are relying, at least in part, on technologies that need to be imported. And this is part of the reason why we've probably not seen many of the more modern aircraft types being used nearly as much as they would have been otherwise, because they simply can't really sustain them. Not that they have very many of them necessarily, There are certain types of aircraft that Russia is very proud of, but have not been used in the war at all, because they only have like 5 or 6 of them, and who knows if more than 2 of them are operational anyway. You might see them on May 9th if they don't cancel the air show like they did last year, because their pilots were a little bit preoccupied getting shot down by bombing civilians in Ukraine. But nevertheless, those aircraft are still available for that. The real antidote for the Russian Air Force aren't sanctions. The real antidote is F-16s, F-18s, Eurofighter Typhoons, etc. That's the real antidote for the Russian Air Force. What Ukraine needs is Western jets with much longer range of beyond visual range air-to-air missiles to dispose of whatever Russia's flying from a sufficiently safe distance. That's the only way, really. Sanctions aren't really going to be affecting that.
Thanks. That's disappointing. I was hoping that the sanctions would bite the aircraft, but probably not. We just need F-16s. Thank you.
Exactly. Now, the civilian aviation sector is much more affected by this. So much so that, in part, they seem to be relying on places like Mahan Air of Iran to do maintenance, and that spells really bad things for the future of their civilian aviation unless they make very substantial changes very soon. It's a kind of a by the by thing, frankly. However, their military aviation bar maybe availability of certain lubricants that they might have been used to getting supplied from the West, buying them in. There isn't a whole lot that sanctions can do in affecting that. Their stocks of planes are simply big enough, probably, that without a combination of very stout ground-based air defenses for Ukraine and aircraft, modern, or at least somewhat modern, 1980s, 1990s level modern Western aircraft, Ukraine will have great difficulties, delivering the necessary antidotes. David, do you prefer antidotes delivered, visually or beyond visual range?
Hello, Domin. I like anything that kills Russians. So whether you see it happening or not, the all-seeing eye, Big Brother is watching you. We will watch it either in live, or if it goes over the horizon, we'll continue watching it live on the screen. I wanted to, while we have Angry up, to pluck his brain. Last evening there was a great discussion here in the space. We had the honour of being joined by Yehuda, and he was speaking to us about a bridgehead established over the Dnipro River, where Kherson is, and that they have crossed into what had been the Russian side of the river, which I believe is the left-hand side as you're looking down the river. And I would wondered, and I wished for someone like yourself to be there to speak about mechanical or armoured matters. So say we've got a bridgehead over. It's a bridgehead we're able to discuss. The Ukrainian military officials have spoken about it in public, I think, yesterday. What is the priority? All right, so obviously boots on ground. We have men, women, and operators in Ukrainian colours or with the Ukrainian side ensconced. Now they're there. They have built defences. They've pushed the Russians back. We have Ukrainian bridgehead, and then next in behind that, surely you're going to need some kind of mountain, as in something to ride upon, because you're not going to run to Crimea. And I'm assuming the Russians are in some kind of motorized vehicles as well. So what's the priority across the bridgehead like that? Do you bring across the Oshkosh first, or those brilliant, oh, damn it, it's gone out of my head. And today is Anzac Day too, for our Australian and Antipodean New Zealand friends.
Bushmasters?
Yes, the very one. Is it the Bushman? Like, what is the grade of vehicle do you try and get up over a river like that into a bridgehead first? Or are you trying to get in more armoured things to kind of scuttle out and push out your border behind? I don't know. So I'm asking.
This is a very interesting question, David. And the answer is it depends. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. It depends on how big a bridgehead you've established. You won't be bringing across very heavy capital assets or somewhat capital assets until you've established big enough space, because otherwise they will just be sitting ducks, right? So it all depends on that. If you're crossing unencumbered, let's say, there's no one really in front of you, hypothetically, then that's a lot easier. You don't have to bother so much with the details. You can just take everything across from the start. If you need to first properly secure the newly established bridgehead, that's a lot more complicated. If you want to exploit it fully, what you need to do is you need to expand it sufficiently first, and then provide sustainment for it. Right. So don't just think of the vehicles that do the fighting. You need all of the stuff that has supplies for the vehicles that do the fighting and for the soldiers that do the fighting. Right? And that's where bridgeheads tend to be difficult, because you need all sorts of stuff all at the same time while you're still in a tenuous position.
Granted, but I would say that it would be better to have a Bushmaster than to have an oil tanker.
In the first instance, absolutely. Right. First, what you need to do
But
is
how do they get
what
it
you
there?
need to secure.
Like it's a logistic
It
magic
is.
feat to me. Is why I'm asking.
That's why you start with dismounted infantry, light infantry on boats or whatnot. What you need to do is that the people you deliver from the start can establish a big enough perimeter to start with, very broadly speaking, that you can, is Jörn listening? Because if Jörn's listening, he can come and explain this properly. But you need, dismounts
You're
to
doing it
establish
properly,
a big
though,
enough.
man. It's a good job you're doing.
Yeah, but
Carry
he's
on.
better. You need to establish a big enough bridgehead to be sustainable, to then, get an actual bridge to bring more stuff across, right? Both the sort of armored vehicles, but then all of the sustainment and logistics necessary. That infantry is going to be a lot lighter in logistics than any mechanized forces later on would be. So it's easier to bring stuff across on boats in the first instance. But yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. Now, David, maybe you're just trying to establish a bridgehead to, be a distraction and to bring opposing forces there, as opposed to being somewhere else.
I see on first instance that cannot be true, Doman. I believe everything I see on first instance. It's a feint.
Everything can be a feint. That's the beautiful thing of this, and you can speculate endlessly, and that's kind of where Russians are stuck. All they can do is speculate. They can't actually know for sure, and that's really the beauty of it. So we can simply stick with that. Ukrainians will do different things depending on what they're trying to achieve in different places. But when it comes to crossing a big river like the Dnieper, you need a lot of stuff on the other side, kind of in the reverse of what the of where the Russians were while they were on the right bank of the Dnieper, right? You don't want to be in a similar situation. You want to go and either very quickly establish a much bigger presence, or you're probably not going to be staying there for very long, and you probably won't be bringing a lot in terms of assets there, because you might not be staying there for a very long time. So it's a combination of those two, right? It's a combination of
make it
both.
exciting that it's undivided. That even, if we're confused, God help the Russians, right?
No, I'd rather if he didn't. I'd rather they'd be left all alone. Mette?
Hypothetically, totally hypothetically, if there had been some partisans that blew up a few depots in Dnipro's left side, hypothetically, and hypothetically some boats got over there, and hypothetically if they got some troops over to the left bank, which is mined, of course, and hypothetically they need a lot of gear to advance there or stay foot or something, hypothetically, would Peter, this is for you, would you bring in the helicopters, or how would you deal with a situation like that, hypothetically?
I have no idea.
Can I just say that I could listen to you say the word hypothetically all day long? I could listen to you say that word for 12 straight hours. You have the best voice. That's fucking great. All right, thanks. Just wanted to say that. Can you say it one more time?
Hypothetically.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've no clue, frankly. And I think it probably depends on other things, that like availability of air defenses locally, right? If there are some or none. Before I say things that I shouldn't, or before I start talking about things that I might be getting wrong, Mockers will kindly save me from that. Mockers, I'd really appreciate if you could tell us about your new favorite compatriot.
Yes. This would be the British ambassador to the UN. The United Kingdom, whatever you want to call her. She sits in front of a sign that says United Kingdom, so we'll go with that.
She's called King Charles the Boss. That's the one, right? The same lady.
Yes, yeah.
No.
So,
See, that's confusing. Sorry, David, but that would be confusing because that could be the Canadian ambassador, the Australian ambassador, the New Zealander ambassador. See, much better that it's clear which side it is.
well, I've got to say, she's quite a stern lady. She reminds me of Brienne from Game of Thrones, if anybody has that mental image. So, here is the transcript of her speech, and I am going to read it out because, well, it's a bit wordy, but I think it's important. So,
will you do it in the voices?
No, bugger off. So, at the outset, let me echo the strong concerns set out by the Secretary General about the situation in Sudan and the call for an immediate end to the violence. We have requested a council meeting to address that situation tomorrow. I join others for thanking the Secretary General in his briefing. So that was the general stuff out of the way. Minister Lavrov has called this meeting to share the Russian vision for the future of multilateralism. We've seen what Russia's idea of multilateralism means for the world. More than a year into Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, President Putin has brought unimaginable suffering to that country while trampling all over the UN Charter. Thousands of Ukrainians have been killed. Millions have been displaced across the world. Billions have faced rocketing commodity prices and food insecurity. It has been an unmitigated disaster for Russia too. Neither Russia nor its neighbours feel safer. Trust in Russia's promises to other states and to its own people is at a catastrophic low. Ooh. Again and again, the UN General Assembly has voted overwhelmingly to condemn Russia's invasion. President Putin can count the supporters of his war on one hand. Let's twist that knife a bit. Russia has severely damaged its reputation in the international community, and now President Putin is threatening to move nuclear weapons into a neighbouring state. For Russians, the world is getting smaller. Many tens of thousands of Russian men and women have been killed. Hundreds of thousands have been mobilised against their will. Millions are fleeing the country to escape the draft. Independent journalists have been arrested. Free speech has been crushed. Russia's economy is shrinking. Its army is in disarray, reliant on Wagner, sorry, had to add that, an unaccountable mercenary group whose existence was denied a year ago, but now offers your ministry advice on your Security Council presidency. Sorry, she's I love her way with words. She's so terribly scathing. I feel as though she should carry a big sword and then like unsheathe it at the end. Maybe that's the mental image I have of her. I'll carry on. A Russian generation has lost its future, and the Russian government can't even explain to them why. Russia's justifications for the war, defeating Nazis and defending against bioweapons, are obvious falsehoods. Russia claims to Ukraine's territory will never be recognised. First of all, Mr. Lavrov claims about effective multilateralism. I see nothing effective or multilateral in Russia's foreign policy. Multilateral institutions can and should evolve, the Security Council included. Ooh. And we support reforms to make it more effective and representative. Change must be underpinned by respect for basic principles of the Charter, above all, the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. I'm almost done. Shush you. The world also needs a free and safe Ukraine that can return to supplying the world with food. The UK will continue to stand together with Ukraine as it lawfully defends itself. Foreign Minister Lavrov claims he is interested in ending the conflict as soon as possible. To do so, Russia must immediately remove its troops from all Ukrainian territory. Now, if you ask me, she is an absolute superstar. I love her. That she is not only sticking a knife in, but she's also telling it exactly how it is. I just, one of my favorite people right now.
And this is important, right? And this is important because we were wondering how the representative of the government, the indicted fugitive war criminal Putin would be received at the UN Security Council, whether there would be wide-scale boycotts or whether they will just kind of jeer him, but other than that, ignore him. Well, the third option, and clearly the one they've gone for, is to address him appropriately and keep bringing it back to the things that really matter. So very well done on the UK ambassador to the UN, and I certainly hope that others will follow suit, not just those of permanent members like the US, France, but critically, I would hope that ones from non-permanent Security Council members would follow in that as well. Was it in the Security Council? Is Ecuador currently a part of the Security Council? I see the Ecuadorian ambassador did something interesting.
Oh, the Ecuadorian ambassador is an absolute star as well. Yeah, let's just say that Lavrov left the room. He was that annoyed with what the guy from Ecuador was saying right to his face. There is a video going around with a lady doing the translation, and she's translating as he's speaking. And I've got to say, she does a very good job, because this guy does not rest when he's talking. He's talking with passion. And yeah, she manages to keep up and make sure his message gets across. And apparently he wasn't very polite, and Lavrov decided to leave the room because his poor little feelings were hurt.
They're all
no, that's
They're
just
all
awful. Just absolutely awful. No, he made all that longer trip, had to fly extra far north just to avoid European airspace. And then that's how he gets received. Well, maybe it would have been best if he had just not gone. We'll keep an eye out for this for as long as he's in New York. And frankly, if anything, I'm disappointed in the good people of New York for not having a more vociferous welcome. The jeering and Kalantayan go home kind of one. Right. Shall we go to Scribe and to Meta and David? Scribe.
So I was going to bring up the point about the Ecuadorian representative, that his speech was just like a sword into everything Lavrov said. Also, I also want to mention that there is a Brazilian football club that recently took up the name FFC Mariupol till Mariupol is free. So me thinking that from what I listened to Space previously about how Russia is trying to influence the global south, apparently they're even failing in that objective now.
That's tremendous news, Scribe. Thank you. All right. I hope it's a good club that people should be, supporting henceforth. But that's absolutely terrific. Meta.
Yeah, thank you, Moka, for you taking up Ecuador. I still want to enhance it because it's South America. We're talking about South America, which is like Russia's playground, so to say. The Ecuador phenomenal, and it has importance. And as we're seeing, my cat is doing the same as your Mockers, but it was it was so phenomenal, and I can't. You have to see the importance of South America, and this was new to me. This football club in Brazil, because Brazilian president isn't probably very popular nowadays, but just Ecuador. I'm screaming for Ecuador. Next time there's a World Cup or something, I'm going to scream for Ecuador. So it was such a great speech. Thank you.
And I'm sure that if you try just hard enough, they will hear you. You need to try really, really hard. David.
Hello, Doman and Meta and Scribe. Lovely to hear from you all. And Mockers, thank you very much for reading that out. Excuse me, I had to cough. I wanted to ask aloud, I wonder, probably a rhetorical question. When Lavrov and the Russians, when they left, did anybody leave with them in unity, in solidarity for their great, it's a great opportunity for friends of Russia to show how strongly they support Russia and how right they think they are. So first question would be, did anybody rise and leave with him?
Not that's been reported so far.
God, dreadful. How terrible.
But I have been assured by headlines in TASS that Russia still has friends in the world, says Putin.
All right, yeah. I mean, like I was said to you yesterday about the ambassador, Chinese ambassador. TASS is one of those things. I rely upon you and other wiser souls here, wiser owls who know this, know their ways better than I do to filter that stuff through, because it's to my eye, it's just pure poison. It's the same mental health hygiene rule I have for not downloading Telegram and not consuming it, even transcribed, because I just choose not to have to figure out which to filter and which not to. So again, I suppose I'm praising the house. I appreciate it that it's such a forum for all different kinds of information from all our political spectrum, as broad as it is, and it can be filtered through here to trusted sources. So I know I can rely on yourself or other folks here to have digested it ahead of time, so I don't fall into the potholes or don't get caught in these, the foregone conclusions that we're supposed to arrive at, which is going to leave us feeling victim of the propaganda. So it's really a service. So thank you. Apart from asking that anybody rise to leave with him, I wondered. I wanted to say that it was great to see the Ecuadorian delegation, or the Ecuadorian people through their delegation, speaking truth. And it's very important that is on the record, that it's not just a game of great nations, that the world has moved on, and that through the forum of the United Nations, we all agree that such small countries as not Ukraine, as Ecuador, have office and seat and can speak in public to butcherous, genociding, collapsing imperial nations like Russia. Isn't that wonderful and grand? We should fight to keep this world free, where that order can be maintained and expanded and improved upon. So it's kind of a long-winded way of saying that it's marvelous to see Ecuador reaching to support, and making sure that their support for Ukraine is known on the record. Perhaps the Russians responded as if they had been humiliated, but I would point out that if they had the grace and decency to feel such humiliation, they wouldn't have put themselves in the position. I would think they got up and left because they probably got a message from a political handler saying, "You look like donkeys. We just got the nod. You have to leave now." And so they rose like springs in their ashes and left. I wouldn't do them the honor of saying they would feel humiliation. I think they have scarred their own souls so horrifically that is something that they choose to use for joy and pleasure, right? They take joy in humiliating each other. So I would think it was, another propaganda coup for them so they can put it in the papers that mighty Russia was not tolerating this insult and be in their weird, haughty, imperial way about it. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that to us, Mockers. And I also wanted to beat the drum and point out that it was very heartening to hear the United Kingdom ambassador. I don't know the lady's name. Shame on me. I will learn it after this, and I will remember to look out for her. To make such a bold statement that this is a settled world order, and that this is something that has been signed up to, and really to blow clean air through the fog and smoke and nonsense of marketing and propaganda China and Russia would have us believe in. She said it quite clearly. What of this multipolar world? I don't see it. Multipolar world for China means sterilizing women and having slave labor camps if you happen to pray to the wrong god or dare to speak your own language and it be Turkic and that god be Allah for the Muslims, praise be upon his name. And that's happening right now in East Turkestan, Janjing. I can't pronounce the name of it. So if that is their multi-world order, multipolar world order, they can keep it. And if it is that they're going to have an effort to, say, crush Ukraine and extinguish the idea that people can express their own identity and organize their own affairs quite well, thank you very much, without outside interference not playing a part, well, then don't we all give up the idea of our own freedom? So, although these things seem to be, quite huge and remarkable, it's a fundamental basis of our peace and freedom to trade and live with one another. And it did my heart good to see the ambassador of the United Kingdom again speak so truthfully. I don't think the ambition, or nor would I ever claim to impute that ambassador would ever try to humiliate anybody. I think it was literally there is no need to prevaricate. It is diplomatic language was used. It was polite and it was to form, but spoke truth to the record. I wouldn't say spoke truth to power, but if these people still continue to have the barefaced cheek to show up, all right, they might take off the old SS uniforms, but most of them are still military officers in the that was shorthand. Most of them are still military officers or have been, or so they are not some separate class. I don't buy this imperial bullshit that there's different classes of people and all different guilts will attach to them. They're part of this disgusting butchering regime, and they're lucky not to be lifted. And by lifted, I mean arrested. They're lucky not to be arrested. The cheek of them stepping into New York. They're wanted war criminals, and if they're not now, then I would put it to you that they will be. We should arrest them now. They're wanted for genocide and murder in Ukraine, and I don't want to see his disgusting face represented among decent nations and decent people, Lavrov specifically, or any of them. I don't want to see them in public mixing as if they're decent people. They're not. They're butchers and stranglers, rapists, and thieves. We shouldn't allow them to associate with us because they hope the legitimacy rubs off on them, and instead their stink rubs off on us. The Russian disease, I think David called it.
That was really well said, David. Like, bravo, dude. Like,
Brian, if you jump in one more time, I am going to boot you. I'm sorry. This is the third wording now. Sorry, but it can't work like that. Scribe, please.
So I want to ask Marcus a question, and to David, it is the name you're looking for UK representative is Barbara Woodward. But
Could
to
you give me
Marcus
one more
now,
time, Barbara?
Woodward.
Sir Margaret, thank you.
And then to Marcus, was that when he called for the recess for the meeting to return at 3 o'clock? He ran away after that point, since that was my question.
I am not sure, but every time he receives a good telling, a good piece of honest criticism, he will usually do something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I noticed. I was listening to yesterday, and I noticed a lot of countries were kind of homing in the point that Russia, we know you're talking through both sides of your mouth. You're lying to us.
I also note that she specifically said, well, she hinted at the fact that institutions can evolve and change. And I think she was basically hinting at the fact that there will come a time when you might not be in this institution.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Like there were several other countries that mentioned that specific point that the UN can adapt and change. I think it was either the Nigerian, it was one of the African nations that said it too.
If only that's if there can be a nice 9, 10, 11, then out of the 15, that would make a real big difference there, I reckon. David.
Dorman, sorry, struggling with the button. I'll say when. We are not bound by some removed authority, which then deals out pieces of information with which we must adapt our lives. That's not the way the world is structured, right? We push the shit up, and they will respond and create institutions as we pressure them to, or they won't, and we'll turn a blind eye, and they go back to fiddling, which is not it's just a nature of the opportunity and the fibers of humanity. So we can make that change if the ambassador Woodward from the United Kingdom chooses to mention that fact. A week after the Chinese ambassador let his own mask slip for his own weird imperialist reasons, but he pretty much told us she's not even a country, Russia. Shut your mouth. And obviously, we know the relationship there is one of humiliation and their weird interaction in that mob way. So it's to continue. We'll see Russians having microaggressions or micro attempted humiliations for Chinese people, and vice versa will continue. But it's almost like the same message, really, if you were to read it in total abstraction. Last week, we had the legitimate ambassador from Beijing. Now, yes, I will concede that they recanted it the day after. That was a mistake. And he had a rush of blood. He didn't know he didn't mean to say it. It wasn't true anyway. Blah, blah, blah. All right, okay. I've never seen somebody half pregnant. So, once you say it, you don't unsay it. So some part of it is true. In fact, I'd say most of it was true, and they just got caught telling the truth and realized that they're not at home and can't just bully and shoot everybody. So they had to pretend it was a mistake. And then this week, we have the United Kingdom ambassador in the United Nations telling them that things can change around here. We make rules for ourselves. We govern ourselves, not some other authority that will bring in a set of rules for us to review here, rubber stamp, and put down to little people. That's not how the show is run. It's how they would have it. It's how this multipolar world would be run if we were to concede that might makes right. But that's not the show that's in town, and it's not what's happening. So it's very heartening, and I think I'm speaking so lengthily about it because I think we give these institutions the importance which we choose to give them. So if we choose to think they're clown shows and everybody there is treated with derogatory contempt, then I guess we have stolen away the value from ourselves. If we choose to demand higher standards from them and hold them to high standards and have consequences for ill behavior, and as I said, diplomatic corps and diplomatic staff are not to be considered a class apart. I mean, corruption is corruption, and if found to do malfeasance, I'd like to see diplomatic folks pay the prices like any other public service or public servant. But I think we should realize the value of what we have, and be thankful that we're not at risk of losing our home and freedom as Ukrainians are, and also to take heart that such a nation as the United Kingdom chose to open the door to reforming, revising, updating these modern global institutions to fit our modern purpose, which we can do by the instruments we give ourselves. It's doable, really easy, not complicated. All you need is the will to change, and it can be done. So I think the fact that it has been spoken is not idle talk. I don't imagine this was mentioned by the United Kingdom in passing. I imagine it's mentioned because it is not so much just a warning, but just a reminder that time moves on. But these institutions seem to be lasting longer than any of these petty dictators. So it is a good thing. And I would then draw a line and say, I know Ukrainian prosecutors have been working diligently, both, I think there's 2 or 3 investigations, I think about 5, maybe more in total. But I know the UN have decamped and have certain resources available in country as part of the genocidal research, or should we say data collection of the genocide that took place there. So we should value these institutions. We should rightly criticize them, but we should demand their constant improvement and evolution, because otherwise they'll atrophy and they will no longer be useful for us.
Quite right. Taking them down, taking them apart, that's useless. That doesn't help anyone. What you need to do is to make them as good as possible instead. Speech by speech, I guess. Speech by speech. Scribe, go ahead, close us out on this, and then we go down to the banks of the Danube.
Well, I didn't really want to change the subject, but I have a kind of quick question. I wasn't able to come in yesterday to ask this question, but what happened in Sevastopol yesterday or the night prior? Since I saw some news about that, and I wanted to ask you yesterday, but didn't do that.
Right. So what seems to have happened is possibly a mix of naval and aerial drones, at the very least one naval drone, crashing into a ship, not in the main inlet of the harbor of Sevastopol, but one of the other inlets of the city, in Strilecka Bucha, I think, if I remember correctly, right towards the end of it, or towards the top of it, rather than the mouth of it, far away from the mouth of it, and exploded and done some damage to something. I don't have any more details on it, but maybe Daniel does, because he's maybe paid more attention to the details of it than I have. There was shooting in the air, I can tell you that. The local occupation authorities were shooting there as though there was something in the air to shoot at, but I don't know. I don't know much else. What seems to be going on is that the port is rather empty now, according to satellite imagery. So could have happened before. Could be a consequence of those explosions. Daniel, what do we know? What do we know about what happened in Sevastopol?
Almost nothing. Almost nothing. Just piers are more empty now. And what I saw in that explosion is probably they hit something. Maybe a frigate, maybe other ship who was in patrol trying to dissipate the attack. I have no idea, but pretty sure Russians didn't have any idea also. Because shooting in the sky when you are attacked on sea is funny like hell. With traitors. I love that with traitors. My subject is different.
I just hope he didn't get hit by that truck.
I hope he didn't hit the truck. Daniel's hard as nails.
No. Just intersection and cars crossing. It's raining. It's super funny to wait the green light. I hear you, David, and I hear mockers. And I hear your excitement for this course in United Nations, and I was a bit amazed how much energy you can get from that. For me, the best thing I hear today was closing Red Square after 1945. The first time. I think it's the best thing you can hear. Because if you Prigozhin put 50 million for defense ministry of Italy, and Ukrainians can with 20 million hryvnias to close the Red Square. So I can say that is a very cheap job. Uh, um, for people who doesn't know, Red Square was always, I mean, always supervised by KGB, now FSB, totally. So if you go with a blank sheet of paper in Red Square, you'll be arrested in less than 3 minutes. It's standard stuff there. So how can it be possible to close Red Square if you want to have a 9 May parade? That is interesting also. So will be no spectators. This is ridiculous. You forgot there are stores on the big skyscrapers on Moscow, and Moscow is surrounded by S-300 and is considered until now the most defended city in the world, and they receive at least few drones every day. Every day. They're in total panic mode. So Dadia Volodya has brown pants on, is well in the very bad spot, in my opinion, because you cannot project power when you close Red Square. It's like saying, you know, my bunker is not safe enough. Let's build a mountain above my bunker. It's ridiculous. Red Square never was closed from 1945, and until 1945 was closed when the German troops were 100 kilometers of Moscow, and Stalin was in the similar mode, panic. So I think this is the most important thing ever happened. But this war, because you imagine, okay, let's destroy this division, this brigade is very important. Making the leader of the invading forces to be scared at his home, at his projection of power, when you need to look strong, strong like Soviet steel, and you already build barricades around towers of the Kremlin. You added air defenses in the city, and you are not confident enough, so nobody entered in the Red Square for 10 days. I think it's a huge success. And I think this will be the beginning of the offensive. But it will be nicer than shooting artillery like today all around the bank of Dnieper in the front of Kherson. Strike with a storm of drones in Red Square. After that, let's go, boys.
Daniel, you can say the Russians learned something, right? Because they didn't. No, hear me out. Because they didn't close the Red Square when it was being used as a landing strip for Matthias Hust. And they thought, you know what? Next time somebody wants to land here, we better clear it up ahead of time.
Wait, if you listen all the military experts, the guys who know the stuff, not us, right? They'll tell you how well defended that city is. You know, it's not New York needing to deal to two civilian aircraft transported in huge kerosene bombs hitting a skyscraper. It's not the same stuff. They just, it's an inflation around. S-300, S-400, Panzer, Tor, and Tor are on the building. And still, I saw today, I saw yesterday, one day before, but are reporting drones around the suburbs, in the city, and not just long-range drones, but quadcopters. Quadcopters don't have 500 kilometers range, even the bigger ones. So they expect an attack on Red Square. For me, it's a glorious day, you know? You hit Kiev for 1 year. Don't worry. Budanov is here, something like that. I love it.
Also in Kaluga Oblast, any fireworks and public events for May 9th are cancelled. Not just issues in Moscow itself.
Do you imagine they will be in Vladivostok? Yeah, man. Not in Vladivostok. Nowhere will be. I think it will be a total disaster, PR disaster.
It's very amusing, isn't it? Scribe?
You know what would be fun? If a certain bridge went up on the 9th as well.
I think it would be terrific. Now, that's the sort of firework I want to see.
My joke, Doman, what was it? A quadcopter in the front of the car and singing the anthem of Ukraine in Red Square. And you said most of them didn't know it's the Ukrainian anthem, and probably they need bombs.
See, I don't think it would work because they don't know the Ukrainian anthem. I think it needs to be something a bit clearer and more explicit. Playing the Ukrainian anthem just isn't good enough because the Russians don't know what it is.
17 kilograms of TNT is enough. I think
That's
it's
better.
a good message. Yeah. And Shoigu and Gerasimov in the car, in the front of the parade, and kaboom, Red Square. I will laugh probably a week.
No, it's very it's an interesting situation they're stuck in. Right? Very, very interesting situation they're stuck in, and hopefully, very shortly, they won't be stuck in that situation because they'll be in a much worse situation still. The Russians, that is, as they get expelled out of all the occupied territories, and then whatever else might happen afterwards, whatever else it might be that might happen afterwards.
I don't know. I have a great imagination about them. And even a failed attempt, even if they see a quadcopter above their head, imagine FSO jumping on Putin to shield him. So, what I underlined to you in the end, the Red Square was not close by Internal Affairs Ministry of Russian Federation, not by Gerasimov, not by Shoigu, but the Federal Security Service for Protection of the President. So these guys, the bodyguard, go to Sobyanin and say, "You are mayor of Moscow. You are no more. We close the Red Square."
How would they know to jump on the right Putin and not one of the doubles? That's the real question.
Probably original will be in Valdai.
I mean, I would be, nice lakeside property, much nicer. No, but seriously, Daniel, T-14 Armatas reported now by the Russians that they will be heading to the area, the special military operation, as they call it. Are the tanks moving? Or is now, because of all of the drones flying, the area being extended back into the territory of the Russian Federation, where the tanks just happen to be?
The Russian propaganda is something like, "You'll be bitter until morale improves." So T-14 Armata is just a moral boost. Look, we get the Wunderwaffe. I have a great vibe of Third Reich here. They have just terrorized that. Yes, how can you tell some special operating forces of Ukraine crossing the Dnieper? They crossing all day, all night like cockroaches with the thousands. That is the comment on Telegram about a small operation on Dnieper. So that moral broken probably. T-14 is something like, this is the blue pill to improve your morale.
Yes and no. I don't know how they're reporting right now on Russian telegrams, but just remember when they were first in, when Ukrainians were first trying to liberate the right bank of Kherson, and there was the initial set of operations during the first 2 weeks. The first week of September, right at the last couple of days of August, and then the first few days of September. And what the Russians were reporting then on their Telegram channel, saying, they're beating us because they have Leopard tanks, Leopard 2A6. No, these must be the Leopard 2A4s from Spain. When somebody dug that up, they said, no, it's Leopard 2A7. That's what they have. It wasn't just their Telegram channels. The Russian MOD PR guy then reported, very publicly, we've destroyed 3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles on the right bank of Kherson in September, right, during the fighting this week, just as a matter of casually noting that. In other words, I don't tend to believe much that they say, because they have such a long and illustrious history of making stuff up and then leaving us holding the holding the bill here, trying to figure out how to do the accounting on these Bradleys. When Ukraine now gets 109 Bradleys, are they actually getting 112 and have to put 3 away because the Russians had already destroyed 3, or do they only get 106, or how does this work? So whatever they're saying that's actually happening there, the Dnipro could be either exaggerating massively, underreporting substantially, and definitely not exactly what's happening. No, the only thing we know isn't happening is exactly the thing that the Russian Telegram channels claim is happening, because thus far they've never quite managed to be right on that. Yeah, fun times, fun times. Scribe?
So I just wanted to say, I know this was back in the 70s or 80s. Didn't some guy fly a Cessna from the Western Europe into the Red Square undetected, or he maybe was detected, I don't know. But with how much we know about Russia now, do you even think their air defense network is even competent enough to defend from any attack?
Yeah, so what he did is he's a German chap, and he flew a very roundabout way on his, was it the Cessna? I think it was a Cessna, wasn't it? He flew a very roundabout way, and he flew across Finlandia, across the Nordics, stop after stop, and he got to Helsinki, and he said, "Okay, I'm going back to Germany now, right? I'm going back to Sweden and Germany. So no worries." And then as soon as he took off, instead of heading kind of directly west, he headed more or less directly east, and eventually landed in Moscow. This is a few years before the thawing of relations, let's say. And he was, how old was he at the time? He was 18 or 19 or something like that. And at the time, there wasn't. He got tracked. He was visible, but they didn't get authorization to shoot him down. And he just made it all the way to Moscow and landed, and then got into a little bit of trouble afterwards, let's say. He got a sentence for a Soviet prison, and then eventually he was sent back to Germany a few months later, I think. I forget exactly the details of the story. He was sent back to Germany, and it was to do with the discussions that Reagan and Gorbachev were having. Eventually, he was let go. The difference being, at the time, Soviets were not particularly panicked, right? And I think he got observed by interceptor aircraft, and they just thought, well, what's the worst that can happen? We know this aircraft type, he can't get out anymore, right? He will have to land somewhere, or he'll crash somewhere in the Soviet Union. It'll be bad for us if we shoot him down. Let's just see what happens. So that's part of the reason why they let him go. The air defenses now are in a very different situation, because, like Daniel was saying, they're parking Pantsias and Taurus on the roofs of buildings around Moscow. They're very, very stressed about something possibly happening, and this is actually good for Ukrainians because what's happening? They're keeping more of these, close-in frontline air defenses in Moscow, together with not just the systems but trained operators, because the operators, they need to be pretty good to operate these air defenses. Shooting something from terra firma to somewhere else on terra firma doesn't require that complex a set of mathematics, right? But shooting at something that's moving through the sky and maneuvering at that's a lot more difficult to do. So operating air defenses can be quite difficult. You need trained personnel. You need appropriately trained personnel. Depriving those from the front line and instead, keeping them far away from the front lines in places like Moscow, that's good for Ukrainian for Ukrainian soldiers. That's certainly good for Ukrainian pilots that said air defenses are further away, like Pantsias especially. But Scribe, do you know why the Russians are installing these Pantsias and even Tor air defense systems, high up on the roofs of buildings?
Is it because of everything that they've been doing in Belgrade and how their missiles are constantly hitting their own infrastructure?
No. It's because, you see, they've seen what success American HIMARS have had in Ukraine, and they decided, what if we have some high Tors or high Pantsers? Maybe they'll work better. That was a joke, which apparently landed much worse than Matthias Hus did back on the Red Square in 1987. Lexicon, how are you?
Fine. Sorry, swallowing coffee, receiving phone calls, all done. Well, just along with folks talking about landing drones that have already overflown Moscow and other things, I just love, I usually every evening I come up and say this, but I was all running around yesterday evening. So I saw him this morning reporting from Ukraine, RFU, my favorite guy with the 5-minute capsule. So through all the thick and thin of OBSEC, he manages to paint you such a neat picture, put together his 5 minutes day by day. So this morning I watched. So we take the drones that have overflown Moscow. He focuses down on that left bank of Dnieper. And he shows you, one, how very entirely possible it is that Ukraine has got a neat little position 20 kilometers long on the left bank. And then he shows you, and I don't know, other stuff, but anyway, ultimately shows you all the things one can do from such a position and all the tourist stuff that can be held down by being there, being a gnat down there, bugging the tourists from this position. And you put it together with other things we've watched. Sevastopol, which clearly somebody else showed how the Russians have narrowed the opening and even put a chain across, but have to have a little space coming out of the port where they can get out, which of course means that if you can get out, well, maybe somebody smart and small can get in. And you see the smoke coming out of this Sevastopol, the flames and the smoke, that really look like a bit much for them having blown up one little harmless drone. And so you look at these other fronts we're looking at, how many, so what does Russia have to do with therefore about Sevastopol? Be very, very, very afraid and put all kinds of anti-drone, anti-air, anti-what have you, very expensive and scarce reinforcements in that area. So they're reinforcing at Dnieper, they're reinforcing at Sevastopol, they're reinforcing at Moscow, and I guess they have to do St. Pete's and any other place, not to mention Belgorod and Kursk and all the nearby places. And then there's everything that's going on in Vuhledar and Avdiivka and Bakhmut. So I think it's just that we have to wait for more news, but I just find that news we're able to extract that shows that Ukraine has set a bunch of hot ants, biting fire ants up the trouser legs of the tourists, and they just don't know which way to turn.
And I love Macher's speech reading was fabulous. I just think it's a really good time. As keen as we are to find out what are they going to do, I think it's quite true that they've already started the counteroffensive in the sense that they are completely getting Muscovy off kilter, and that it shall go on thus. And every one of these moves is spreading thinner and thinner the defenses that the Muscovites have. So I'm loving it.
Thank you, Lexi. And that's exactly right. We can't predict exactly what's going to happen. In details. There's things happening that they're not reporting on publicly. That's quite all right. We will learn of them when we do, when appropriate. The only thing that we do know, that we have to be sure of, we are sure of, is that at some point Ukrainians will manage to kick the Russians out of territories where they don't belong. That is to say, out of Ukraine. And that's really the important bit. Everything else is, details, really. And details will be known when appropriate and when proper. Latin, welcome up.
Hey, Domin, I'm going to try and talk. Can you hear me okay? Because my voice is like that.
We can hear you fine. We can hear that your voice isn't great, but you're very understandable, perfectly audible, and in need of a lozenge.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so talking about what could happen, and some of the areas that we didn't really get into. There wasn't enough time, I guess, on Sunday during the Doolittle conversation. But I think that I keep thinking of a more dramatic historical comparison to something that I might be looking to see happen, and that historical example would be Israel in 1967. So a preemptive strike on the enemy's air bases to try and not neutralize, to at least seriously damage their ability, reduce their ability to operate. I don't know for sure that, like right now, we're talking about drones, and clearly drones are going to play a role in that. We've seen some of that already late last year, and it's had some effects. Like, I mean, it at different times, it's caused the Russians to move some of their strategic bomber assets, and I don't think where they're based right now is completely clear. I don't think they are all in the same base where they were struck late last year. But I think we can see that more of that is probably coming. I was also really digging into the idea of what can, I looked at some of what the Ukrainian aerospace industry had in the works prior to February 24th. And there were funding issues, there were programs that were being proposed, and there wasn't money for them. And I know when I sometimes throw these ideas at Alex, our friend Alex, who was with us on Sunday, he's coming from a Ukrainian point of view. He's pretty dubious of government agencies and any companies that are closely associated to the state in terms of efficiency and actually getting things done. But that said, there, at least on paper, there were some capability increases. And now I'm not talking about F-16s, right? I'm talking about what they could do with what they have. And I think there is some reason to believe that they may have they had time maybe to try and improve some of what they had. They had already done quite a bit before February 24th, but nothing I think that would be able to really significantly narrow the gap between what they're flying and what the Russians are flying. I think right now the best case scenario is probably that air power will continue to be on both sides somewhat neutered. Not really, because of the ground-based air defense situation, probably continue to not be able to participate in the war the way that they would probably want to. And at least, that's not great for Ukraine, because ideally you would want to have that air superiority that would cover operations on the ground. But clearly Ukraine is not going to achieve that. And even if they had, just throwing out a number, 40 F-16s tomorrow, they would not achieve air superiority. So I'm afraid that part of this is going to just continue being the grinding battle on the ground. But that said, I think there are some potential air assets that the Ukrainians have, and some things that are going on there, including drones, that are going to surprise us. And we're starting to see that a little bit on the drone side. But as far as that ability to go deep into Russia, and that's probably an indication of where this is going. And I think they still might try to do some of that with some of their fixed wing that is capable of doing that. But that's where I see things going right now.
Thank you very much, Latin. I want to ask you about the ground-based air defenses, but I want to give your voice a couple minutes of break. So let's go to Meta and Raver first, and then I'll revert back to that. Meta.
Yeah, Latin, you impress me every time, but you also depress me because you are so factual. I know it's the thing is what it is. I just wanted to thank you, Lexicon, for your story. But remember to add hypothetically. That's it for me.
Thank you, Meta. And yeah,
To
it was
add
really good.
what?
Thanks, Lexicon.
What did you say, Meta, to add?
That we're talking when we're talking about Dnipro, we need to talk hypothetically. Yes.
Hypothetically, hypopotamically, either way, all of those work. Not suggesting what awaits the Russians in the river. Who knows? Raver.
Hey, good morning, Dominant. Boy, is it glad to hear your voice after the issues I've been having. I don't really have anything because I was going to ask Latin a question, and apparently he needs to reach his voice.
No, go for it, Raver.
I was going to ask Latin, if you're listening, what you thought about those supposed glide bomb attacks on that little spit of land that the pro-Vatnik side is all crowing about as smashing a bridgehead.
Well, I'm not actually up to speed on that. Can somebody give me the details on it? I'm imagining we're talking about some of these satellite guided glide bombs that the Russians have been using quite a bit of, or at least regularly using over the last few weeks. Is that what we're talking about?
So as best I can tell, the Ukrainians at various points along the Dnieper landed what basically, long-range reconnaissance teams, special forces, that type of stuff, light infantry doing light infantry things. And then the pro-Russian side has been posting a video that they claim shows the impact of two Fab 500 glide bombs on one of these little spits that may or may not have been where some of these Ukrainian troops landed. If you haven't seen it, then you haven't seen it. But to me, it's like they're blowing up trees and trying to claim that this is the great victory.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're going with it, and it's. Do you know? Now you said Fab 500. That's a very particular weapon, Soviet era weapon. Is that what they claimed, that it was a Fab 500?
Yeah, that's what I saw. Dama may have seen it and had more info on it.
See, if it's Fab 500, then the only setup I've seen so far is this really amateurish, essentially these swing pop out stub wings, literally strapped onto the bomb with no apparent guidance system. So it's an attempt at trying to just increase the toss range of these weapons. So if they're saying specifically Fab 500, my first thought is, okay, so that's not a precision strike. They just lobbed some bombs at them, and did they actually hit anything? Well, if the video doesn't make it clearly apparent that it is, but I mean, this opens up the discussion of what will they do when the Ukrainians really begin to push forward. We're beginning to see, like you said, these smaller kind of special operation force type, smaller scale probes that are kind of the beginning of something. And when things really begin moving, what's the Russian Air Force going to do? Because I think that if the Ukrainians are going to try, so see, like in the air to air, there's very little they can do. They're going to have to lean heavily on their ground-based air defense, and that we know that that's a big question because of ammunition stocks, but it's an unknown, right? We'd have to just see how that plays out. And by the way, important to mention that if their ground-based air defense starts to encounter problems with stocks of missile interceptors, it's not like it'll just suddenly shut down. They'll begin a process of consolidation and making very hard decisions about what does need to be defended. And we don't know what that'll look like, because those are very high up decisions, what the Ukrainian leadership and military decide to do at that point. But if the Russians decide to push forward, they're going to encounter initially that Ukrainian ground-based air defense. The fixed wing air defense of Ukraine, I don't think is in a position, because of their technical limitations, to really play a significant role. They're at a disadvantage in several key ways. I think they'll be in the air. They'll be mounting combat air patrols at low level and doing what they can, but they're going to be severely limited. So it seems to me that if the Russians really push forward in strength and accept the losses that will entail, because it will bring serious losses to their aircraft if they start to push forward. And I'm thinking kind of a two-layer to that forward movement of Russian air assets would be their more advanced. To your point, Raver, but precision strike, then that would be more medium level, and some of their more advanced types there, somewhat backed up by a combat air patrol. I think it's important to always remember that if you look at what they were doing early in the war and what they've been doing since, yeah, they have a combat air patrol in the sense, like right now, I think it's approximately, they have about 2 aircraft, usually these Su-35 types, or possibly MiG-31s are part of that mix as well. But they're flying. They've broken up the front line into sectors, and each one of those sectors, as I understand it, have two ship combat air patrols flying at any one time. But what we have not seen yet is any early on or since is any real coordination between that combat air patrol and other assets, like other tactical aircraft that are trying to do precision strikes or that sort of thing. It's all still very hit and miss. And as far as I can see, the combat air patrol is just on station looking for targets of opportunity. So when that happens, when they decide to move forward and they will try to use their precision strike capability, they're going to need some coverage for that. Unfortunately, the Russians haven't shown themselves to be very good at suppression of enemy air defense. So I would definitely put my money on the Ukrainian ground-based air defense as being able to shoot down quite a few of them. The combat air patrol, they might be under fire as well. But the Ukrainian Air Force, unless there has been a significant, they've had a year to maybe try to further improve some of what they have, to try to close that gap a little bit. I'm very dubious of any AMRAAM integration on MiG-29s. I don't think it probably was never really on, but I would be amazed if that happened. So to me, the questions are, with what they have in the air, probably have they been able to improve the legacy radars on their aircraft anymore? Oh, I see Colonel Jeff. I started talking some electronic radars and things, and here we are. But yeah, this is a subject, Colonel Jeff, I don't think we were able to get to on Sunday. But anyways, the potential improvements to their existing legacy Soviet radars, which those programs were ongoing, and they may have been able to take it to a next level. And also, my biggest question, I think, is what really is the maximum range of the R-27 beyond visual range missiles that they have? Because there are variants that the Ukrainian industry itself was developing and building on its own. And that's a big question, is to what extent they've been able to get those, any potentially improved variants. But again, even if they did, it would be very difficult to completely close the gap. But since Colonel Jeff is here as well, I will say that on the other side, let's remember, on the other side of this aerial equation, there are 2 very important points. One is that mounting all these constant combat air patrols is taking a lot of time on these airframes. The Russian Air Force was not set up for this level of operations pre-February 24th, and I doubt that they are now. So strain on airframes, strain on crew, and we know they had a shortage of crew at the beginning of this. And specifically to something that Colonel Jeff mentioned way back in probably October, and I think it's a very good question, is the stock of some of these more potent air-to-air missiles, longer-range air-to-air missiles that the Russians have that we hear about, like R-37. Those are legitimate. The Ukrainian pilots have told us those are a threat. Colonel Jeff had a kind of a Twitter interaction with Juice a little while ago, where he mentioned that is where the threat is coming from, is that combination of combat air patrol and these longer range missiles. How many of them do they have left? Right? Colonel Jeff was putting forward some information in the fall that it could be less than we think. We don't really know. So anyway, sorry, a lot of thoughts there. I still think that one of the big things that Ukraine could really look to, if they felt there was a big aerial threat in the next few weeks, would be to try to hit them at their source, and that would involve many potential, a few anyways, potential platforms and capabilities that they could bring to bear. But anyways, that's all I got for now.
Colonel, I swear I didn't set this up.
You did not. And you know what I do 20 minutes before I start my segment. But anyway, so I'll answer Latin's comments, or I'll respond to them quickly, right? So to be fair, I did get, I appreciate him pointing out that, I did get some stuff right about SEAD, and I got some stuff right about, that I didn't think that the S-300 and the S-400 were really the threats that they were. I do confess that I got the R-27 or 37 wrong. I just looked at the missile and I'm like, man, that thing cannot, it cannot be a long range strike kind of thing, right? And I got it wrong, right? It's the number one threat according to Juice and the other Ukrainian guys flying. So you win some, you lose some. But what you kind of have to think of the, I mean, if you think of umbrellas, right? If you think of this kind of umbrella, or Tranian air defense system umbrella that can reach up and strike anywhere in that umbrella ring, and then you've got the umbrella that the Russians have. Well, because they're so close together, there's an overlap of the umbrellas, right? That's almost like no man's land. In there, you can get shot at by either dudes, right? Even your own guys. And in your umbrella, you can fly as high as you want. You don't have to stay down hugging the earth. You can, but the enemy can't come in there from a surface to air missile threat perspective and beat on you. He can shoot air to air missiles at you in there, right? So you have to be a little bit, cognizant of what you're doing in there, and that's probably why the Ukrainians are demanding so strongly to be able to get AMRAAMs and longer range air to air missiles. But that's how you kind of have to look at this, is these overlapping umbrella concepts. But I appreciate Latin saying that. It's really nice. And there are a lot of questions, right? And hopefully we get some from General Breedlove, because he's coming on in 30 minutes.
Awesome, thank you very much. Doman had a crash, but I know that there was a ton of hands up, and I have no idea who was who. I'm going to go to Raver.
Hey, thank you, Mockers. So a couple of things. Colonel, you can blame me for the setup. I happen to get on around this time, and if I hear Latin talking, I tend to ask the air-to-air questions, because generally you're not ready yet, so I can't bombard you. And then back to Latin, if you're saying the Fab 500 has only got stubbies and is unguided, then the video that I saw was not Fab 500s, because these two impacted almost simultaneously and very close together. One of them looked to result in a really black petrochemical type smoke.
Okay, so you're saying that based on the smoke that you saw coming out of this impact, what type of Like, are you saying there's a type of explosive there that you're leaning towards?
No, I'm saying they hit something that resulted in a black petrochemical smoke in the middle of the woods along the shore of the river. So these probably weren't unguided. This probably was some sort of a guided strike.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. I'm going to actually look at it to see if I can find it now, or if you can send it to me, that would be even better. You're probably driving though, so I'll look it up. But I mean, the fact that the two would have impacted relatively close and at the same around the same time, that could have been they were both tossed at the same time from the same aircraft. But yeah, if there was what looks like a particular type of target that was hit, then it's possible that I mean, they've got lots of PGMs. They've got lots of GLONASS guided munitions of different sizes. They've got laser guided, which I doubt they'd be using much of right now, given that they'd probably have to fly a little higher to deliver those. But yeah, they've got plenty of them. I still think the other part of this that's just as important is the targeting, and how are they able to cycle that from somebody on the ground or whatever intelligence that they're identifying the target with, and cycling it back to whoever has to make the decision and get the assets in the air or to the location. That's where they seem to have, and they've done pretty badly with fixed targets. As we've said before, once things get moving with the Ukrainians pretty soon, I think it's going to, I'm not waiting to see lots of success on Russian precision guided munitions, because they just have not shown that their targeting cycle is very effective.
Latin, I fear there might be some electronic warfare van parked down the street from you at the moment. You're readable, just very clearly affected. Let's go on to Scribe. Go ahead, Scribe.
I kind of want to ask maybe an unpopular question to the aviators in the room. Do you think Ukraine will receive the jet Bayraktar first before they receive F-16s? Because at the current rate on how getting F-16s is going, it's really slow, and I see more progress in the jet Bayraktar happening.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Latin, what do you reckon?
First of all, let me make it clear, as always, that there's only one aviator that I see on this panel right now.
I see two.
Was Axel a pilot? I got the impression he was ground crew. Oh boy, did I really step in it there? Axel will never forgive me. But anyways, I'm not air crew, just an aviation geek. But that aircraft you're referring to is at the very earliest stages of its development, only just had its first flight. So it's not going to Ukraine anytime soon. Yeah, that's it.
If I remember correctly, Latin, Axel was in the other seat in a jet.
Oh yeah, reconnaissance Phantoms, I think, or yeah, I think Recce Phantoms, I believe.
I remember it coming back. I likewise agree. I would be probably quite dismayed if the jet powered Bayraktars are there first, because that means that it's a very long time before they get Western jets, and I would not be very happy with that, because it is in such an early stage of development still. Far before anything like regular production. I'd really want to have F-16s, 18s, whatever else. I don't particularly care if it's 80 Mirage 2000s. That's fine by me, because it's better than what they got, and it's certainly a whole lot better than nothing. As long as there's enough munitions for those left around. I'm just kind of goal-oriented here at this point. Latin, thoughts?
You know what? Any of those would be good. Alex shared some information with us the other day in the back channels. I think he actually may have shared it on his timeline as well. But there's an interview out there with in Ukrainian media with a MiG-29 pilot who said that on an anti-drone mission recently, his aircraft literally broke apart. And it appears that it may have been one of the recovered MiG-29 airframes. I'm not clear exactly where this airframe came from, but essentially, and we were kind of breaking down in the back channels what might have happened. He had to eject. He survived, but ended up with some serious injuries. And that particular incident seemed to point to the one of the biggest challenges that the Ukrainian fighter force faces, which is just fatigue of aircrew, but also of airframes and engines. And this particular incident, from what we've heard, from what was described by the pilot himself, seems to indicate some kind of catastrophic failure in flight. That it doesn't bode well if that's where they're at. And he also indicated that some of the aircraft that are being recovered from the boneyard are they have major systems like their radars not really functioning properly. So this is. It's what they got, and maybe I'm probably being way optimistic and thinking that they can significantly increase the effectiveness of that force. It's probably going to be more a case of hanging on with what they got for now, leaning heavily on the ground-based air defense, which their allies are making tremendous efforts to try and keep it viable and keep it going. And that's going to be it. In other words, keeping the fixed wing, the two air forces, for the most part, out of this battle, notwithstanding the occasional strike here and there. We're not really seeing a massive involvement of air power in this war right now. And maybe that's the way it's going to continue, because there's no real alternative.
Thank you, Latin. The sooner the better. That's all I'll leave there. The sooner the better. Mette.
It's just something to Latin or any of the aviation guys, something that we haven't discussed. We know the catastrophic situation about aircrafts, but do you think that Russia might be lacking pilots? Because we haven't seen them using this massive aircraft fleet that they are supposed to have. And what we've seen, there's been catastrophical endings for them, one flying to the drone and one dropping bombs on their own side, etc., etc. What is your interpretation about, can Russia be out of pilots? Is that why we don't see the massive air attacks? Thank you.
Okay, Latin. Why are the Russians not flying out in massive formations? Is it pilots or is it the pilot skills?
The short answer is that we don't know, but it's been the big question is this idea that they've sat back for most of the war after really jumping in and experiencing some losses early on. I got a feeling it's a combination of things. They definitely didn't have a lot of qualified and what's the correct term, current combat pilots at the start of this, and the number of airframes that they had operational. Well, any one of us can look at. Oh, I see Hop C. We got a little impromptu meeting of the Doolittle wing here, but any one of us can look at open source information on the size of their fleet pre-February 24th, and come to at the end of the day, Mette, your guess is as good as mine, because I don't trust Russian numbers pre 2024. I sure as hell don't trust anything they say now. I would say they have some very serious serviceability issues based on where their aviation industry, and particularly with some of the effects of the sanctions on foreign components. So I think it's a combination of things, in addition to, maybe less so the idea of preserving the fleet because of some kind of future threat. Because I did hear a discussion on the weekend that I tended to agree with. They convinced me that the idea that, well, for the elite, for Russians' elite, and for the people in the Kremlin, it is existential now. So would they be willing to throw that fleet in, even to their more modern aircraft, and experience big losses if they were to feel that would be what they need to stay in the fight to preserve themselves? I guess they probably would. My guess is yeah. But the overall answer to it is that we don't know for sure. There's a number of things we can look at for, and will they now jump in when Ukraine begins to push forward? That's a huge question. We were asking that same question when the Russians supposedly were doing their offensive. We saw that the answer was no. They did not, in a significant way, step in. So that surprised me a little bit. If they don't, in those circumstances, to back up their own people, I really don't know what to expect in the next few weeks.
Hopsy, I'm sure you have thoughts on this. Why are Russians not flying in big formations if they have such a mighty air force? Is it the ground defenses or lack of pilot availability, lack of ability, something else?
I'm going to go with equivocation.
All of the above?
No, all of the above. No, but I will pick an order, and I'm going to say that the tendency that was demonstrated early on, say, in February, March, to never operate. I think the largest formation I've heard that they ever operated was a 6-plane formation. So, 3 flights of 2, essentially. The most difficult quals to get and maintain in the military, flight lead, section lead, and on up from that, because there's so much that the flight lead's job is 1.5 times to 2 times more difficult than the wingman's job. A section lead, it's not a linear escalation of what you have to have in terms of situational awareness and execution with the airframes that are under your command. So the fact that they tend to operate singlets and flights of 2, I think would at least half of the problem would be the fact that it's very difficult to have a trained and competent section lead, especially with the number of airframes and flight hours that they have tended to historically, the level they've operated at. Then I'll go with availability, because as anybody who's worked on, served around, or participated in continuous airborne operations and CAPs and stuff like that, it wears out the planes, the people, and the maintainers very quickly, and has a very deleterious toll upon availability. So if you're in a situation like the Russians, where you maybe started the war with 100 combat qualified pilots, even if you're training and bringing other people up to speed, it's difficult to do in that environment. Not impossible, but difficult. And you have to have had a plan before you started. And let's see, so that's training, that's availability, and then of course maintenance kind of falls under the same bailiwick. So it's a witch's brew of all 3. And if you're not ready for it, and apparently the powers that be did not give the Soviet Air Force a whole lot of lead time, think days, that this was all about to happen. You can get yourself into a corner where you almost, from a maintenance and pilot training standpoint, you can't fight your way out of that. And I do think that's one of the big issues. It's really hard to get and maintain section leads, and it's a very perishable skill.
Thank you very much, Hop. It almost seems as though they prepared for, I don't know, like a 3-day operation maybe, and now it's 14 months into it. 14 months in a day, indeed.
Well, I maybe not 3 days in a row.
Oh, very good. Raver.
So I'd like to add another ingredient to Hopsy's Witch's Brew, and that, I think, is the will to battle. So when I looked at the loss numbers last week, I think the Russians had lost a combined 141 airframes, and 30-something of them were like modern fast jets, the type we're talking about now. And I'm just wondering if those early losses just scared the pants off of them. And now when they're flying, though, yeah, we'll drop a glide bomb from 70 kilometers away, but go downtown? Are you nuts? Look what happened to us last time.
Yeah, the only time they've been really, using strategic bombers was either in the very border areas. Early on, as Ukraine kind of didn't have much in the way of air defenses there, and in Mariupol. That's where they dared to use, the slower moving, slower targets, right? Bigger targets when it was already 80 kilometers behind front lines and there were no longer range air defenses that the defenders of Mariupol had to available. And yet there keeps being a threat always by the tankies on the internet. Oh, you just wait. When the Russians use their strategic bombers to flatten cities like Kiev and Dnipro, I keep thinking, well, really? On one-way trips, if they make it that far? Probably not. Anyway, let's go to Latin. Let's go to Hop, and then maybe we can have a word about the ground-based air defenses in this context as well. Latin.
Yeah, great points. I think from Raver and Hop C. Hop C, you mentioned just now that number that I've heard as well of about 100, as I understand it, 100 current fast jet pilots. And if that's true, if that's the number that they entered this conflict with, man, that I only just heard that one about a week ago. That blows me away. Like, how the hell do you plan something? Well, I guess they didn't plan it. They were planning for something else, but that's an incredible number. The other thing that always bears repeating for people, who kind of just aren't really, you don't have your head in the space so much, like the aerial war side of things. But be very careful when you go to Wikipedia and look at any numbers as far as the Russian Air Force, Naval Air Force. Those numbers are not to be taken at face value, even pre-February 24th, and especially now. So that's an important thing.
Hopsy?
Yeah, just I agree that any of those pre-war numbers are smoke and mirrors. I mean, half those planes are sitting on flat tires on weed-choked tarmacs, if they exist at all. And with the losses, that 100 pilot number, I always assumed, but I don't know this for a fact, that was a tactical aircraft combat qualified pilot number, which doesn't change things much because 100 is a very small number, especially when you start running round the clock ops. You're going to wear your people out in 10 days. They're going to be just shit on a shingle. They're not going to be able to function at the level they could, say, days 1 through 3 or 4 because of the grinding aspect of continuous flight ops. Then you just take the number that they lost 34 fast jets. Let's say they got some of those guys back. Let's say only maybe half of them were captured or killed. That's even if you say half, so 16 or so pilots / navigators, bombardiers. That is the core of your. I mean, that's 15-20% of your force, your initial force. So those are the experienced, up to speed guys. It's not. I mean, the multiplier on the impact of that is huge. And let's just say they killed or took out of service some of the guys that ejected, aren't fit to fly. That happens quite often. If an ejection can be physically debilitating for months or forever sometimes. So you've lost a percentage of your fighting force very early on, even though it's just TAC air. I feel like I don't think they've lost really much in the way of strategic aircraft, but they're going to keep those back and protect them because, well, by definition, they're strategic and not tactical.
Latin?
Yeah, to Hopsy's point about strategic, and you mentioned it as well, Doman. But in addition to the nuclear tasking, that although maybe that's not as important as their ICBMs, but still, I think the only way that I would see them, and we've discussed this before, but the only way I could see them, and it is a real, if Ukraine's ground-based air defense is degraded, I think that strategic force becomes increasingly a threat because, and anybody wondering what I'm talking about, go to YouTube and just search Russian Tu-22 bombing Syria. and you'll see them doing like carpet bombing over Syria from with unguided bombs. And I think that although they are currently, I don't think, in a position to do that against a civilian population in Ukraine, if there were to be significant openings in the air defense network, I don't have any doubt that they would, strictly as a terror tactic. But the tactical side of it is where they, I think, are probably, if they continue to be risk averse. So kind of, I'm thinking more like the medium level, the Su-34s, the Su-30s, the aircraft that can deliver precision guidance. I think there's probably risk aversion there for the moment. Pretty much what, like that idea of their pilots are, I'm sure, are letting them know, hey, remember what happened a few weeks ago when that pair of Su-34s got a little close to the line, and that mission was ended pretty quickly. So until that situation changes, they could always be commanded to just go, right? I mean, it's a military. If they're told to go, they're going to go. When Argentine pilots were ordered in 1982 to go into San Carlos water with completely inadequate aircraft and training and attack British shipping, they did. I'm not trying to open up a can of worms here, right? But just strictly on a professional military perspective, they did what they were ordered to do, and they took losses. I'm not convinced that the Russian air crews are in a position right now, and morale, I think, is a big factor right now. It's a big unknown one, but it is one, because you look at the way that they have clearly made it obvious that certain the Russian Air Force is not all seen the same by the leadership. There are elements of it that are clearly expendable. I'm thinking of their less sophisticated tactical air, their Su-25s. That is not the way Western Air Forces operate. And that's not good for morale. So I got to think there's issues there.
Yeah, I'm literally just really laughing. People saying things like, so far, the Russians are using the plastic cutlery equivalent of military equipment. This could change if Ukraine keeps provoking further escalation. Let's see, Russia has spookier tools in their arsenal. And I keep thinking, well, yeah, but in theory, on the propaganda parade ground, maybe. And you're right. It's true for as long as Ukraine has reasonable level of air defenses, and this is why I kept trying to go to that. But at the end of the day, is currently what's more likely, right? Ukraine gets more NASAMS with more AMRAAMs, or Ukraine suddenly loses what they have that's protecting cities from carpet bombing. I think it's pretty clear it's going to be sustained, right? Black, any quick thoughts, and we'll take a question from John.
Yeah, very quickly. Those sounded like Russian kind of troll comments that you were quoting there.
Oh yeah. They're very common.
Look, and very quickly, any of that kind of talk, any of that, well, just wait and see, and we have our shock and awe. Well, that's just bullshit. If they had shock and awe, if they were capable of that sort of thing, they would have done it already. And when Hopsy mentions that, another number that I heard in the last week, that in the early stages of the conflict, when they really did throw their air power in, there was nothing observed more than a 6-ship formation, and for the most part, it was 2, maybe 4. Well, that's not shock and awe. That's not how you do shock and awe. So clearly, there is a major deficiency in what they prepared for over the years. This is something that goes back decades. Those capabilities are not built up overnight. They don't just suddenly say, "Oh, okay, well, I guess we got to do shock and awe." Like, it takes time to build that kind of coordination, and they may be able to throw more aircraft into Ukrainian airspace, unoccupied Ukrainian airspace, but that doesn't mean that it's going to have the level of coordination that you would see with a NATO American type of operation. It'll be a shit show, and they'll lose a ton of aircraft. They can do damage, but it will not be shock and awe.
Absolutely. And we're ready.
Carpet bombing, apart from the fact that they do not have the capability in this format at the moment, but if they were to try to use their main carpet bombing capabilities remaining, I think we would have an answer for that. And with that, I take it we have our guest already a little earlier. Jeff.
I am here. And General Breedlove's, wow, he is fast. Do you guys want to go ahead? First of all, General, it's good to see you. You want to do a quick mic check, sir?
I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
I got you 5 by. Perfect. Awesome. Sir, do you want to start 5 minutes early? You want to just hang out and check out the site for a while?
No, I'm ready to go when you are.
All right, let's rip it up. Doman, Mockers, you guys ready to go?
Ready to rock and roll, everyone.
All right, perfect. All right. Hey, welcome to another episode of The Dish with Fish. If you're new, welcome. I'm Fish. If you're not new, welcome back. Last week, we had 2 great guests, Ray Wojcik, a former Army attaché in Poland, and then Dan Two Dogs Hampton came on and shared some of his, shall we say, unfiltered and colorful thoughts on Russian aircraft, Russian air defense capabilities, and why he's so adamant about flying Vipers in Ukraine. This week, we have a massive guest, and I mean that both figuratively and literally. General Breedlove, retired, who, along with having an exceptional career culminating as the SACEUR and EUCOM commander, is also a very imposing man, and I know that personally because he stands at what feels like 7 feet tall when a lowly action officer at the Air Staff has to brief him on future electronic warfare requirements, and that was me. Before we get to General Breedlove, a few quick announcements. As I mentioned last week, the proceeds of my first book, Live Range, are going great, and all my money's going to go to MriyaReport that I get. I'm actually matching that well out of my pocket, so if you want to steal my money, that's a really, really good way to do it. I also want to thank the listeners who bought Afghan Ghost. It's been on sale for about a week now on a new release, and it's just kicking. Lastly, Zoe, our dog, right? For those that keep asking about Zoe, thanks so much. She's doing great. For those of you who do not know, Zoe is our test case shelter dog. We got her from Belarus, and she's undergoing service dog training right now. And if all things go well, we are going to stand up a service dog training system for disabled Ukrainian veterans. So on Sunday, I heard she's killing it. Everything looks like the launch for service to shelter or shelter to service is going to go well. So this is really, really good. Okay, so now back to our guest. I want people to understand something. I truly can't say how much of a pleasure it is to have General Breedlove on the show. He doesn't know this, and I hope it doesn't surprise him too much, but he and I were on numerous tense video conferences with the White House in 2014, right after the Crimea invasion. I was at US OSCE with Ambassador Baer as his senior military advisor, while General Breedlove was the EUCOM commander. He had more of a talking role. I had more of a listening role. But what I want to share is I can't. It was a top secret conference. All of them were, but I can tell you this: I've rarely been more impressed by military leadership, and sir, I mean that sincerely. So, with that, welcome to The Dish with Fish. That's my shameless suck up to you, and I'd like to turn over the mic so you can do a quick intro.
Well, first of all, it's good to be on the show, and frankly, this is a part of Twitter I've never used, so you're educating an old dog with some new tricks. So yeah, I guess the way to introduce myself is 39 years in the Air Force, 9 major commands. The final 3 were as the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, then the commander of U.S. Air Forces Europe, Africa, and finally selected to be the EUCOM commander, which is dual-hatted as the SACEUR, or the military commander of NATO at the time. And I wouldn't call it a claim to fame, but we worked awfully hard at trying to get it right. I was the SACEUR when Russia first invaded Ukraine 2 times, first invading, occupying, and subjugating Crimea. And then the second time when Russia invaded the Donbass and ensconced their puppet government there under the tutelage of the Russian military. And I think you actually teased in one of your pop-ups on Twitter, but the fact of the matter is I believe that our response to 2014 was inadequate to task. And so I am a part of several groups now who are trying to make our response to 2022 a little more appropriate. And I think I'll just leave it with that, and we can get to Q&A, etc.
Awesome. Perfect. General, thanks. I appreciate it. So as we try to highlight here on, sir, on Twitter Space, on this Twitter Space, MriyaReport is dedicated to providing true information about the war in Ukraine, as well as to counter Russian propaganda. Many of our 60,000 followers and listeners are extremely interested in the war, and we're grateful that you took the time to be with us today. As a nonprofit, MriyaReport is doing awesome stuff, helping feed some soldiers, helping Mockers, who's one of our co-hosts today, sir. She's getting toys for the boys, and we're outfitting some soldiers with some really good gear. And I've already mentioned Zoe. So with all that said, sir, are you ready to dish?
I'm ready to dish.
All right, here we go, sir. Here's your first question. The recent Ramstein event where all the defense ministers got together yielded no fighter aircraft for Ukraine. Yet the U.S. Chief of Staff, C.Q. Brown, and the chairman have both hinted that fighters are probably the right answer and are probably going to happen at some point in the future. The U.S. administration's hesitation looks to be more policy-based than it does on some operational issue or limpback or a training concern. Do you agree with that assessment, or could you potentially share your thoughts on the issue?
Well, there's a whole lot to be said on this, so let me ramble a bit, and if I don't get to the answer you wanted, refocus me. So, I'm an F-16 guy, 3,500 hours flying aircraft, most of that in the F-16. And I'm a real believer in multi-role aircraft. And so when it comes to Ukraine, I have been a proponent of multi-role aircraft for Ukraine since before the war started. And my opinion doesn't change at this point. At this part of the war, multi-role aircraft, I think, are important, but due to the lag time of bringing them aboard and finishing training and doing the things we'll have to do, if we're going to affect this year's fighting, we need to do it in multiple ways. First and foremost, we need to begin right now the process of bringing aboard a 4+ generation aircraft. Now, I happen to believe the F-16 is the best, but it doesn't have to be the F-16. As long as it's multi-role so that it can serve in air defense, and then as localized air defense is established, it can begin to do the real work of fighter aircraft, which is delivering bombs in support of the ground forces. And so we need to do that. Short of that, immediately we could affect the battlefield in the same way that a multi-purpose F-16 could in the ground support role, by giving Ukraine the ATACMS missile. And why do I bring that up now, since that wasn't your question? The ATACMS could be immediately effective on the battlefield. Ukraine already knows how to use the HIMARS, the MLRS system we call HIMARS. The ATACMS can be shot from the HIMARS. So there is none of these standard excuses that would stand about a long time to incorporate the missile. We could put that missile into practice now. It would put long range targets at precision at risk of precise strike, and we could begin to support the Ukrainians in that way as we in a parallel track begin the training and the logistics pieces that would bring a 4+ generation aircraft to bear, multi-role aircraft to bear, because the Ukrainians need them now. They're going to need them and next year, and they're going to need them into their future, because what we're dang sure of is that Russia will do more of what they're doing now if they're not taking it off the battlefield at this point. Your real question was, is this a policy thing? And you're exactly right. Right now, the United States doesn't really state its policy in a clear way. We tend to use sentences like, we're going to give them everything they need, or we are going to be there as long as it takes. To a military planner and a very senior military commander, both of those sentences are incomplete. We're going to be there as long as it takes to do what? We're going to give them everything they need to do what? We are falling short of saying to win, to expel Russia from Ukrainian sovereign territory. And that, I believe, is where the policy implications are come into play. And may I just say that I believe that both the ATACMS, the administration's hesitancy to give the Ukrainians ATACMS, and the administration's hesitancy to give the Ukrainians an F-16 like aircraft is all because this administration has taken counsel of its fears, and it is nearly fully deterred on the battlefield. We are giving Ukraine what it needs to be not defeated, but we are at purpose, at decision at the White House level. We are not giving them what it takes to win. And that's why we don't see either the ATACMS or the F-16 forthcoming.
Yeah, sir. I'm gonna send you an application for our choir, because you're preaching a lot of the same feelings we have, and it's really it's, you know, on one hand, it's reassuring to hear someone of your stature to kind of chime in and say that we're getting it right. It's somewhat disappointing to hear that the United States' only ability is to help achieve some level of parity in the battle space. That the idea of, you know, overwhelming force and in what we did in allied force in Serbia or in Iraq or in Afghanistan, where, you know, we went in and we, you know, bulldozed the place down with overwhelming force. We just can't seem to get there, and I don't know why.
Well, I think I laid it out as the way I understand it, and I don't associate anybody I work for or teach for or any of that to my remarks. These are my own. This is clearly a result of this administration's being deterred. What is clear to me is on the battlefield, when a well outfitted Ukrainian force meets a well outfitted Russian force, the Ukrainian force wins every time. Strategic defeat of Russia's forces north of Kyiv, strategic defeat of Russia's forces northwest and north of Kharkiv, in the middle of an operational defeat of Russian forces in the vicinity of Kherson, and at the moment in a sort of a tactical stalemate in Bakhmut. But we are not giving them what they need to proceed to a defeat of Russian forces, because we, the United States and other leaders of the West, are afraid of what happens with the defeated Russia. So even though Russia's military is failing it on the battlefield, Russia's war of words, war of intimidation, or in military parlance, war of deterrence, is succeeding wildly with the West. And they are completely limiting the responses that we will consider to help Ukraine with.
That's a great answer, and actually kind of segues to the second question that I had. By the way, I'm following your I'm watching your Twitter followership, and it's skyrocketing right now. So you're doing great. You've got a lot of people excited about your comments. But you know, keeping OPSEC in mind when we talk about this next question, sir. You know, if you were going to put your EUCOM hat back on as the commander, what do you see as Ukraine's pending counteroffensive? What's it going to look like? Do you think they're going to mass enough force and firepower to dominate in the battle space, kind of like we just talked about? Or do you see this being more of a parity thing? Again, realizing that you just said at parity, Ukraine still wins. So what do you think?
Actually, I wouldn't use your words to describe anything that I expect. And I don't say that in a critical way. I just see it a little differently. Well, first of all, anyone who tells you they know what Ukraine is going to do, I would put down your phone, click out of the space, and move on to something else. Because one thing the Ukrainians have shown is they are pretty good at keeping secrets about how they're doing certain things. And we in the United States have demonstrated that we leak like a sieve. So why would the Ukrainians want to tell us what they're about to do? And so I don't think that anybody has a clear picture. There are a lot of people that have, I think, good ideas that are well founded by what we see them doing by husbanding certain munitions and husbanding certain armor and other things. We have some pretty good indications, but I don't think anybody really knows. And I'm glad for that, frankly, because we would end up leaking it to the wrong people. But here's what Phil Breedlove thinks. Again, not associated with anybody I work for or do. This is my personal opinion, and I would align this with what I would do maybe if I was in their places. I think that Crimea is the key terrain to this fight. You can do all you want in other places along the line of contact, but if you retake Crimea, it changes the military situation in the northern Black Sea, and it changes the situation all along the coast of Ukraine. So I don't necessarily think Ukraine has to take Crimea, but I think Ukraine has to be able to hold Crimea at deadly risk into the future. And I'll explain what I mean. First and foremost, we all understand Crimea has a water problem. They've either got to take it in a big water main across the Kerch Strait Bridge, or they've got to get it through the water processing that's on the north side of the isthmus, the Ukrainian isthmus of Crimea, down south into the Crimean spaces. And so if I was the commander of Ukrainian forces right now, I would work to gain and maintain a position whereby I control the fate of Crimea. And while taking Crimea, several believe we can do it. I actually do as well. But taking Crimea may be too big a pill in the short term. But if we cut off all the water to Crimea, if we cut the land bridge to Crimea, and then we cut the Kerch Strait Bridge, which we could do with the appropriate munitions, then Crimea is once again at risk. And if we give the Ukrainians the ability to fire into Ukraine, which Crimea is Ukraine, if we give the Ukrainians the ability to fire the length and breadth of Crimea with precision, meaning you can hold all military targets at risk on Crimea, and you have cut off the water, you are now in a position to ensure that the Russians don't continue to use Crimea as a belligerent launching space for military operations. Then in the future, you can choose if you want to retake the whole Crimea, but in the short term, simply cutting them off from water, cutting them off from connection to the mainland via the Kerch Strait Bridge, and cutting them off from the land bridge of along the water from along the coast from Mariupol down, and you control all flow of water onto Crimea. You can bring Russia to its knees on Crimea and make them a non-belligerent. What we cannot allow to end in whatever negotiations or whatever happen is that Crimea remains a power projection platform that controls the northern Black Sea and controls the entire coast of Ukraine. And so if I've gone a long way to lay out that if I was the military planners now, I would use that attack force to cut the land bridge, retake control of the water works on the north side of Crimea, and then begin to hold the Kerch Bridge at risk, if not cutting the Kerch Bridge, to bring Crimea to heel. And I think we would see major elements of Russia then leave that platform rather than come under precise strike.
Yeah, you know, I that's the first time I've heard that, and I actually like it. It's interesting because, you know, juxtaposed how Russia controlled oil and used a resource against other people, you're almost using to a degree their strategy of controlling water and controlling access and controlling needs and desires out on the peninsula. So that's I like that. I'm gonna chew on that for a while. For the listeners out there, if you're interested in asking General Breedlove a question, go ahead and send a note up to Mockers or to Doman and let them know what you're kind of thinking about asking. And we're going to move on to our third question here. For those who don't know, General Gerasimov is the commander, the chief of defense for the Russian forces. And Sir General Breedlove, when you were the EUCOM commander in Sakir between 2013 and 16, you were probably one of the last few four-star generals that had one-on-ones with him that were perhaps cordial, might be a little too nice of a word, but you met with him on regular occasions. I know that soured around 2014. Could you maybe talk some of our listeners through how that soured as the little green men started moving into Crimea? And then, if you could meet him today in a bar or in any capacity in a coffee house, what would you share with him?
Okay, first of all, again, I just want to kind of correct the way you're capturing it, because the relationship never soured. And I don't say this as a political statement or anything else, but I did have regular meetings with General Gerasimov. But when the war started, first NATO forbid me from continuing those meetings. Remember that NATO is one of those great Western democratic organizations where we absolutely believe in civilian control of the military. And my civilian masters, which is the NAC, there's a lot of misperceptions out there, even though the SecGen is a very powerful person. The SecGen actually works for the NAC as well. The NAC, the North Atlantic Council, is the real power of NATO. And the NAC directed me as the Sakir to cease talking to General Gerasimov. I got one more conversation in before my boss in the United States. If you remember, or if you understand Title 10, combatant commanders only have two bosses. Their first boss is the Secretary of Defense, and his boss and their boss is the president. There are no military uniforms in the chain of command to combatant commanders. So I received an order through the Secretary of Defense from the President of the United States to also cease talking to Mr. Gerasimov. I'm going to tell you that I think that that's a mistake. Honestly, most military people that you talk to would have the following opinion, and that is, when we begin to go to war, or we are close to going to war, it is my opinion and many of my peers that we should talk more, not less. We should not be turning off communications. We should be stepping up communications. And so I did not agree with the decisions that were made, but what I do agree with is civilian control of the military, and my duly appointed lines of authority on the NATO side and the American side both directed me to stop. It was not an illegal or an immoral command, and so I dutifully did what I was told to do. Before we go too far, we have to remember timing. I don't want to overplay the conversations that I was having, because we were really in the nascent stage. Because if you remember the timing of my tenure as the Sakir, I had only been in the seat about 6 months of my 3-year tour when the war, when Russia's aggression on Ukraine began. And so it was about 3 months into my first 6 months where we were really dealing with Afghan issues that I started and we agreed, Valerie and I agreed to have these conversations. So we'd only been doing it about 3 months when the war broke out, and then I was directed to stop. We had gotten past the tea and crumpets part of the conversations, and we were beginning to talk about things about how we would communicate in emergencies and all these things. But it matters not. I was directed to stop, and I duly executed my orders. Now, you asked me if I was to meet him in a bar, what would I do? Well, you know, it would be a tough conversation. I'm going to completely change the direction of this conversation right now. It would be a tough conversation because um, we don't know. We don't know at what level the orders in Russia begin that execute murder as a weapon on the battlefield. We saw slit trenches with men shot in the back of the head, falling forward into the trenches and being covered over northwest of, of Kiev and in Bucha and other areas. We saw systematic torture. In almost every place we uncover a place that Russia used to control, we find buildings and equipment based on systematic torture. We see rape as a tool. And we hear of letters even from Russian wives and mothers saying it's okay for their sons and husbands to rape Ukrainian women. And then finally, we also see just incredible amounts of proof of evidence that indicate that Russia is exporting Ukrainian children, in some cases Ukrainian women, back into Russia as an attempt, we believe, to repopulate the Slavic race, which is in decline in Russia. And so it would be hard for me to have a good conversation with Valerie, because if he is in the chain of command, which has legitimized and weaponized murder, torture, rape, and kidnapping, I got nothing to say to the man. In our military, when you get a legal and a moral order, you execute it. But if you get an immoral order, you refuse the order. Remember all of the pain this country went through over the My Lai incident. We have, again, a great, not perfect, but a great record of civilian control of the military. But we also have military officers that understand that illegal and immoral orders do not have to be followed. And somewhere in Russia, murder, torture, rape, and kidnap has been condoned and encouraged. And at whatever point that is, people below it are not absolved from their culpability in these war crimes. And frankly, if the people above it didn't instigate it but tolerate it, they are also culpable in these war crimes. So I hate to disappoint you, but I would not seek out Valery Gerasimov in a bar to talk based on the absolutely unprofessional, inhumane, immoral, and illegal actions of his military on the battlefield.
Yeah, sir, you didn't disappoint me. As a matter of fact, I think that's an outstanding answer. I truly appreciate it, and I was yeah, that definitely that resonates quite well with me. I feel the same way, especially after fighting in Afghanistan and seeing some of the things that my opponent did in the battle space. So I'm with you. Sir, are you ready to potentially go to some hands out there?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Axel, why don't you go ahead?
Sure, with pleasure. Sir, it is an absolute pleasure, and I speak for the whole team of MriyaReport and everybody who has contributed to this space. We are very, very pleased that you're here and speaking clearly and truth to power. It's absolutely vital, and we thank you for the engagement and the support Ukraine has had, thanks to the clarity you've brought to the table. We've had here a number of generals, none of your stature. We didn't have a Sakharov, But both Nick Ryan as well as Ben Hodges have been here, and we've had also Mark Hertling here at some point in time. And interestingly enough, all generals in this regard have agreed with the same kind of approach, that deterrence, forcefulness, careful planning, logistics, and Crimea as a target is absolutely vital for regaining the sovereignty of Ukraine. If you allow us to go back very briefly to 2014, where this all culminates, you were one of the very few people all across the media space and within the military who actually had a voice. You were trying to shake up, as it seemed at least to most of the European audience, the power structure of those who were constantly putting, shall we say, appeasement on the table. Our politicians were. You were very early, very vocal about the little green men. There were interviews of yours with, in Germany, Die Welt, as well as the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, and also in November with Johannes Leithäuser, a very soft-spoken but clear-minded man, where you stipulated very clearly that Europe has a choice, that it missed already one opportunity. Did you, when the first warnings came from Simferopol, the data was very clear, I'm quite sure that Poroshenko's government was communicating this clearly, did you immediately ascertain this as an invasion? And was it clear to you, from your point of view, how to differentiate the communication to the outside and how to assist the Ukrainians in planning? And then I have a follow-up question.
Well, we were very clear in both the NATO headquarters and the U.S. headquarters very early what we saw going on in Ukraine. Russia's, or in Crimea, Russia's story, which rapidly fell apart, and almost jokingly, finally, even Mr. Putin himself publicly acknowledged the little green men were Russians. The fact of the matter is, we knew this early. I would say this not by being terribly critical, but just by being realistic. There were some nations early in the process in NATO that they knew the truth, but publicly they would not acknowledge the truth because their government couldn't stand the policy implications of what the truth meant. Several nations were doing very, 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 let me say it one more time, very large deals with Russia that would immediately come under pressure if they, as a nation or their government, admitted that Russia was invading Crimea. And so there were times where they just avoided it by saying to us that we don't see the same intelligence that you do. I remember distinctly on the floor of the NAC, the North Atlantic Council, one time, a conversation between me and one of my very good friends, the chief of defense of one of our large nations, and his ambassador and their deputy. The three of us were having a conversation in which that nation was saying, we're not sure that we see the same intelligence that you do about the little green men. Well, thanks to some incredibly immaculate intelligence that I had, and he truly probably had the same, I knew that he knew the truth. He knew that I knew the truth. I knew that he knew that I knew the truth. And he knew that I knew that he knew the truth. There was no question about what the truth was. This was all a drama in order to slow the response process down, because that nation couldn't stand the policy implications of acknowledging that Russia was invading Crimea. And after a little while, some of these business deals worked out and things happened that cleared some of the muddiness. And then, all of a sudden, everybody saw it the same way. And we began the process of changing NATO to more accommodate being ready to fight Russia. And everything moved a lot smoother. So the bottom line is that we have to remember, and again, I'm not going political here. I'm not trying to make any political decisions, or political statements. But we all have to remember that truly every nation first responds in NATO with its own interest at heart, even ours here in the United States. That seems to be a criticism of some politicians these days, but the fact of the matter is, if you've sat through many NAC meetings as I have, and that would be well over 100 after 3 years of serving there, every first statement on a new subject by any nation is always about what their capital believes is right for them and their people the first time around. After several rounds of discussion and back meetings and this, that, and the other, NATO will come to a more NATO position, but every nation starts from its own interest. And in the case of Russia, there were several large European nations doing a lot of business, and a couple of them doing massive business with Russia. And this was a problem to work through. And today, we still see a little bit of this. We still have people who have too deep an energy tie to Russia. We still see people that are doing business in Russia. And it's a matter of truly deciding that we don't have a friend. Yes, even now our paperwork acknowledges we have an enemy in Russia, and we've got to figure out how to treat them as an enemy rather than as a partner now in our dealings with this belligerent nation.
Thank you very much for saying this. Is it fair to say that the total cost for the acquisition, if I may call it this way, the illegal annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation was estimated at the end of 2014 at approximately 1.2 billion US dollars, that is?
So I can't comment on that. That's not the kind of thing I track.
That's fine.
I think the real cost to Russia was bigger than money. It's in what's happened to them, what's their stature in the world now. I think that's the biggest cost to them.
No, of course. Sorry, I apologize. I was being facetious because I wanted to lay up another question. Because if I understand it correctly, that for the Mistral deal failing, France paid Russia in 2015 1.3 billion euro. That is so slightly over the top in that regard. And Germany at that point in time made sure that whilst Rheinmetall couldn't complete its efforts in Molino, that at least there was sufficient money available from deferred gas payments. So if the two main nations or main economies in continental Europe fail for what can only be described as mercantilist reasons, how would NATO otherwise be able to act? How does it? It's difficult to say. You already indicated, of course, civilian leadership is the core principle of our liberal democracies, and therefore it has an impact on this. But if mill-to-mill discussions had continued, do you think that a more forceful communication of what is at stake could have worked its way through the ranks in Russia? Or is it just that the separation between Putin and his clique and the military is already at that point in time in 2014, 15, so specific, so hardened, that it might not have had that impact?
You're not going to like.
I give you that.
Yeah, you're not going to like my answer. I mean, I think that mill-to-mill conversations have to continue, because even if things are beginning to get ugly, mistakes can always happen. We have a program called INCSEA, INCSEA, which stands for Incidents at Sea. And it's a hotline, and it's the way to avoid, ships bumping into ships and et cetera, et cetera. We expanded INCSEA to be all incidents, Inc. Air, Inc. Land, and so forth. And we were working ways to try to be able to diffuse problems. I think that those would be extremely helpful. And so it was worth continuing to try to talk. But do I think that mill to mill conversations could have avoided what happened in Crimea, or could have avoided what happened in Donbass? Sadly, I think the answer is no. I think Mr. Putin was intent on changing the security architecture of Eastern Europe. And I think you probably have read the two documents that we were given by the Russians, and they were given to the West, but in my opinion, it was really aimed at a couple of capitals, to include mine. But the two documents that Mr. Putin gave us and said, sign these or there will be, quote unquote, other means. We chose not to sign them. We now know what other means meant. But in those two documents, if you read them, it's all about Mr. Putin wanting to rearrange, restructure the security architecture of Eastern Europe and allow Mr. Putin's Russia to have a more dominant role in the bordering states, or if I understand the better interpretation of actual Russian language is the touching states. But anyway, what we learned from those documents is Mr. Putin was not satisfied with his ability to control his near abroad, and he wanted us to change the security architecture to allow him to be in control of his bordering states. Secondarily, what is very clear from those documents is that this is way, let me say it one more time, way bigger than Ukraine. We grieve for Ukraine. We're fighting to help Ukraine in the best way that we can. And we want Ukraine to come out of this a great nation, part of the West, etc. But it's clear that Mr. Putin's sights are bigger than Ukraine. I would offer to this audience that if you look at what's going on politically in Georgia right now, Russia is behind it. They have a gray zone war going on in Georgia right now, and we are going to lose Georgia in the Western orbit if we're not careful. If you look at what's going on in Moldova, especially around Transnistria, and if you look at what has happened in that the most Western of politicians in Moldova have either resigned or in the process of being replaced, it's clear that Russia's gray zone is moving forward at a great rate in Moldova. And so I'm kind of off on a tangent here, but the fact of the matter is that what we see rolling out now is bigger than Ukraine. Mr. Putin was pretty straightforward what he wanted in these documents. I think he called them treaties. We called them documents that he wanted us to sign. And he now, I think, believes, because he is emboldened by the West, he believes that he can accomplish these goals.
Thank you for the answer. You're in the right audience here, General. People here do tend to agree with your assessment. Jeff, what is the disproportional response then, as it is bigger?
I think. Go ahead, sir.
I'll just throw one thing out. People ask me all the time, what do we need to give Ukraine? And in their mind, they are thinking of an object. The ATACMS, the F-16, the this, the that. I agree with a lot of those summations, but I don't think that's the most important thing that we need to give Ukraine. We need to give Ukraine right now a clear, unambiguous, declaratory policy about the future of Ukraine, so that Russia understands our intention is that Russia is eliminated from all Ukrainian territory, all sovereign Ukrainian territory, and that eventually also means Crimea. If the West was to make a clear, unambiguous, declaratory statement of that policy, it would change the face of our response to this war, and I think it would change Russia's view of the war.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. Let's go to G-Man, and I know G-Man's going to ask a quicker question. Axel's a little long-winded. I'm sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I believe you served as Supreme Commander with General Sir Richard Sharif as your deputy. Is that correct?
He was my deputy for about the first year, and then I had Sir Adrian Bradshaw for the last 2 years.
Okay. The question is, General Sharif released a book in 2017, War with Russia, in which he pretty much envisages a conflict, much as we have had in the last year in Ukraine, but which then expands to the Baltics because Putin decides he can go even further and actually have a war with NATO. I've read it a few times, and it's pretty good, except that thankfully Ukraine didn't fall as it does pretty much in his book. So obviously, when he was writing that book, he was writing it from the point of time, from when Ukraine didn't have the means to repulse Russia's attack, and the West, we've been able to give them those means to at least defend themselves and not lose, as you said earlier. Unfortunately, we haven't given them the means to win yet. So that was just your thoughts on that book, or if you've read it, or where it perhaps goes wrong or is limited.
It's sad to say, because I still work with Sir Richard. He and I work on one particular effort now, which I wouldn't be comfortable talking about in public, but we are working together on a couple of things that are trying to advance many of these things we're talking about. But sadly, I don't do a lot of fiction reading, and I should, because I'm told I think my name is actually in his book. Eventually, someday, when I try to actually retire, I might read that book, but I haven't yet. But here's what I would say. Sir Richard gets a lot of stuff right. He's an insightful guy. And I think, and I am told by those who have read the book that are near to me, that his storyline is very possible and very close to what we might expect. So I congratulate Sir Richard on that. And I'm embarrassed to say that I haven't read it yet. I will, again, when I'm not reading 5 or 6 hours of nonfiction every day to try to keep up with this war. So I'm sorry I can't react directly to his book.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. And General, I was going to send you my fiction books, but I guess I'll hold off for a while until you're ready. Hey, Raver, go ahead with your question, please.
Hey, General, I was absolutely love listening to you. What a brilliant mind. And thank you for saying what I've been saying for some time, that the Allies need to issue a Potsdam-type declaration clearly laying out where we stand as regards Russia and Ukraine. But I want to go back to something that you said, that Ink Sea line. So if you would, your thoughts on that drone collision and what it meant for Russia to try to have that type of, or take a risk in the middle of a shooting war, NATO aircraft.
Well, again, you're not going to like my answer. And frankly, I'm going to be critical of our current administration in this particular instance. The fact of the matter is, I believe that Russia is emboldened in the spaces in and around this war. We started at the very beginning of this war telling Russia what we would not do. And we have told them what we would not do, both in statement and in action. When you go to war college, we jokingly call one of the courses that almost every war college teaches, we call it the old dead guys. It's the course where you study Clausewitz, Jomini, Sun Tzu, and all of these great thinkers about conflict. And they use different words, but there are about 5 or 6 things that they all talk about. and those sort of axioms of war are incredibly important. So now I'm going to grossly over paraphrase them, but all three of those old dead guys say something to the effect of: one, seize and hold the initiative. Do not allow your enemy to have the initiative. The second thing that they say, and again, they never would use these words because they weren't even invented back then, but essentially they describe that we should deter our enemy, but not allow the enemy to deter us. I will tell you that we are 0 for 2 on that. First of all, right at the beginning of the war, over and over and over again, we said, if you do that, we're going to do this. That is classically in the open, ceding the initiative to the enemy. We now have since 2014, but really in this war, we are reactionary. We react to what Russia has done. And so we have lost the initiative, and it's much harder to regain the initiative once you've lost it. On the other side, I mentioned before, and there are people in the administration that hate it when I say this, but I believe it to be factual. The fact of the matter is, Russia's military is failing it on the battlefield. They may have some wins yet left in them, who knows? But so far, they have really failed as a military based on what they tried to do and where they are now. But as I said earlier in this program, their war of intimidation, their war of deterrence is succeeding wildly. We are absolutely deterred in the number of options that we will seriously consider in our response to Russia. We told Russia what we were afraid of early in this war. We talked over and over about we're going to avoid a world war. We're not going to put any soldiers on the ground in Ukraine. And we're going to try to avoid a wider conflict. We also have said since the very beginning that we will do everything required to avoid a nuclear exchange. So what do we get played back to us on almost a day-to-day basis? If you do a data search, and learned institutions have done this, if you do a data search of what Russia talks about, who talks about, et cetera, someone senior in the Russian military or the Russian foreign ministry talks about nukes about 3 to 5 times a week. So they are constantly telling us that everything we do could cause a nuclear war, and we're getting close to nuclear war. There were 2 more articles this morning from one of the foreign ministerial level people in Russia. We're getting close to this world war. And the world war piece, it doesn't play out as often according to the word searches that nukes do, but about every 5 to 8 days, someone talks about it's a wider war. It's going to be world war. And their favorite phrase, of course, is American soldiers are going to die on the battlefields of Europe. And so this administration, we told Russia what we were afraid of early in this conflict. And Russia plays it back to us in spades. And we are deterred by it. We are, in civilian terms, intimidated by it. And this deterrence limits the options that we will now take in order to bring this war to a solution. And frankly, my biggest fear right now, and we begin to understand that behind the scenes, several capitals and probably our own are working actively to get Ukraine to go to the peace table and give up more Ukrainian land in order to sue for peace.
Perfect.
Thank you, General. And General, there's nothing you could say that would be a disappointment to me. I'm here to learn.
It's all good. I just want you to know that sometimes I think that there are things that our nation has taken, actions they've taken, policies they've stated, which sometimes stymie those who might offer a different way forward.
Cool. And sir, I agree with that. Let's go to and by the way, sir, I want you, I just want to make sure you realize our audience is global, right? You could be getting questions from Australia to England to Germany to the United States. I just wanted to clarify that for you. So Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining us, General, and thanks for your service. Your answer to Raver's question leads perfectly into mine, because earlier you were saying about how, you know, the current administration in the White House has been effectively deterred by Russia, in the sense that they don't seem willing to send everything that Ukraine needs to win, perhaps because they're fearing some sort of escalation. And so my question to you is, how might you go about trying to convince people in the White House and our political leaders in general that if you are deterred by Russian threats, then that emboldens them and leads to more violence? Whereas if you don't believe the Russian threats and you try to deter them back, that actually creates the conditions for peace, because they won't dare to do anything.
So I hope you will laugh with me, and I don't know if in your culture you would say it the same way, but you can go back to testimony. I've testified 7 times as Mr. Breedlove since I retired. A couple of those were not actual testimony. During COVID, they were called briefings, but I was sworn in on the television just like I was in testimony. So I just routinely call them testimony. But in one of those sessions, I was faced with a similar question, and what I told them was not widely approved of, but here you go. I say it to them often this way, that there are a few things that I have learned from raising my own children and now helping in some ways to raise my grandchildren. And they are, I think, universal axioms that hold no matter the situation. And the one that comes to mind in our dealings with Russia over the years is the following. If you allow bad behavior to stand with a child, or worse, if you reward bad behavior, in either case, you are going to get more bad behavior. In that context, the response to Georgia in 2008 was inadequate to task. We rewarded bad behavior by allowing Russia to retain about 20% of the nation of Georgia. In 2014, our response to the invasion and occupation of Crimea and the invasion and occupation of a portion of Donbass was inadequate to task. Once again, we rewarded bad behavior by allowing this invading belligerent force to retain about 12% of the most important territory of Ukraine. And now here we sit in 2022, and we have before us another decision to make. Will we yet again be inadequate to task and allow Russia to hold more Ukrainian territory as a reward for their invasion? And we have a choice to make. I would tell you that I believe that Russia already understands how to manipulate the West. And they have done it twice. They're in the middle of doing it a third time. And the West is getting ready to capitulate again and reward bad behavior. And this is a problem. We have got to break free of this axiom whereby we in the West, now listen very closely to the personal pronouns, we in the West are willing to trade the lives, the mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, children of our friends across the world, we're willing to trade their lives and their land for our safety. Are you tracking those personal pronouns? And so this is the model that we have to break out of, because Russia understands exactly what we're willing to do. And we're going to get this record played back to us over and over and over if we continue to allow bad behavior to stand, or in the worst case, as we have now twice and appear to be getting ready to do a third time, if we reward bad behavior.
Thanks very much. That's a good answer. It's great.
Yeah, General, this is Fish. I'd like to pull that string just a little bit, right? Because I love your answer. The White House capitulated on heavy tanks, right? They first come out and said that they wouldn't send heavy tanks. And they finally changed their mind and came out. Do you see it in this administration? And it's not about Republicans or Democrats. Do you see it in this administration, the ability to actually get to ATACMs or F-16s? Do you see the right people in place? Victoria Nuland, the Secretary of Defense. Do you see the right people in place to actually get to that decision?
Well, in their defense, what is clear is that we have said no to almost everything at first. I mean, you find me something that we went wildly and said yes immediately to in this at all. We have really been incremental, and we've been sort of poke our head up and see, did Russia go off? No, they didn't. Okay, we'll do a little bit more. Did Russia go off? Okay, we'll do a little bit more. We've been doing that for a while, and a lot of no's have become yeses. Patriots, javelins in the beginning, all manner of things were eventually in the very beginning said no, and then they came around. So I am not sure how the future will go. I think that, believe it or not, I mean, you should laugh a little bit. I think elections are going to have something to do with this, and how our administrations approach elections and how they approach what happens after an election. It will have something to do this, but I do believe that there are significant points of pressure from learned people that say that we should be giving them ATACMs now. We should begin the process of equipping them with a 4+ generation multi-role aircraft of some sort. There are several out there that would work. But it will take time. It will take political pressure. Again, I believe that we are deterred, and we go about this very slowly and very incrementally, etc. May I just have one more short rant on this matter?
Of course, sir.
we tend to have our measure of merit at the wrong place. You know, we still have people, and very important people, stand up and say, you know, we gave them M1A1 or M1A2 tanks. Well, no, we haven't. You know, maybe some are about to arrive now, but we celebrated this months and months ago. We tend to make an announcement about things and then celebrate them as if they're fact. And that, I think, is a lot about the news cycle and trying to get credit and show that we're really supporting and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is that our measure of merit should not be when we make a decision and allocate the money. That's incredibly important. And I completely support that and talking about that. But our measure of merit on aid should be, when are these weapons in the hands of the Ukrainians so that they can kill Russians with them? That's the measure of merit, not when we make decisions in the West. We have numerous weapon systems that it's 8-10 months between decision and delivery. That doesn't get played out very often in the press. And I think we just need to be a whole lot more critical of ourselves. And we do the happy dance when these weapons are in the hands of the Ukrainians and they're using them. rather than sort of the news cycle about when we make decisions in the rear.
Please continue ranting.
Yeah,
We like this
sir.
kind of talk.
Yeah. So General, I completely agree with you. I think that the election's going to have some impact, and to be fair, I'm not so scared about the candidates that come forward. I'm actually more concerned about an undereducated or misinformed American population on what's going on in Ukraine, because I'm hearing a bunch of bad stuff. But we can save that for another day, because there's other questions out there. Bearded Brit, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Colonel Jeff, and aloha from Hawaii, where it's just about to turn 6 o'clock in the morning. A truly global audience for you, General. I feel, in a way, we're in the middle of what I could call a 3-act play. We had the prelude and overture prior to 2014, Act 1 being 2014, and we're approaching the culmination of the second act, and it's going to play out, and we're going to get to the crescendo at some point. What interests me, and perhaps you can shed light on this based upon your recent responses to other speakers, what does Act 3 look like for the West to contain Russia, and also to stop the West from going down that same road you just alluded to? And secondly, I'm glad you mentioned General Sharif and Bradshaw. I served with them during my time, and unfortunately almost ran over General Sharif when he was the brigade commander when we were training in Canada. But your thoughts would be welcome. Thank you.
So Act 3 is yet to be determined, and if I was to try to predict it, I think I have at least a 50% chance of, or maybe 100% chance of being exactly wrong. Here's how I like to answer this question. This is a unique way it was asked, but I'm asked a similar question a lot about what happens next. Okay, so if you'll allow me, I'll share that line of thought with you. I think it's important for everyone to understand that what happens in Ukraine completely, 100%, absolutely depends on what the leaders of the West decide are going to happen in Ukraine. As I said earlier in this broadcast, if we give them what they need to defeat Russia, they will defeat Russia. They've shown they can do it. It's not a question about it. They've shown they can do it. If we decide that we are no longer going to support Ukraine, Russia will subjugate Ukraine. Ukraine will fight valiantly. They'll fight smartly with what they have. They'll fight heroically. But in the end, if they don't get supplied, they will lose. Now, remember that Ukraine over the years has been divesting military, basically under the tutelage of the Russian puppets that ran it up until the Revolution of Dignity or the Maidan, whichever one you call it. And so their military was and wasn't ready at the time to meet Russia on the battlefield, but now they are. Now they are. So let me recoup the two easy answers, and then we'll go to the hard one. The easy answer is, if we give them what they need to win, they will win, period. If we stop giving them what they need to fight, they will lose, period. What is the real concern is in the middle. As I've sort of said in two other answers, we at the moment are giving them enough so that they don't lose. I think it is a policy decision in the West not to give them what they need to win, because the West can't fathom what happens if Russia wins. We are deterred. They have convinced the leadership that they will start World War III and start slinging nukes. It's what they, as I said before, it's what they talk about every day nearly, because we have told them what we're afraid of. They play it back to us as often as they can. And so what really, I think, will determine what is the next act of this play is policy and the decision to give Ukraine what they need to win. If we choose to continue what we're doing now, which is keep them from losing, eventually one or both of these nations will wear themselves out with this attrition warfare, and we'll end up at a negotiating table. And my hope and prayer is that at that point, we don't, for a third time, reward bad behavior of Russia and give them more Ukrainian land. I think that that lays out Act 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 for Europe across the next several decades as Russia continues to do what we have shown them works.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, the one thing we don't want to see is a series of never-ending trilogies. Thank you very much.
I agree. Hey, General, I just wanted to jump in real quick. You've been on for an hour. Do you want to take a couple more questions, or are you? I know you're a busy man. I just want to. I don't want to get in trouble for holding you.
Yeah, let's knock it off at 15 after. I do have about a 45-minute drive to my next appointment. So if we go about 10 more minutes, I'd be happy to do that.
Awesome, sir. Thanks. I appreciate it. Platinum, go.
Thank you. Good morning, General. Thank you very much for your service. One question which connects the last question around the third act of this war and relating it to the document the Russians have handed over to the West. At the beginning, before the beginning of the war, trying to determine their security interest in their near neighborhood. How is your view on the appetite or the possibilities of Russia starting to grow in the direction of the Balkans and Central Europe, more specifically countries like, after Moldova, there is Romania, there is Bulgaria, there is the Czech and the Slovak Republic, and the remainder of the Balkans like, Kosovo, Serbia, and all of the other countries. Do you think Russia might play the third act in that direction, or do you think if they are left alone on their own devices, they might look into rather more northern direction like the Baltics and Poland? Thank you very much.
So, wow, what a broad-ranging question, but let me dissect it a little bit. And once again, I'm going to share with you my opinion. I do believe that Mr. Putin understands the severity of the response if he attacks a NATO nation. I think that there are lots of places he will go first before he attacks a NATO nation. If Mr. Putin attacked a NATO nation now, he would have to almost completely rely on nuclear blackmail, because his conventional military could not stand in any way, shape, or form to NATO now. I mean, Ukraine has bloodied that military in a way that is demonstrative. It's not defeated, and there's a whole lot more of it out there, but it has been bloodied in a huge way. So I do believe that in the short term, Mr. Putin understands what a NATO border is and what it would mean to cross that border. I do not believe that he is deterred in any other spaces. Remember what the Western leadership said over and over and over again. And I think that part of their audience was Mr. Putin, when they were saying, we're going to defend every inch of NATO. Some will tell you that that's the clear signal to Mr. Putin. All the rest of that stuff we're not going to defend, but we will defend every inch of NATO. And I believe that Mr. Putin is acting in those other spaces, the ones that he sees were sort of not included in our strong defense up front. And so, as I said before, I think we already see very aggressive gray zone activities in Georgia and Moldova. And I believe the Balkans and all manner of other places where we have non-NATO allies. Again, our leadership said we're going to defend every inch of NATO. And that means we aren't talking about all those other people. And I think that's where Mr. Putin is going first.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
I
much,
agree.
General.
Yeah, and we're going to try and squeeze a couple. If we can get them in, we're going to try to squeeze them in. Go with your question.
Good evening from Cairo, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess my question is quite simple. Deterrence. How can we reestablish deterrence with Russia? We saw President Biden declassify intelligence on the invasion to try to deter Russia from continuing on with its plans. And now they have been at more than a year. And we need to reestablish deterrence with them because we also have China watching and learning, and we have other countries who would employ similar tools of hybrid warfare and proxy warfare in order to salami slice their ways to achieving their political goals. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, reestablishing deterrence when you've lost it is really hard. I believe that we have, at the nuclear level, still have deterrence. But what we do not have at the conventional level is deterrence. As I said in my last answer, I believe Mr. Putin believes he can act with near impunity in non-NATO spaces because of the way we have told him that we will defend all of NATO. And we don't speak to all the rest of the European spaces. So to re-establish deterrence requires policy that says we will begin to take action to roll back this lack of conventional deterrence. We have the ability to do it. We are already talking about the things we need to do to make that happen in Ukraine. It is a matter of getting the policy decisions that will say that we are going to reestablish conventional deterrence and then delivering the capability to do it. And the good news, the very good news is starting way back at the Wales conference, which I was at, we started changing NATO. And so we have, NATO is far from being done, and NATO has an awful lot of commitments it hasn't fulfilled yet in how they're going to change their readiness and their capabilities. But we are on the right path. So I think that there's goodness in what NATO is doing. There's badness in that we are not taking the steps to deter Mr. Putin in the non-NATO spaces, and we will have to take rather drastic action to do that.
All right, Mr. M. And with that, we are going to try and wrap it up because I've got to do a close down on the show. In general, I'd like to give you the last word. So first of all, General Breedlove, this has been truly spectacular. I want you to know that we had over 650 active listeners. It was phenomenal. And I just checked, and you gained 400 Twitter followers in an hour. So that's pretty impressive. I want you to know that you are welcome on the MriyaReport anytime you want to come up. I know Axel, Doman, Mockers, all the co-hosts, if they see you come in and you want to come up and speak about anything that's going on, please feel free to come in. Sir, if you look at your screen really quick, if everyone could give the general a round of applause, I would greatly appreciate it. So you'll see that everyone's clapping for you, and you've done an outstanding job. It's interesting, sir. General Hodges, and I know you know who Lieutenant General Hodges is. He shows up about twice a month, and he comes in to provide what you and I both would call geo guidance. But I got to confess, it's a little land centric, so I could use some supporting fires. So
I know Ben extremely well. He and I are on programs, shows. We write papers together. He and I are about to put out another co-signed paper. Ben is an amazing guy, and yeah, he wears army green, but he absolutely is a believer in combined arms warfare, something the Russians can't do and we still can do. And so I really appreciate Ben. May I just leave you with a parting thought?
Absolutely, sir. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
So we are in. I don't do politics. The whole world knows I'm a conservative, but I don't label myself a Republican for a reason, because I try to stay out of politics and I want both sides of the aisle to listen to me. And to this point, they have done that. I've been invited to testify by both sides multiple times, and so that's good. But may I tell you that we've got a weird place we're in right now. We've got a fringe wacko element on both sides of the aisle that are attacking this whole conversation. And some of them, I don't understand it any other way than to say, as the Deutsch say it, they are Russia verstehers. And so we have a group on the far left that's trying to change what's going on in the way we're supporting Ukraine. And we've got this weird element on the far right that's trying to make us so isolationist that we don't have anything to do with this conflict. And so it's the middle, actually, that is going to carry this torch forward to get this right so that we don't end up in a bigger conflagration in Europe. And I would offer that every viewer or listener on this thing needs to be active in the political process as we go into the next election, and make sure your voice is heard. Because sadly, sometimes it is the conservatives who are quiet and they don't carry the tune. And I believe that we're going to have to fight for the heart of conservative thought when it comes to support to Ukraine and denying Russia its objectives. And so you may not agree with me, but here, agree with this. No matter what you believe, be active in this process that's about to happen. It's the only way that we're going to come out the backside of this without a lot more bloodshed in Europe. That's my opinion. Thanks for having me. I'll come back.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, General. We truly appreciate it. I truly hope your appointment today is a tea time, because you deserve it. If there's anyone that deserves it, you deserve it. So, General, you can go ahead and if you click on your icon, you can turn off your mic and you can jump down to listener or jump out. I'm just going to do some wrap up comments for my show. It was a pleasure to have you, sir.
Great. Thanks.
All right. Turning to next week, everybody, I want you to know that we're going to touch a little bit on soft aviation, as some people keep asking questions on special operations and special operations aviation. These things are important, and but they're not. It's not really the right war in a conventional war. So, but I'm not the right guy to answer them. So I'm going to get you the right guy. To answer those questions, I've reached out to a buddy of mine named Colonel Retired Craig Buckwalker. If any of you have read my novels, you will quickly realize how close Craig and I are. Buck is one of my lead characters throughout all my entire series. Craig is a former AC-130 gunship pilot with a Distinguished Flying Cross from Afghanistan. I think he might actually have two, but we'll let him talk about that. I'm actually looking forward to catching up with him on the show. I haven't talked to him for a while, but he has committed to us, so that's really going to be awesome. I hope people, as General Reed will say, you're not going to like my answer, but you're not going to like his answer. But I think he's going to tell you that soft aviation right now is probably not the right place for Ukraine. But at least you can ask him questions about the gunship, the MC-130 Talon, Little Birds, and other things that soft aviation does. So with that, Axel Doman, I think that was an awesome hour and 15 minutes. Please cut that one, because there's so many nuggets that I really want to be able to grab and actually put them into tweets. I can't tell you. I typed down a couple of them. You know, we're going to defend every inch of NATO, and what that meant to Putin is everything else is available for you to get whatever you want. That's a great quote. I hadn't thought of it that way. So anyway, gentlemen, it's your floor.
Yeah, it was exceptional. And funny enough, Jeff, he, just like Ben Hodges, he is a pillar of exactly that kind of resilience and solid center which we have. So he essentially argued for what we're saying here. The center must hold, but it can only hold if we engage. So tremendous, absolutely tremendous. But then again, I think you and a few others and we all knew what we were getting ourselves into with him, right?
Well, like I said, the first time I met the guy, I walked into his office, and you know, I reported in. I was going to brief him on the upgraded HARM version 4. It was a new requirement for the U.S. military. He was the requirements commander, the 3-star at the time. I was the action officer in charge of the thing. And I walk in with my 06. I'm just a major lieutenant colonel or something. And he stood up from behind his desk, and I was like, "Holy shit! This guy! What did he do?
He is tall.
Did he play defensive line for the Air Force Academy or what?" He's huge, and of course he tries not to be intimidating, and it's really nice. You can tell by the way he talks. It's almost a Southern. And to be fair, he actually lulls you into this false sense of security when you talk to him. He's just a good old boy. He's not a. He might be a good old boy, but that boy's smart. So you gotta be careful.
The interesting thing is, of course, not only is he tall, he barely fit into the F-16, right?
Actually, the F-16 is not the largest cockpit. The largest cockpit's actually the A-10. And the only reason I know that is there was an Air Force Academy football player, a defensive lineman, who out of the academy was drafted to go play for the Dallas Cowboys. And he had to plead to the Air Force to say, look, it's better for me to actually go play and then be a spokesperson for the Air Force than to serve out my 4-year commitment to the Air Force. And they said, okay, but you've got to do guard duty and fly. And he's like, okay, but what can I fit in? The only thing he could fit in was the A-10. So he did he flew A-10s. It was freaking awesome. I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, that did happen.
What was he attacking? Oklahoma?
What he was attacking donuts.
No, but you know what I mean, right? The A-10 is only good for one thing. You can't exactly say, yeah, he was flying air policing missions in an A-10.
No, he did a guard. So every other weekend he would have to go fly the A-10 and fill out his commitment, and he would go train on the A-10, and he became an instructor, and I believe, and would actually teach guys how to fly the A-10 and stuff like that. So it's not like he deployed to fly the A-10. Yeah, we already lost one NFL player in combat. We didn't want to lose 2.
All righty. Well, in any event, I'm very much looking forward to next week's segment, and it's great that we also get more granular in that regard. I think it will be very interesting to people. So, but we're lucky. We're very lucky that we've now complemented, so to say, our tour of generals. And if you think about it, we had Jarmo Lindberg here, the head of, or the former head of the Finnish Air Force, and then the whole of the Finnish Armed Forces. We had Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan, Mark Hertling, and now General Breedlove. It's quite an eclectic setup, if I may say. And fortunately, one thing they all absolutely all agree with, is that we should be sufficiently strong and invest in deterrence. They all have different views on certain things, but, well, let's put it this way. I think Ryan Hodges and General Breedlove are pretty much singing off the same hymn sheet when it comes to Ukraine and pushing, but they all agree on that level of deterrence and the need for force projection. So that's quite interesting, actually. Very lucky to have had him.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to point out. So this is, I'm going to be gentle when I say this, right? Because I really do admire General Breedlove. I think he's a great guy, and I know that this site sometimes has people who are very politically affiliated to the left or right, and they might have been set off by a little bit of his comments at the end about, he's conservative, he's not Republican, but he believes that the centrist thing. I would just point out that, who else agrees with him is Wesley Clark, who actually ran for president on the Democratic ticket. So, I think the generals get it across the board, whether you're on the left or the right. I would not call Wesley Clark a radical left individual. I would say he's left leaning. I would say he's still in that center middle, that meaty middle, if you will, that General Breedlove talked about. So I think it's important to say that. I know that General Wesley Clark has a couple of YouTube videos up that Crimea needs to go back to Ukraine. So take all these things with a grain of salt. These guys have served a very, very long time. And by the way, General Breedlove worked for 2 different presidents, right? So he worked for both Obama and Trump. So he got a little beaten for a while as well. So I just think it's important to remember these things.
No, 100%. I agree with that. And funny enough, I'd say that as a conservative, you should always look towards the middle holding, because that's where the rest of society and all of you actually are. This is where the meat is, as you just said quite correctly. Right, shall we go to a few more questions to round this up?
Absolutely. Let's go to Johannes, and I'll try to fish Rich back up.
Rich, in the very second where I was about to go to him, he dropped off. But Johannes, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Since I'm always the guy to worry, it struck me very much that he was far more cautious about the political landscape than I. On this base, I guess there was the overarching consensus is usually like Ukraine is going to win no matter what, and he certainly put. He for him it was very open, and so I guess his overall assessment was far less confident than that of Ben Hodges, who he says in interviews that Ukraine may liberate Crimea this summer. So maybe you want to put it into perspective for me,
yeah, I can do that.
We can all do that.
the word if, right? If you listen to read General Hodges, he says Ukraine has the capabilities to do this, that, or the other, if and as long it is supplied with A, B, C, D, E, F, right? So that's kind of what we keep saying is Ukraine can win, will win, as long as certain things are supplied to Ukraine. And thus far, things are being supplied, not to the schedule that we'd like, but they're certainly being supplied. There's a lovely little note from the UK MOD saying, we've sent 14 tanks. We've also sent thousands of rounds of ammunition for those 14 tanks because, and this is the subtext, they're probably pretty indestructible as it is. And they'll just keep shooting at the Russians for as long as they have ammo. So let's give them lots and lots of ammo. I think that by and large, people here would agree with General Hodges that Ukraine could take Crimea by this summer, as long as Ukraine is given what it needs to take Crimea. So, it's not a question of abilities, exactly, right? It's not a question of Ukrainian abilities. It's a question of what they need. And what General Breedlove was saying was the other side of the same coin, right, Axel? He was saying, well, Ukraine needs this, 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 and this, and as long as they get it, they can achieve A, B, C, D. So it's just saying two things, said the same thing, 2 different ways in different orders of sentence construction.
Because Breedlove highlighted this, I think Jeff will agree, that if we continue to procrastinate, as we do, and if we project constantly the narrative over the actual delivery, and if we delay, then Ukraine will need more time.
Yes, I will. And by the way, Big Papa, thanks for sending me the direct message. Chad Henning was the Air Force Academy football player that went, and he brought up a very funny point. Chad needed a height waiver to be able to fly. the vast majority of height waivers that are requested by aviators is actually you're not tall enough. Chad was too tall and get a height waiver because he was too tall to fit in the cockpit. So thanks, Big Pop.
Can you also highlight what it means if you're not tall enough because you don't have the dexterity to reach the buttons?
No, there's a couple of, I mean, there's a bunch of different. So there's the ejection seat. Everyone sits on a phone book, right? You just sit on. Oh man, you can't even talk about phone books. They don't even exist anymore.
Jeff, I was just joking. But I had to laugh because I remember a friend of mine who once wanted to become a Harrier pilot and who simply couldn't reach the instruments when he first was about to sit there.
Yeah, you're still upset that I said you were bloviating on your question for too long. But I mean, dude, the guy slammed me on both of my questions. Like, hey, Colonel, let me correct you on your question before you. I was like, holy, sir, you approve these questions. Like, I love him to death. That's just who he is, man. He's like, hey, Colonel, I'm gonna correct you to 100%. You just relax.
Well, you can't take the general out of the general.
That's true, man. You know, the general. There was a general in Romania that made an edict that said, you know, no one was allowed to. No, he had too many speeding tickets coming from the mayor, and that the mayor, you know, yelled at him and said, "Hey, General, your guys are going nuts." So he put out an edict and said, "There's no more speeding towards the base anymore. If you're going to be late, you got to be late." And then the next day, the general's late, right? So he speeds all the way into the base, and everyone goes to the senior NCO and says, "Hey, you guys, the general put a, you know, senior master sergeant, the general put out an edict said that no one's allowed to speed, and we all just saw him today. Literally was like flying onto the base, or he was going as fast as he could onto the base." And the senior master sergeant says, "No, he wasn't speeding." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, he was flying really low." Thank you, Dome. I noticed mockers did not laugh, but that's okay.
Should we go to Kerry and then onwards back to Johannes?
Yes. Hey,
And
by the way,
Rich
guys,
doesn't have
I've
his
got
hand
to
up
pop
again.
off for a little bit. I've ignored my family way too long, and I got to get back to them. But it was a wonderful show. Let's hopefully it comes out and we can do a little dissecting on it on Spotify, because I think there's some really good salient quotes there that we need to try and push out. It's really, really cool. So thanks again, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks for listening in. Dish with Fish next week is Craig Buck Walker. Again, if you've read my novels, Buck is a lead character in them. He's a dear friend of mine. Out. See ya. Fish. Bye.
Cheers, mate. Much appreciated, and thank you very much for that. Kerry.
Hiya, guys. I'm waiting for Colonel Jeff to come up with his audible versions of his book. That was the most fantastic interview. However, I am left feeling quite concerned in a way that I had the feeling of, but didn't feel as concerned about before. It really has made stark the absolute necessity for us to engage with our politicians to ensure that they know how we, the people, feel about the pressing need to give Ukraine everything it needs. And we've had a concern for some time that they're just going to let Ukraine bleed out. And yeah, it was just, it was very concerning to hear his very black and white, and I think accurate perception of the situation as it is. So yes, I just thought I would. You know, I don't want to feel really down about it. We have the power.
Why would you feel down?
We have the power.
But why would you feel down, Kerry? It's
I
like
feel
accepting reality is always a very good start, isn't it?
Yes, but I am concerned that our politicians do not have the stomach for what needs to be done. And as this drags on and on, I become increasingly concerned that our politicians do not have the stomach for what needs to be done. This is such a critical moment, and
Well,
we all need
talk
to
to your
double
local
down.
MP.
Exactly. We all need to double down our efforts in making it absolutely clear to our politicians how we feel about the situation. And he was so astute. He's obviously clearly exceptionally astute. He wouldn't have got to the place he got to without that. But I really appreciated when he was saying about how the sort of psychops of it and how we've been completely played by the Russians. And I do remember back to the earliest days of the full-scale invasion, and I was just like screaming at the radio when Biden said we will not put troops on the ground. And it's like, Jesus fuck, that's like primary school politics of don't tell them what you won't do. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, let us redouble our efforts to influence our politicians, because we all know Ukraine can do it. It is utterly dependent and only dependent on them being given the right kit to be able to do so. They will fight no matter what. They will fight to the last Ukrainian, but it would be a disgusting thing for us to do as a world community to put them in that position.
Stay with the super team. It would be, because that's the good point about it. We all have a possibility to ensure that people understand one thing, and this is addressed to you, Johannes, given the fact that you like to worry. There's no such thing as worrying about unspilled milk. You just don't have to spill it. What you can still do today is to see clearly, as the generals, all of them actually have said on this program, and Jennifer Breedlove, Thomas Hacker just highlighted it very precisely today. Because the Sukkus, as we would call it in German, is there is no alternative to fighting other than succumbing. You don't want to subjugate yourself by inaction. You would rather want to fight. Now we just need to get the pygmies and cowards, who supposedly are our leaders, to actually understand that the population is willing to fight for freedom. Doman, take it away.
All right.
Doman. As you can hear, I'm following the bird songs here with the dogs. So
yes, absolutely. Johannes, where were we?
Yeah, maybe one thing I noticed he spoke a lot about Russian like nuclear threats, and I just wonder how Russian deterrence is still working, because I mean we had like over 12 months now where we saw day after day that all their threats are hollow, and so I just wonder how this is still.
Johannes, he said that
Yeah.
it's working in the minds of some politicians leading us and in the minds of some media people. He didn't say that it's working in Doman's mind or in my mind or Tom's mind or many other people's minds.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, it still works in the sense that it influences political decisions, as far as I understand him. But I thought, I mean, those politicians, they all have consultants who are well informed and should understand what the situation is and what the risks are of not acting decisively, and that the risks of acting decisively are actually way smaller. So I just wonder how this is still a thing 1 year into the war.
Pygmies and cowards, Johannes. Pygmies and cowards.
I don't even think it's about the threat of nuclear weapons that might be used by the Russian Federation under this government. I think it's people being much more terrified about what comes afterwards, and not employment of nuclear weapons, just control over fissile material. It's back to the 90s, and now the easy solution of the Budapest Memorandum isn't there. What happens when Russia might disintegrate? It is the fear of the complete unknown. It's not the fear of, it's not the fear of Russia actually doing anything with their hollow threats. And if it is, I mean, anybody who's still afraid of that is not shouldn't be in a position to make decisions. That's my view on those ones. But the worry about what might come later on, because everybody gets blamed for things that simply coincidentally happen or unavoidable anyway, just because they are in power at a given point. No, it's there's no point in going with that. As Finns apparently like to say, I've been told that there's no point in feeling ill in advance. Just in case you fall ill. There's no point in suffering the symptoms in advance, and so they should move on from those. Matthias.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you kind of bringing up some points that I was trying to ask him, but maybe next time. What a wonderful guest, by the way. But anyway, yeah. So I think the point I want to make is this really is propaganda that has kind of got stuck. And he talked about the West, and I understand why he's doing that, but it's really old Europe, right? And it's the United States. And if you look at the threat of deterrence that Russia is, projecting, the countries that are more susceptible to this deterrence are not the countries that are the most skin in the game. If you look at Poland, look at the Baltic states, if you look at Finland, they're not afraid. They're not deterred. It's the countries that have the least skin in the game, that are the furthest away from Russia, that are the most effective, right? And I think that's because we have political leadership that just doesn't have, they just haven't done the homework on Russian culture, mentality, intentions, value system. They don't know the enemy, right? And they have probably a political and media elite that doesn't know the enemy here. So that's one thing. And then the second part is, if you have done your homework, you understand that even if Russia cannot have its way in Ukraine, that is never going to deter Russia from keep on pursuing this goal of having a sphere of influence. It's not about only Ukraine. That's not what's at stake. What's really at stake is democracy versus tyranny, right? And I think there's something else that has happened through the propaganda or the eternal peace. We've kind of become complacent, fat cats, and then susceptible to propaganda from Russia and other parties that I think we need to become rerouted in democratic values instead. Democracy is more important than peace, right? And we won't accept peace on any terms. What are the conditions for peace? So I think those are the things I think we really need to, and I know people are doing that. Part of why MriyaReport exists, right? What can we do to help spread information about really understanding Russia, their intentions, and how great they are? And what can we do to influence media and politicians? I think it all comes back to that, right? So it's great that you brought it up, and I think that's really one of the keys to really help change the perspective and kind of help us do the right thing.
Yeah, as you said, the Finns are not afraid, right? Because the Finns are like, well, they cried wolf about 75 billion times already. And every time you turn on Russian television, that's what they're doing. Clearly, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if Russia would use a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't detonate it in France or Germany or the UK or the United States, right?
Yeah, there's no point in worrying excessively. There's no point in worrying, and as they said, there's no point in feeling the symptoms before you've caught the disease. But crucially, especially when you know that the disease itself is made up, they don't want you to believe that there is such a disease.
And it really comes down to just making a stand and growing the courage, like Axel was talking about, the courage to say, no, we won't accept tyranny. We're gonna put our foot down and say no.
Just imagine
if France had 22.5% of its population being of Russian descent, because it had always a border with Russia since the end of the Cold War, and it had been occupied by Stalin's troops for the better part after the Second World War. Would politicians of the stature of Mr. Macron find it in themselves to say, no, that's unacceptable, we're not going to have this, and by the way, no, you have to both learn French, you have to abide by the rules of free societies. If you disagree with that, you're unwilling to integrate, you have to go. And if you send money home to Russia, even across the border, to sponsor inequitable behavior, then we're not going to allow this. Would you think that the French, under the leadership of someone like Mr. Macron, would do that? I have my doubts. See, well then look to Estonia. Every single government, even the more Russian appeasing governments under Mr. Ratas, as a representative of the backward looking Russian appeasing center party with its 20% of votership, even he could not bring himself to do anything different from what I just said. Interestingly enough, that's Estonia, a country of 1.359 million people who have been genocided against by the Russians with 2 invasions since 1939, who've been suppressed, subjugated, and with hundreds of thousands killed, sent to Siberia, into gulags, or forced to emigrate to Sweden, Germany, Canada, the United States of America, and the likes. So, if Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland can find the courage out of their history with the Russian Empire, they can do so because they know what it's about. The French, however, on the other hand, only ever dealt with Russia, be it at the beginning and the inauguration, the incitement of the First World War, be it since the times of Napoleon, the trade-offs thereafter. They don't really care. We must make them care. The Germans, who should know much better, given the fact that part of their country has been occupied by the Russians, extended, of course, by inspired communists. The other part of the country, the western part, was infiltrated and allowed itself to be infiltrated. Another part of the country was torn away as a consequence of the Second World War. You can say what you like, but it's impossible for these nations not to understand what they're doing. But at the same time they do it, they fail in their complacency. It is completely, utterly unacceptable that Britain, and I'm Frisian, I'm German, I've served in German Luftwaffe, I love my country and everything, but it is insane that our family arm in Britain and my British friends are the only ones who actually fucking get it, despite the fact that they can't even speak Russian properly, despite the fact that most of them don't get it generally, and they like to be completely on their island. But trust me, they have one thing which others often don't have: the moral fiber and the immediate, utter disregard of all that bullshit. And I find it despicable, absolutely despicable, that we here on this program often enough have to navigate around the peculiarity of the complacent nations of Central Europe and Western Central Europe, who could so easily change all this. Because as General Breedlove quite rightly said, in 2014, the annexation, the occupation and annexation of Crimea, then the so-called separatist movement, the little green man, he warned against, by the way. I have the articles and all these interviews of his on my system, and not because I had researched for the interview. I have them because I read them then.
I listened to his publications at that time. He said it extremely clearly. We knew what was going on. And the French with their Mistral and then overpaying for it, apologizing to Putin thereafter, that is just insane. But okay. Anyway, David, pygmies and cowards.
Oh yes, pygmies and cowards. Yes. So we've all. I think this is being said, but I thought it was very interesting that General Breedlove also pointed out that the sticking point for many European countries was the business that they were doing in Russia, i.e., right, that they were prepared to put up with certain things happening if they could keep doing their business. And I think this is a huge, let's say huge problem. It's a big problem that we have to overcome, because I still suspect that this is still the feeling in some of our European countries.
It is, but it's not all of them. It's a very few. It's the number of countries that you can fit on one hand.
Except for the countries with a fair amount of money, right, and influence, and therein lies part of the problem, right?
Yeah, we got the Swiss, we got Austria, we got French interest, we've had some German interests, but it's not that many.
But as you know, sometimes depending on how you look at it, is in terms of many, it's the influence they can wield, right? And that's what I suspect. I mean, it's not insurmountable, but it is a problem, and I can't help but wonder if that problem is happening a little bit more in the UK as well. We'll find out as time goes along, but we need to see, as we all say, we keep saying, we need to see a hardening and a change. It's no accident that the people nearer to the Russian border absolutely get it, right? And it's not an accident the people further away just go, well, maybe isn't our problem. But yeah, our job is to keep reminding everyone there is a problem, and what the costs are to Europe, because of all of these things, the cost to Europe of this continuing, which I am pretty certain, I think Axel believes this as well, is that the cost to Europe financially with this carrying on will be considerably higher than fixing the problem immediately.
100%. 100%. It's like always, if you don't fix it immediately, it festers. We can win. The whole of Europe can win this war, quite literally, by itself if it wants to. The whole of Europe must win this war by itself and in support and in coordination with the Ukrainians and Americans, but it must win as Europe, as a unified supporting base for Ukraine. If it fails to pursue that win, if it fails to accept its challenge, if it fails to exactly do what civilized nations do, supporting those who can't help themselves alone, if it fails to do so, it has no reason for existence, or as the French inevitably would call it, no raison d'être.
Staying in England, or Britain at least, rather than going off to France, Granny McFly.
You mean the people who under Sunak send less aid than they should? The people who under Sunak fail to actually allow Ben Wallace to procure orders for the British military and the British Army and the Royal Navy? The people who now have allowed... Sorry, what?
Sorry, Axel, but I'm just about to have a rant about the UK. 2014, when Crimea was invaded and illegally taken over, UK was going through all sorts of fun and games with austerity, and the Brexit thing came up. Now, a lot of links to Russia with Brexit. We have had prime ministers on the take. We've had foreign officials buggering off to Lebedev's villa with UN or whatever security papers under his arm and being paid millions for the privilege via a very dubious journalistic fee. So I am absolutely disgusted.
So you're talking politicians, right?
Yes. Yes.
I'm just saying. That's why David and I always say pygmies and cowards, because it doesn't
Right,
matter
yeah.
which colours they are
Well,
under.
misogynistic pygmies and cowards. I despise them. They're bullies. But going on to the nuclear threat that Russia keeps throwing about, I grew up for my first 20-odd years, 24 years, with the threat of the bomb and the big red button. And we lived on Ashdown Forest, right next to a whole load of military radio masts. So we would have been running and catching the damn thing. But then, oh, sorry, I was on the phone to my mum while the general was speaking, and she said for some reason we got onto Ukraine, and she'd said about the threat of the nuclear threat, and I said, well, they won't do it. I said, because the rest of the world, NATO, can absolutely obliterate key Russian areas without even having to use nukes, from what I've heard, and usually from you guys. But as a 70-year-old woman who's finding it hard now to get around, bless her, it is a scare. And you're right, they're playing on it, and you've got right-wing media who've all got links, and many of them are compromised. You've just got to read the right publications, like Byline Times, to get a feel of what's been going on in the background. But my government is corrupt, and if they get in again, I'm going to try and immigrate to Ukraine, because for moral reasons. And that's me ranted. Thank you. Sorry to butt in, Axel, but I didn't want to replicate.
We're equal opportunity offenders here in that regard. As you may have heard, whilst I am personally a conservative, I'm very centrist, and I couldn't mind where people come from if they're, say, sensibly motivated in the centre. I'd rather have that than any one of the fringe idiots left and right. But there you go. Domin, I have a bit of rain coming down here in the forest. Would you mind handling the hands?
Absolutely. Let's pick up Jens from the Legacy stash, and then I'm very glad to see Bunny joining now that Sevastopol is emptying out. Jens.
Yeah, great interview. I have a long list, but I'll just say that whenever I hear talk about Russian threats of nuclear war, I always think they serve two purposes: to scare the weak and to give an alibi to the cynical. And I thought that kind of matched a bit with what he said about the small green men. And if you had financial interests, you might not be very willing to see what was coming. And then I felt a little sting when he said that it seems like whenever Denmark gets credit twice, when 3 months or 4 months ago, when they ordered the, what are they called, the Caesars, and then they get credit again when they first arrive 3 or 4 months later. That stinks a little bit.
I have to say thank you, Jens, because to scare the weak and to give an alibi to the cynical is a phrase that I shall be using henceforth, and I will not be attributing it. I'm sorry, because that would make it twice as long. But it's a tremendous, and I will pre-credit it now. That's a tremendous phrase and a very, very astute observation. On that, good evening, Gunny.
Hi. Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about all of this is you're seeing a confirmation of why the UK maintains the continual at sea deterrent. That's why, or one of the reasons why these infrequent threats of nuclear annihilation, nuclear tidal waves, tsunamis with Russian dragons riding them on massive big red surfboards, etc., etc. It doesn't really cut any ice. It's actually quite remarkable. If you look back sort of 18, 24 months, you know, for a nuclear armed state to physically threaten the UK with annihilation and still Stonehenge and the 303, hopefully. And now everyone's just like, it barely makes Sky News. You know, Russian diplomats, we are going to destroy the UK potentially. Yeah, whatever, mate. And I think that just confirms why the CAS, the Trident submarines that we have, and the replacements, so the V boats are being replaced by dreadnoughts, are so vital. You know, it is a insurance policy. I would just push back on this UK government thoroughly infiltrated by the Russians. I think anyone who looked at flight radar the night of the invasion, a few hours before, and saw RAF C-17s and Herculeses flying in with munitions would probably argue with that. I would also point out the fact that we are the only NATO power continuing to fly signals intelligence across the Black Sea after a Russian aircraft launched a missile, although the details of this are still kind of sketchy. And the UK has turned around the one country that we know of and went, go fuck yourself, and then promptly put a flight over with 2 Typhoons. So I think if the UK government has been thoroughly infiltrated by the Russians through money, they've got a pretty bad return on it, haven't they? Considering everything that we're doing. Yeah, I think if I'd been investing in that little mission to bring the UK into a neutral or pro-Russian stance, I'd be looking at my empty wallet and going, well, that was a waste of time. And I think anyone reasonably would agree. And I would just counsel keeping off Brexit as well, because look, it's a very touchy subject. It's like American cheese. We all know the real truth of it. You have the power to of self-determination. Some of us voted for Brexit, and I absolutely assure you, madam, I have not been compromised by the Russian state whatsoever. Quite the opposite. I spent 24 years defending the UK against such threats. The same as Americans believe that processed cheese is actually acceptable. You know, we've all got our choices, but we all have freedom of will and expression, don't we?
They did develop spray cheese for nuclear submarines, by the way.
Yeah, you know, that doesn't really kind of surprise me. I actually worked with one of my lads was ex naval chef, and I've got to say the food on board submarines is superb. It's by order. It's like small ships, bizarrely. It's like fishery patrol vessels. The food on there, I joined a fishery patrol vessel, and the first night the Killick chef came around, he said, "How do you like your steak? It's steak night tonight." What? What do you mean? How do I like it? How do you like it? We're cooking it to order. And I'd just come off an aircraft carrier where I was used to watching a chef sort of sweating over the hot plate and watching it drip off his forehead and his end of his nose into the chicken surprise. So yeah, there you go. But
that's why it was called chicken surprise.
Yeah, the surprise was it was probably lamb.
By the way, may I just highlight the fact that the spray cheese, Gunny, they may have developed it for this situation, but they never used it for it. The only thing you can use that stuff for is, of course, to close a valve.
I actually used to like that cheese in a tube, Premola, is it? That used to be my favourite hangover cure. It was a tube of that, a box of Ritz crackers, and a chocolate milkshake at 9 o'clock in the morning. It used to sort me right out. Yeah, spray cheese. Bless them, Americans. They do so much so well, but just keep the fuck away from cheese, America. All right, you just got no idea. All right, the beer I'll give you. I've said continuously, criticism of the US and beer. Go to the east coast of the States, sit in some of those micro breweries. It's absolutely superb. But the cheese was, I've got to admit, it was awful. Awful. I mean, a civilized nation where you say, have you got any Stilton, and everyone looks at you. Wrong.
Right. We just lost half the cheese vote. And don't forget, if I may highlight, there is an area supporting, by the way, a whole football team, very much into cheese. But then again, there's lots and lots of Scandies and Germans and the likes there in that state.
Axel, there are people among them who think that Asiago is made in Wisconsin. There are indeed people there who sell Asiago made in Wisconsin. Well, Asiago is a Venetian village. There's
also people who just make. There are people who make just proper good old Tilsit because they were forced to leave Baltic German areas out of Königsberg, thanks to an advancing, raping, pillaging Red Army, and then went to Wisconsin to meet their relatives who'd been there out of poverty for quite some time beforehand, and they make proper Tilsit cheese. So let's not blame them for things they should not have done.
I blame them for the Asiago bit and the Gruyere.
Yeah, but you can't make Gruyere in Wisconsin. That's
I know, that's what I'm
insane.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. They should.
We just lost half the votes. We just lost half the votes of our wonderful members from the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, but we got lots of Viking fans now rooting for us. Right, let's switch to. Then we have Matthias, and then hopefully we'll catch some more people. Granny Pie.
I do apologise for the rant. I've just come out of hibernation, and this is my first speaking in a space. So apologies. Gunny, I'm with you on the Primula. Primula cheese and chive toasties for a hangover cure is the noodles. And I don't mean that there are some goodies, and thank God they're on defence in the UK, because, oh God, I can't think of the guy's name. Ben Wallace, the guy who's there now, is doing brilliantly, and he's fighting to get what he can over there. So yes, it was a bit of a blanket term, but yeah, we have nasties down here. And yes, it was key players, Johnson, for example, with his Lebedev connections and things, and I just think it's so wrong. It's morally wrong. So I should just say that it's not all. I do know there are some good guys, and I was brought up to stand when the national anthem came on and respect your elders and those who are wiser than you. But it doesn't stop me after 50 having a voice. So thanks for the space, guys. And yeah, can you throw me off speaker now, and I'll just go back to listening.
Absolutely. All I'll say is, maybe a Russian should have invested somewhere where moral ambiguity wasn't so prevalent when in peacetime. All right, let's go to Matthias. And then we have Prince and Michael. Matthias.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have my sister's family over May 1st, so we're gonna have some raclette at my house. That's gonna be fun. It's cheese. I've had raclette once, and it completely defeated me. It's so much cheese, just kind of kills you almost. Red wine. Yeah, it was a great day, but yeah, a lot to handle. That's my cheese angle there.
Matthias, the error people make with raclette is they drink a heavy red with it. You need something light, like a mondeuse or maybe a trousseau, a pulsar. If you have, if you're having red, you need a mondeuse or a pulsar, a trousseau, something like that. And if you have a white, then you're probably good. The lighter, the better. Still,
it's so simple. Follow the Swiss. You need acidity to dissect it.
Yeah,
what are these secrets? What are these secrets?
Is acid. You need acid. You don't want too much weight. You need good acidity. A jacquard works well if you want to stick with something from the south. Well, you have options, but have something light with it, and then it will be a lot better.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
If you take a really fresh Sancerre, you'll be happy.
Okay, understood. I'll go on the hunt for that. No, but what I wanted to share was also, I think it's necessary.
MriyaReport.
Yes, let's start topics on that. Bring some wine experts in. Why not, right? We have the time, 24/7.
Did you just hear this? Did you just hear this? It's astonishing.
Well, I mean, we need some relief from talking about war 24/7. Maybe, I don't know.
Matthias, that is okay, but you haven't been listening to us seemingly for 14 months because Doman is actually a reasonably decent man when it comes to certain wines. Certainly.
Well, there we go, Doman. Then maybe we can set something up.
Or you
Okay,
can just
well,
cut the wine out completely and get yourself a decent Speyside whiskey, which will probably work better than alcoholic grape juice derived from mini trees in fields. And you'll get a far better experience, to be honest, mate.
see, we're getting
Wait, so
many
you don't
ideas.
like mini in fields, but you're happy roasting and then fermenting seeds from grass.
Oh, man. Right, so Matthias, what I'm trying to say is that Doman and I pride ourselves on being completely, utterly snobbish about wine. And Gunny knows that I like my whiskey, and Gunny knows more or has forgotten more about bourbon than I would ever like to know.
I know people like this. One or two are my friends, and it's fun to eat dinner with them. I'm more of a, average wine enjoyer, but I would go for the good stuff once in a while.
Right. I think, Matthias, you actually have a very serious comment to make about something to do with military things. So please go ahead. But I do need to inject.
No, actually not. But
the Shaggy fellow wants to inform everyone that his favorite cheese is la vache qui rit. And while the French weren't terribly amused at that, he certainly was.
Okay, well, if there's anybody in the space that have raclette tips, just PM me. Okay, I'm gonna need them in a week or so. Anyway, I was just gonna say that I don't think it's necessarily a case of different governments being kind of compromised necessarily. I do think it's more common that if you don't really have done the homework that I talked about, you may assume, right, that if Russia, once the Ukraine issue has been resolved, things will go back to normal. Right? And that is never going to happen, right? Russia has been on a very stable and steady path towards totalitarian tendencies for very long, right? And I asked somebody, I think on Twitter, it seemed to know what they were talking about. Like, why does the US have such a very hawkish policy against China and saying Biden saying we're willing to commit US soldier to defend Taiwan, right? But such a dovish stance on Russia. And I think it's because, or this person said that they believed it was because a lot of the US people in the media or politics, they just assume that, well, Russia seems to be very unstable. I'm sure it's going to fall apart soon. And that's such a complete misassessment of what Russia is, right? And if that's the case, then you might draw the wrong conclusions, right? But this is not going away. I'll give you a couple of indicators that I know of, right? A couple of decisions that Russia have made that none of them are likely to make much impact a year from now when it comes to Ukraine, but definitely are sending a message, right? One of them is they have restarted a couple of completely new military districts that haven't been really active lately. That's not something that's going to have an impact in a year or two. They've made decisions to reform completely new divisions. Again, building up the infrastructure and of course, we can contend how much capability they have, but they made these decisions, long-term decisions. They've also made pretty significant reductions in people's already restricted ability to criticize military matters in Russia. Freedom of speech has always been kind of restricted and have been lately, but it's significantly tightened up, towards not being able to criticize the military. We've seen the conscription practices changing to become more firm. We've seen how they're changing how kids are being taught in schools, right? None of these are things that are going to be creating an impact very soon. And the list goes on, right? They've made significant decisions to recruit parts of their infrastructure and industry towards military aims. We got to understand that in Russia, because I think a lot of times we project how we live our lives, our value system on Russia. Like, hey, Russia wouldn't do this because it would destroy their economy and people want to live a good life, and so to speak. That's never been important in Russia or in the Soviet Union. National security aims have always come first in Russia. It's never been about economics. It's always been secondary. So I don't know. I guess I'm ranting on about this, but I think it's really about understanding the nature of what's at stake. Russia is, even if they lose in Ukraine, they will still be committed towards their aims. And it's not only about Putin. He is a product of their political system as well. Is it fragile? Could it fall apart? Yes, and we should do everything to make that happen, but we can't count on it. I guess that was the end of my little rant there.
No, 100%. And you know, you touched on a really important bit here. It's not about economics. The people at the top of the Russian governing regime do not care about economics. They don't care about any of the normal things. They just care about themselves, and they care about imperial glory. And they're sorted themselves, so all they care about is imperial glory. That's really what they care about, and that's why they'll keep going on, and that's why they need to be countered with the combined force of the arsenal of democracy in the hands of those who are the most committed, most dedicated to fighting off the Russians, which are the Ukrainians, right? It's exactly because they won't just stop otherwise. And because it's folly to think, oh, yes, we can just trade with them and you can be nice to them and you can work with them and eventually they will see the light. No, they won't just see the light.
Yeah, and it's never going to happen that Russian population rises up against Putin over this war, right? That's another fallacy. That's another projection of our value system. That has never really happened in Russia. Stalin killed tens of millions of Russians in Russia. Nothing happened. It's never been that way. You know, Russian power has never been held accountable when they've committed atrocities against their own population. And as a result, Russian citizens are apolitical. They don't want to get involved. So if Russia falls apart, it's not going to be because of some revolution. Never going to happen, I think. It's going to be because other regions that have been vassals for so long are seeing Muscovy being weak and say, you know what, we've had it. Or it's going to be infighting between other political elites with too much at stake and trying to keep their piece of the pie. At least that's my expectation, my assessment. And I'm not alone. I know a lot of people in the Eastern Central European countries, Finland, Sweden. This is what, you know, the people who have studied this for a very long time that I try to read up on when they share something. This is coming a lot from these kind of people. So I got to drop down now, but great session today, guys.
Thank you, Matthias. No, quite right. The only thing they understand is force. You know, they want to play. Might is right. Well, they should be shown that they don't actually possess the might, and there's capacity for that. There's plenty of ability for that. There's plenty of stuff that Ukrainians can and will very happily use to show them exactly that. So let's do it. Come on. Enough waiting. Prince Heather, good morning.
Good morning, Dylan. How are you?
I'm pretty well. I have this piece of news that I've been hanging on for a couple of hours now, but I haven't touched on it yet. But please go ahead, and then once everything clears, we can speak of South Africa and them possibly stepping away from the Rome Statute because it's inconvenient for them.
Oh my God, you were going to talk about South Africa?
You were going to talk about South Africa too?
Yes, I deliberately came up to. So if you want to put that off for a little bit, that's totally
already in the
fine.
nest.
Yeah. If you want to put that off for a little bit, that's fine, and talk about
No,
it when
please,
we
you
clear
bring
the air.
it up. Go ahead.
No,
please do.
Yeah, South Africa is part of the Rome Statute, so is required under law to, well, required in quotes, to arrest Vladimir Putin if he ever comes to South Africa. Well, he was scheduled to go to a meeting of BRICS, I believe it is. Is that the right name? Anyway, in August, And so South Africa has been debating how they should handle this situation. There has been a past situation where somebody had an
Omar
arrest warrant
al-Bashir.
out. Yes, had an arrest warrant out, and he came to South Africa, and they chose not to arrest him when they should have. And today I am seeing news coming out that the South African president has decided that they would like to quit cooperation with the International Criminal Court in order to not have to arrest Vladimir Putin when he comes to their country in August for this conference. So it is something that I wanted to ask you about and to see if it had been talked about on the space at all. It's not surprising to me, but it's very disappointing to me. If you sign on to a commitment, you should hold to it. However, he's friends with Putin, and Putin doesn't hold to the commitments he signed on to. So we shouldn't expect that they would, because they are heavily influenced by Putin and Russia.
Yeah, and if you know
And
anything
they'll
about South African politics in the past 20 years, you're not only not surprised, this is exactly what we projected last year here.
Yeah, it was always going to be a hard choice for them, right? Do you step away and do you make yourself look really silly in front of the world, or do you do it and have your friend come on over and do some first round of intercontinental travel, proper intercontinental travel since the start of the invasion.
And you should never forget that the ties between the caste of leadership over there since the days of the ANC with Moscow remain in place.
Yeah, so it's just something that I thought, I know that I've mentioned it before on the space, that South Africa actually arresting Putin due to this arrest warrant, if that would actually happen and things like that. And then I saw this news and I thought, well, Doman's up there. I'm going to talk to Doman about this. I'm going to ask him what he thinks and his opinion, because I'm sure he has one.
Yeah, I was wondering, what they do. What I find particularly notable is that Ramaphosa didn't just say this. He said this at a joint press conference with Sauli Niinistö, the president of Finland, who is visiting South Africa. And I consider that bad choice of timing from him, or maybe a particularly poignant choice of timing. That while you have the Finnish president visiting, yeah, it's a slap in the face, isn't it?
Yeah, and what did Niinistö say afterwards?
I don't know if he said anything at all.
He did.
I don't know if he said anything. Did he? What did he say?
That he's not surprised.
Oh, really? I would have gone with deeply disappointed.
No, he's not. You can only be disappointed if you hadn't expected it.
Yeah, but it's the better thing to say, no?
He's the president of a sovereign nation which actually works hard, manages to sustain itself, has escaped suppression by Russia, and integrates well into the world community. All the things South Africa is bad at. He can say that. He has earned the right to do so.
Either way, it's a bad thing that South Africa did this, and now we can at least expect, that Putin is going to be going to South Africa for the summit in August, which is actually a pretty nice time to be in South Africa. The winter and all, and it's a damn shame because things will look normal from his perverted perspective. It's kind of the extent of it, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, but it's something to highlight. And if I remember, the last time they didn't arrest somebody, they started the process of withdrawing from the ICC but didn't follow through with it. Is that correct?
What, South Africa?
Yes, South Africa.
Well, they joined. I don't know if they ever. Well, they haven't withdrawn until now. So they were a part of it. They lost their get a war criminal out of jail free card on letting Omar al-Bashir leave South Africa in 2015 already. So they're fresh out of those. But that's kind of it, really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I guess it's not disappointing. Axel's right. We did expect this. It's annoying. It's mildly annoying that they've done so. Michael.
Hi everyone. It's I continue to be impressed with the quality of the input from everyone. This site is just absolutely fantastic. As you know, you're just doing such a fantastic job. And again, I'll say it's an honor and a privilege to just be able to come up here and contribute, or to listen to the generals. I missed the first hour of the generals session, unfortunately, but I did catch the after discussion about the differences between the centrist and the far left and the far right, and apparently many of us are more of a conservative nature. I believe it was Axel that was talking about these people, I'm paraphrasing, in the administration. They really don't know how to handle what's going on in a global sense, particularly with Russia. And I read a fantastic article. I'm looking for it. I'd love to share it with everyone. I cannot find it. This was many, many weeks ago. It could have been in an email feed. I don't remember. But what it was pointing out, it was retired. Well, it was a scholarly article, but it had a contribution from a former intelligence community person and a senior DoD person. And what they were pointing out is the loss of this institutional knowledge vis-a-vis Russia, and why we see certain attitudes, views, and see the outcomes of those inhibiting us being able to give Ukraine what they need to win. And this spans politicians, lobbyists, contractor advisors on Capitol Hill, or in various states, state capitals where they're assisting as contractor advisor, congressmen or senators. This includes political operatives, and then it also includes media personalities that are spouting off, spewing their bullshit. They have no sense of the. And let me also say, it's also media organization leadership, and then of course you've got major party donor influence. Many of these people, because of the older folks are basically retiring, many of these people in these spheres are younger. And unless they achieved, say, a political science degree or a degree in world history from a major university, and really have a strong sense of the hugely negative impact that Russia, has had in the geopolitical sphere, it's totally lost on them. So these are the people that advise our politicians and decision makers, all the way up into the National Security Council, the old executive office building next door to the White House, on Capitol Hill. And it's pervasive, this lack of institutional knowledge, this lack of understanding of history, going all the way back to the turmoil, I'll call it lightly, inside Russia, their own domestic turmoil, their own domestic, the millions, the tens of millions, as it was mentioned earlier, that Stalin killed. Most people, it would seem, in these roles that I mentioned, they don't, won't, or can't understand what I'll call the Russia problem, whether it's the Russia problem today or the Russia problem in the Cold War, or going all the way back to the 1800s. They do not understand. And I think the way this article or this paper ended up summarizing was that this is going to hamstring or negatively impact our foreign policy decisions for decades to come. So it's an unfortunate, sad fact, unfortunately, and I don't know if there's any solution for it. Oh, and one more thing. Can I go back to the cheese discussion just momentarily that I believe Gunny brought up?
Please.
I wanted to ask him or any of you, have you ever been to a place in the UK? I forget which. It's called Cooper's Hill, and annually, people in the hundreds get tanked up at the pub, and they tried to stop a cheese roll coming down this steep hill. Gravity is working against them. These things can apparently get up over 50 miles an hour. They're impossible to stop. And at the bottom of this hill or nearby it, now I watched this when I lived in North Yorkshire for 10 years on the news. There's sort of an army of EMTs at the bottom of the hill and ambulances. And at the end of this, people are walking off. If you've ever seen a county rugby match in the UK or anywhere else where rugby is pretty popular, at the end of it, the guys are walking off the field. They look like they're coming off the Civil War battlefield. They're all beaten up and bruised. So I was going to ask, Gunny, have you ever tried to stop a 7-pound cheese wheel coming down a hill at 60 or 70 miles an hour?
Gunny, do you travel to Gloucestershire annually to run down a grassy hill?
I do like going to Gloucestershire. It's a beautiful part of the world. Yeah, the annual cheese rolling. I think they still do it. There was the health and safety tried to jump all over it. Normally, there's a few broken arms and things, but no, I've never tried to stop a 7-pound cheese rolling down a hill. I've run away from a couple of 700-pound women, I think. Yeah, I mean, what Michael said about the politicians and everything. Yeah, I thoroughly agree with that. Look, the problem is, I ranted about this ages ago. I've done it a couple of times, but academics, people with no real life experience, play a very important role in government because they're extremely clever people with massive IQs who are exceptionally naive about the world outside of their 4-bedroom with private pool in the Greek islands. They've got no idea just what an awful place it is out there, and be under no illusions. It's the world is full of thoroughly psychotic, bonkers people who delight in death and misery, and yet the democratic system, I don't think, is particularly well tailored unless you're lucky in dealing with that, because our elected representatives are naive. They do not understand, because they right from the get-go, right from private school, university, they do not understand how base life is. And I suspect that being sort of a defense minister with operational tours is a continuous succession of disappointment and frustration, where you have to try and hammer home to suits. No, the world isn't like that. People will order mass rape and torture and murder and not think twice about it. You don't reason with that. You kill it. You kill it at source. Unless you stand up to it, well, they'll do it. They'll get away with it. And if you throw that into a system where much of the electorate are completely either disenfranchised with politics or just have a disconnect, or are misled because they never got the memo about the internet not always telling you the truth, you're doomed to fail. Now, sometimes we get superstars like Margaret Thatcher, like Ronnie Reagan, and these people do understand. And behind them, they have teams of people with real life experience. But yeah, it sounds like I'm being dismissive of higher education and things like that. And to be honest, I am, because it's very easy to sail through life and attain power and actually be utterly ignorant of what it's like out there. And we're seeing the repercussions of that today. No one kind of looked at this developing in power anyway, and went, do you know what, we've got to nip this in the bud. because we never do. There would have been people in uniforms or people who formerly wore uniform who probably counselled, look, if you don't deal with this now, we're going to have to deal with him in 10, 15, 20 years' time. And as ever, you know, the priorities of economics, of trade, of keeping the peace, of re-election, of the attainment and retention of power took precedent over fronting up to what was coming. And this will be a continuous cycle. I think it's one of the appalling things about democracy is giving a number of people who are stupid to vote, and stupid people who vote invariably make bad choices, and you get stupid people in power. That's just it. The alternative is I don't know, someone like me in charge, which would be fabulous, worldly, not well educated, and willing to drop bombs on people at the slightest inclination, particularly after a heavy weekend on the lash. So I don't know. Take your pick.
No, I don't think you give yourself enough credit, Gunny. I don't know if you've ever heard of the 5 laws of stupidity, and I think I've mentioned this before, and I don't remember whether this was the first law of the 5 laws or if it was the 5th and final sort of summary law. But the law sort of states like this, and this was put together apparently by some PhD who apparently spent quite a bit of time formulating these 5 laws. And it's one of them said something like, the non-stupid people vastly underestimate how badly they're surrounded by the stupid. So if you want to Google that.
That's I mean, and the beautiful thing about getting older, Michael, isn't it? When you walk down the street, the more you realise that you're surrounded by morons. And it's not always their fault. It's the system that we've got. I wouldn't have it any other way. But how we address that, we had a really good discussion months and months ago about critical thinking. I can't remember her name now. She lives in Australia, Domin. She was fabulous, and she did kind of a breakdown and said, look, one of the first things you're going to have to do is, if you want geopolitics to be addressed properly by elected representatives, and elected representatives are elected by people, the people need to be able to understand all the things that are going on around them. Some people you will never get through to, but a lot of people could be better informed and could make better decisions at the ballot box if only they made the effort or they were brought up to understand what critical thinking is. So we're going to have to go back to schools. We're going to have to go back to curriculum. We're going to have to teach kids, and I know this is happening in Scandinavian countries, and we're going to have to teach people right from the start that the internet is a fabulous portal to infinite knowledge and also infinite lies. And until we do that, politicians will play on ignorance, and they will get themselves elected, and they themselves are ignorant as well. I mean, wouldn't it be refreshing just for once to see a political debate between 3 potential leaders of a country and actually have their feet held to the fire by an interviewer who won't let them just trot out the same, that's an important question, but let me answer by asking you a question. You all of this kind of stuff, and it all makes it very puerile and a bit wasteful, and and people come away from it and they think, oh, he came across really well. What did he do? He promised you economic growth like the last 5 did. He promised you better public services like the last 5 did. He promised you we would be a bigger player on the world stage like the last 5 did. And all you got was the same promises that you've had from the same 5 previous leaders over the same, 30 years. But you'll still go and vote for them. Because what? Because that's the only choice that you have. It's a bit grim. It's going to take generations to fix it. But basically, we've got to upskill our populations. And our populations are full of thick people who would rather look at TikTok than the fact that 600 people died in an air raid shelter that was clearly marked children. That's where we are. Just think about that. People around you are more interested in Sam Smith in a leotard dancing on a stage than the fact that £1,000 delayed action fused munition was dropped into an air raid shelter and hundreds died. That's a fundamental thing that we have to address in Western societies.
You don't mind me asking now, who on earth Sam Smith is supposed to be? Because I was so busy dealing with the air raid charter.
Oh, you're so
John Smith's brother.
Yeah, John Smith, the beer maker.
Gunny.
You're so old, Axel. You just keep walking in the private wood, all right? And the rest of us will talk modern stuff.
Kerry. Talking about modern stuff. This wasn't my point, but Sam Smith is a they. So referring back, I just in my head, going round and round in my head like a can, is this metaphor, this of kicking the can down the road. That's what our politicians are doing at the moment. They're just permanently kicking the can down the road. I don't know what they think is going to happen as a result of the numerous indecisions, but all that I can see happening is a state of perpetual limbo that will, over time, reap. What's that particular term? You know, when you get less and less progress as a result of not making progress, the lack of progress compounds, and you get to a point where what was just about keeping your head above water beforehand is no longer going to fit the bill. And in the absence of that, in the vacuum of that decisive action, you have things like South Africa looking to pull itself out of the ICC. You have escalating indecision and mucking around by a pile of other nations around the world who see that opportunity to fuck about. And this is what we're going to get more of unless we are decisive, unless we follow up and make things happen, unless we actually step into that vacuum and make some clear decisions. More of this is going to go on. I don't know what our leaders think is going to happen as a result of this indecision. I cannot understand how they don't just make some serious, pragmatic, progressive, bold decisions and get the fuck on with it so we can all get on with building a better life. It's just beyond me.
Well, probably because that would require Labour and Conservative to come together and agree that there should be a joined up foreign and defence policy for the next 20 years, regardless of who gets in government. And that's just, you're just never going to get it, are you, mate? I mean, wouldn't it be refreshing if Keir Starmer and Richie Sunak came together and said, look, in view of everything that's happened the past 18 months, we are going to make a commitment that whilst we hold different political beliefs and everything, national security remains our number one priority. And we're going to commit to 3% on defence. And we're going to carry out we're going to have a joined up kind of thinking about foreign policy and geopolitics with an eye to doing this and this in the next 10, 20 years. They won't do it because they're politicians. They would sell their own granny in order to get into number 10. And regardless of whether a policy would be good for the nation, if it gets them more votes to not agree to it, that's what they'll do, because it's the old greasy pole, isn't it? Doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's right, so long as it gets votes, that's when they sign up to it. If there's no votes in it, then they won't do it. The democratic kind of system, and again, then you're back to having a populace that don't, a sizable proportion of them don't understand what's happening or don't really care. Well, I mean, we saw it with the gas prices, isn't it? It's the government putting up the gas prices so the big fat cats can have lots of money and buy more super yachts and things. Trying to explain to someone that we're not getting Russian gas anymore. Well, that's not my problem. Well, it kind of is, really. That's why you've just blamed the government. I've just pointed out that Russian gas isn't on the market now. Well, I don't want to pay for it. It's not my problem. I don't care. Why can't we just buy gas? It's miles away from us. Yeah. And that's what politicians will pander to. They'll pander to that attitude. It doesn't matter if that person is an idiot and can't even do shoelaces up and there's Velcro on their boots. As long as they walk into the voting booth, put the tick in the right place. Ta-da! So it's grim, but it's politics, isn't it? I suppose.
But we need to stop pandering to that. You're right, Gunny, but we need to stop pandering to that en masse. We need to stop pandering to the infantile thinking that we enable, that we allow as societies, communities. We should want better. We should demand better.
Well, so it comes, well, activity like here, just, go out, talk to your elected officials, talk to them, or stand for office yourself. It's how it is. Democracy requires activity, advocacy, engagement. That's the whole point. It does not tolerate long-term passivity.
I think that the problem with that, though, is you have to do too many deals with the devil to get into any position of relative power. And you see that because how many moral principled politicians have fallen by the wayside because they just butt up against a system that is a political system that's designed each respective party attainment and retention of power, and there's no room for morals and principles. Ben Wallace is the exception to the rule here. I would argue Johnny Mercer. Who else? Who's a genuine in the British political system? Who's a genuinely moral, principled person who you would look at and go, do you know what? Even though I don't agree with them, they do stand their ground and they are consistent and they don't come out with absolute nonsense. Like people would say Tobias Ellwood. Tobias Ellwood just howls at the wind and comes out with some insane stuff. On the face of it, sounds very patriotic, but he's 3 rounds short of a full magazine. That bloke. On the left, you've got people who are now thoroughly against anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, but they all served on the shadow cabinet because it's the attainment and retention of power, getting up that greasy pole, and morals and principles just, and that's why that brings it back to Ukraine. Yeah. What would it have taken NATO to come together 2 months before, when the Russians were still in the field after that major exercise, and a joint security team, 16 air assault, augmented by 82nd Airborne, augmented by a French infantry battalion, put into place at the invitation of the Ukrainian government to carry out joint exercises with a view to do a short notice invitation to NATO. All of this would have been stopped. All of this, none of this would have happened. There would have been no space. We'd have been on something else, probably the Chinese, and hundreds of thousands of people wouldn't have died needlessly. And all it took was bollocks. All it took was a bunch of elected people to come together, look at it, listen to the people in uniform, and say, if we don't do something now, we're going to have a real drama in 12 months, and it's going to be bad for all of Europe. Really simple. No one here actually thinks the Russians would have come across and had a punt at 16 air assault, did they? So why didn't we do it? Because votes, because public panic, because people, academics who genuinely thought that the Russians wouldn't do it, because the Russians were misread on every level, seemingly, apart from 3 or 4 countries intelligence-wise. And even then, when the intelligence communities came together and said, look, we really think they're going to go for it, there was just that disbelief that a nation state would be so mercenary as to carry out a huge conventional attack with an eye to taking over within 72, 96 hours. Meanwhile, me sat at home drinking whiskey, looking at satellite photographs 3 weeks before when they're going to go. So how is it I knew, but people on 250, 300,000 pound a year didn't know, and elected representatives were told and went, no, maybe they won't. There you go. That's the democratic system, isn't it, Kerry? It's what we're lumbered with, mate.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think Taiwan will be the same. It's not. I think all the way up to the PLA embarking on assault ships, there will be deniability. There will be a refusal to believe they're actually going to go for it. There will be calls for peace and negotiation from the usual tankies. And it won't be until the first harpoons and tomahawks start hitting Chinese assault ships that the penny will drop. And then we will be back to the same, self-whipping. Why didn't we see it coming? Why was nothing done about it? Why weren't we firmer with the Chinese? Why weren't units put into Taiwan to deter them? And it will just be a rerun. It will just be an absolute rerun of this. It will be a rerun of 1982. There'll be a rerun of 1990 when Saddam went into Kuwait, and we just, just the way it is. Unfortunately, I mean, to be downbeat, it's just that's it, isn't it? How many times do we see this? Rwanda, what did we do there? I keep coming back to that because I think this is the most appalling stain on Western democracies, because we were scared to go into Africa because of our colonial past. It's another thing that's going to hang over us like Iraq. History. We shouldn't get involved because of this and because of that and because it didn't go well last time. You're not going to survive as nation states against dictators if you keep looking over your shoulder at the mistakes that you've made and thinking, well, it might go wrong on us. And as a result, a lot of black people died. But hey, no one cared because they were black, did they? Absolutely dire state of affairs. Yugoslavia, all over it. Rwanda, not bothered. So we need to get out of that mindset. We need to become more willing to jump in to situations, and we need to be willing to lose people to do what's right. No one in the military cares. As long as it's a good fight, they'll go in. 1 and 2 para would have dropped into Rwanda in a heartbeat to stop what was going on. But politicians.
Let's swim across the Atlantic. Armed Dillo fella, go ahead.
Hey, I was just as Gunny was speaking, I remember one of my favorite quotes. And let me know if you guys can you still hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, because I'm switching between, I'm pulling up a different app, so Twitter's kind of in the background here. But you guys have all probably heard this one, but I'm going to read it off. It's a quick little quote here. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So, just wanted to share that with the team here. And that's why we're here. That's why we're on the space and talking about it, because Russia clearly is in that camp of all the other worst forms, right? So, just had that brief comment to share. And I mean, Gunny's right on many points, but let's got to keep that perspective. What do they say? Stay calm and mind the gap and all that sort of thing. Keep the chin up. All right. What's the other one? Stay calm and carry on. Is that the other one the Brits like to go with? Keep calm and carry on. That's it.
The merchandise sells well.
I think the other one is could be worse. Could be French.
You're cracking me up, Gunny.
Oh my. And it was a very camp series.
Let's go to Brian, and I will let David take over from me in the meantime. David, there's some interesting news at IGN.
Does David have a stripy shirt then with him?
Probably.
So first of all, I'm going to totally steal, Gunny, your phrase. I always defaulted to that someone is a few fries short of a Happy Meal, but I think a few rounds short of a full M magazine is certainly much more much more fresh, much more interesting. So I'm going to make that transition, and I won't give you attribution going forward. So I want to go back to what Axel said and what you said, Gunny, regarding Axel talked about that democracy doesn't do well in an environment of apathy, and I absolutely agree on that. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to be advocates from the very grassroots level all the way up to our executive leaders. And I'll just use and dovetailing also with this what you talked about, Gunny, in terms of people being led astray in the digital age in terms of information, how easy it is to lead someone down a narrative when you have bad actors involved. And I'll use as an example, nothing other than earlier today, I was in a Ukraine-related space. We had a younger person come into the audience, and the moderator, the host at the time, her policy was, generally to not allow, sort of anti-Ukrainian people in the space at all. But for some reason, she looked at the person's timeline, like, you know what, let's just have some fun. And the guy came in, he was a younger kid, and, and he started spouting biolabs and started talking about, and one of his tweets talked about all this money that the United States is sending to Ukraine. And between probably three or four of us in about 15 minutes, we had this guy taking down his tweet talking about sending money to Ukraine and admitting that he was wrong on the biolabs. And all it took basically was some facts, some historical context, some detail. Someone else took care of the biolab thing. I took care of the narrative that that Ukraine is getting pallets of cash, that the United States is putting out pallets of cash, because what's happening is people are seeing these headlines and they're saying, oh well, we're sending $500 million or $1 billion to Ukraine, and they look at the headline, but they don't read the bill of materials, they don't read the full release, and so they think we're like loading pallets of cash onto a C5, flying it across the Atlantic, and dropping these pallets on the Ukrainians, making it rain like we're at the strip club, right? So, but that's the narrative people are being sold, and so just taking that little extra step to say, okay, next time read the release and understand that this is the value, the market value of this thing's being provided. So that little nuance, that little, and it was, we didn't manipulate the guy. We were just telling him the reality and that he was being sold. And so it's incumbent upon everyone, all of us, because I still hold out hope that in the face of facts, they never follow it up with facts, right? It's always, oh, there's biolabs. But when you try to scratch one level deeper, there's no substance. There's nothing other than a talking point from Fox News, from Tucker Carlson, who's no longer there anymore, thankfully. So there is hope, but it requires advocacy, and it requires, in a polite way and in a factual way, debunking what these people are being programmed with. And so I still hold out hope that we can do this despite the toxic bad actors that are participants in our media landscape. So that end of my thought there.
I'm guessing that is that. Oh, right. He's gone already. So this is me. I'm just taking over. Right. Well, hello, chaps. Gunny. So yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. And the thing really is, and this is what General Breedlove said, is that other countries have financial benefits elsewhere that they're more interested in. Right. As we're seeing, many countries are happy with genocide. They're okay with this if they're making a profit somewhere else. The question is how do we change that process? Right? We had, and they didn't say it, but they were absolutely out there going, we want Russia. We only want a little lose by Russia. Russia can't lose. All of these terms coming from the two biggest economies in the EU, right? So it can't be a surprise that people then people get confused, because if the actual country is going, well, you know what, we're really not going to get involved in this, and we're not really bothered that a city of 500,000 has been destroyed, then we're going to have always going to have problems until we fix these problems. And then you would go to, and this is Axel's favorite politician, Angela. He's not commented. Good, he's not listening. But Angela, Axel's favorite politician, still believing she didn't make any mistakes. But no, and she won't think she made a mistake, because she knew exactly what she was doing when she said no to Ukraine joining NATO and all of the other things that eventually led up to Ukraine being invaded and the genocide. Herein lies the problem. There's the morality test for European governments. We ask countries to do things and to behave in the way we want, but then we go and do what we want as well, and that's it's an absolute tragedy. And how we will change it, I've no idea, but it needs changing. And with that, Axel, if you are listening, can you co-host me? And we'll go back to you.
I was listening the whole time and laughing my head off whilst chatting with Michael about hardware dongles.
Yes, I saw. Can I have a co-host? Thank you very much. And Gunny, over to you.
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely agree. The other thing is, I think politicians have to have enormous self-assurance, and therefore they're incapable of admitting when they're wrong. Well, you only have to see that, you know. I mean, when a politician's caught out, either in their private life or in their job or something, more often than not, even when they give an apology, you kind of get the feeling that it's not them, it's you, and you're just stupid for not understanding them. You know, even if they're caught in a suite in the Hilton with two lady boys and a suitcase full of snow, it's probably your fault because he's under stress. And yeah, it is really hard work. Realpolitik, I get that to a point, and you do have to do deals with the devil in politics. I've absolutely no doubt about that. But there are going to be fights that you won't win. And as my old brigade warrant officer used to say, you've got to pick your fights sometimes. As Will Riker says, for you Star Trek nerds, sometimes you get the bear and the bear sometimes gets you. But I think we've gone too far on the seesaw, and we've gone down the road of immoral politics, where policy has taken a second sort of seat to achieving power. And politics should always be about what's good for the nation, shouldn't it, David? We should be recruiting the very best, the most moral, principled people into politics who have a love of the nation that they're going to represent and want what's good and best for the country, but also are willing to project morality, decency, honesty, integrity, you know, the Super Six globally.
I'm 100% with you there, Gunny. I also think they should go on a course first as well, right? Here we are. Because it's an important job, isn't it? Just allowing any old idiot to go and do it probably isn't part of it. But maybe they should have some training as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we grab Richie Sunak, all right, and we flew him over to Ukraine, and we took him to a mass grave area, right? Let's get him in a white suit. All right, he's got all his bodyguards out. He's got his security team. Let's hand him over to the Ukrainian investigating officer, the lead investigator, couple of NGOs there, UN representative. Let's take Richie over there. Let's put him on his knees, and let's stick his face within 6 inches of an executed mother and child. Let's point out the wristband. Let's point out the indications are both were sexually assaulted. Let's point out the fact that fingernails are missing. Then let's put him back in 10 Downing Street and watch the weapons flow. Now, unfortunately, that's not an option, is it? But for a lot of people in life, that's how you get through to them the realities of life. You know, it's like the flag wavers who you know, they stand on the jetty and they wave the Union Jacks and they watch the boys and girls deploy. Happy days, but they don't really understand what they're sending them to. They don't understand what's going to happen to those people while they're there and for many decades after. But we don't have that option, do we? So we're stuck with people who make command decisions, who have and it's very much like you know, it's like officers, isn't it? You get people who attain leadership positions and fall apart, and you get leaders who attain positions of responsibility, and then they actually see it and they thrive on it and they understand it and they embrace it to a degree, and it makes them better people. And unfortunately, we can't drag our politicians kicking and screaming to the edge of that mass grave to shove their face in there and go, this is the cost. Indecision, bad policy making, lack of investment in defence, lack of principles in life resulted in this. Therefore, what are you going to do about it? And as I say, I think put Richie back in his seat, back in number 10, he'll be signing off loads of kit. And I think most politicians would be. But we can't do that. So we're stuck with people for whom a briefing in a you know, in a cabinet briefing room and some photographs are very, very, very poor substitutes for the reality on the ground. And again, how do you combat that? Well, I would argue that the best process is to start getting people into politics with real life experience who are willing to expose themselves to that kind of thing. But a university graduate who and a businessman, no matter how successful they are in life, they're not going to understand what a mass grave looks like. They're not going to walk up to it. They're not going to see the realities of what dictators are prepared to do. And again, I just don't know. I just don't see a way around that. Occasionally, we're really lucky, and we do get politicians who maybe they haven't experienced it, but they do understand that the people around them, they gather a circle of people around them who they trust, whose judgment they trust, and they say, well, look, you know, I'm never going to see a mass grave, but if these people around me say this is bad and we need to support this country in fighting for survival, I will sign off on it. Right? What do you need, boys and girls? Blank check. Wouldn't it be refreshing, David?
Oh, wouldn't it just be very, very frustrating?
But this is why Ben Wallace is so good, because he's walked the walk. So, you know, here you have somebody who does have genuine professional expertise in the area, in the ministry that he's responsible for, knows what it means to be at war, knows what it means to have moral standards, and hence probably hands down the best politician we've had since I can remember. Absolutely, you know, stunningly determined in his response. I'm just wondering what the relationship is like now between him and Rishi Sunak, because it does feel a little bit like he's been muzzled.
I think Richie Sunak is probably somewhat intimidated by him. I mean, don't forget, Maggie Thatcher was initially when the invasion happened in '82. She was kind of bumming and ahhing, and Lord Lewin, who was equivalent CDS then, he was up on the hill down here in Portsmouth, and he flew immediately to London and walked in and said, if we don't have a robust response to this, our word will count as nothing globally, and we will be a much poorer nation for it. So it took someone in uniform, in dress uniform, to walk in to tell a politician, you don't do something about this, you're gonna learn the hard way what indecision and inaction is. And I think that's why the UK tends to be a little bit, I think really strong members of the military probably intimidate to a degree politicians, and that's why they don't tend to do particularly well. I know certainly, you know, I like him all over, and I think Johnny Mercer is probably a good kind of example of what happens when you don't rein it in and don't pick your fights. And he's a smashing guy, but he's hit the system buck stops loads of times. I think Ben Wallace is probably clever enough to realize there's going to be wins and loses, but he does have a degree of weight in cabinet, and certainly because Johnny Mercer's in there as well, that's going to be two. He's high profile. He's widely liked within the party, I think, but he's not going to play on it. He's just going to look at it, and he's going to achieve what he can and just bide his time. And I know that he hates it, mate. It's because he'll be looking around and he'll be looking at the decisions made, and he'll know the system, and he'll, if he had any, he'd be pulling his hair out. Maybe he had a full head of hair before he went into politics. But yeah, he's a coming man, but he didn't run for it. Now, what does that tell you? Why didn't he run for it?
Tell me your thoughts, Genny, because I have very clear ideas about why he didn't run for it.
I think he believes that he can achieve a hell of a lot where he is, and he has an absolute loathing and distaste for the political system.
100%. And like you say, I think he knew that his job in the Ministry of Defence was way, way more important and impactful than being the Prime Minister of the UK at the moment. He can have a much better impact on the world morally and in terms of what can be achieved for the greater good than him having some indulgence in being the Prime Minister. So 100% have respect for him for that. He's chosen the moral path.
Yeah, and that would speak volumes about British politics, where a moral, principled man with a firm grasp understanding of defence and geopolitics wouldn't run for office simply because potentially the whole thing disgusts and appalls him, and he sees it as his duty, which he will do, his duty to do what he can for sovereign UK defence and helping Ukraine, but would look at the number 10 and go, do you know what, not for me. And when moral and principled people look at an opportunity to take power and it probably disgusts them, then we really do have a problem, don't we, Kerry?
Agreed.
Oh, well, now we've come to a pause, and I see the wonderful Doman has put his hands up. Is that because we're going to do the wine tasting session now, Doman?
If only, David, if only. I have a tank question, and I'd love yours and Gunny's thoughts on it. If Bearded Brit or maybe Kundra Sugartor are listening, I'd love their thoughts on it. And my question is quite simple. How many rounds can a tank gun fire before you need a new one?
Oh, no,
on
you
a
mean
Challenger, ideally.
Yeah. So I can sort of answer that question in that a while ago I was reading a thread, and it was someone who talked about putting lots, as in thousands, through it, and the barrel had very little wear on it.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how many, because somewhere I read that they're only good for about 200 shots or 300 shots.
Yeah,
or 400 shots,
I've heard that, and it was ages ago. Someone said it on, and it was one of the reasons why I was reading this thread. I tried to find the thread the other day. It's on Reddit, but that's a rabbit hole to try and avoid. But it was a huge number of rounds they put through, and he went, and I think he was talking about the people came down from the Royal Armouries and just looked at it and went, oh, there's just hardly anywhere.
Depends if it's rifled or smoothbore as well, doesn't it? Because obviously if it's
rifled Challenger.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, going off a 4.5 Mark 8, which is a gun that I knew, thousands probably. I think no, it might not be that many. Actually, I'm trying to think. A frigate in 1982, she had to go home because her barrel the barrel wear was so bad. She'd been doing naval gunfire support. The gun was becoming inaccurate, and she had to be sent back up north. And her captain was absolutely apoplectic with Sandy Woodward. He said, I think it was, quote, "I'll stay here and I'll keep firing the bloody thing till it falls off." But yeah, I think rifle barrels, there is a finite amount, but that was a long time ago. So a lot of it depends on propellant as well. There will be improvements in propellant. Yeah, but yeah, you need bearded Brit, but then I think we should ban bearded Brit because he wears Crocs. Not only that, but he sent me a photo of his gnarly, horrible old people's legs with a pair of Crocs on at the end of it. And I think that should be an instant ban in the space. Anyone who wears Crocs, just wrong.
Good thing it's an audio only space.
Well, you know what the hole's for in Crocs, don't you? To let your dignity dribble out slowly.
That's why you should wear socks.
Crocs and socks. No.
Okay, just to explain why I was asking is because James Heapy, in answers to written questions from the House of Commons to somebody, I forget his name already, but he's from the Alba party, and I didn't know Alba party was a thing, and then I googled them, and apparently in 2021 they split off from the SNP. There's two of them at some party. And he was asking questions of James Heapy about DU cleanup and other nonsense. But part of the answer from James Heapy, who's I forget, is he Minister for the Armed Forces, something like that? He's like the second most important minister in the Ministry of Defense, right? Second or third, something like that. One of the things he said is, we have sent thousands of rounds of Challenger ammunition to Ukraine for the use with the Challengers. And of course, it only fits the Challengers, and there's only 14 of them. So at the very least, they sent 2,000 rounds, which is 140 per tank. That seems kind of a lot. And because I had somewhere in my memory that they're only good for 200, 300 shots, I thought, wow, they're basically saying we send as much ammo as they can handle, pretty much, before they need new barrels anyway. And that sounded pretty good. But now that David says it's good for thousands, then that logic falls out the window.
Except for I'm reading a thing that says 400 rounds, but the bit I was going on was a tanky, and I don't mean as in main
tanker.
Yes, I know, but we don't call them tanker. We always call them tankies. So let's call it a gunner in a Challenger then. Talking about really large amounts, and that the barrel wear was minimal. So there's a difference between, I guess, in the world of health and safety, as to what you might put through something before it gets changed. And we have to remember as well, on these, the barrel needs to be changed. Of course, that's all stuff that goes into the sales contract, right? So it's the person who produces it is in their interest to go, yeah, let's change it every 400 rounds as opposed to every 2,000. Just throwing that out there. BAE may have there may be another objective. Doman?
No, I'm good. You're running this, David.
Oh, yes, I know, but I expected you to say something back. Gunny, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the rounds, don't forget it will be Sabo and Hesh. And we don't know what Sabo rounds are going. I think we'll probably send charm-free rounds because the Chally 3 is getting a smoothbore gun. So therefore, I suspect we'll be a little bit more content with starting to shoot off the most recent ammunition, which will be charm free.
And there's no need to for us to save our ammo, is there? because guess what? When we've all moved to smoothbore, all the other ammunition won't be of any use to us.
Well, I mean, it's ammunition, so we can probably make it anyway. You know, Sabo, it's not a phenomenally complex round to sort of make.
My point is that the rifled ammunition, there's no point saving that because we won't have a need for it.
Well, we will do for a few years until Charlie 3's fully up, because they've only just started doing the turrets. The company, I think, is up in Birmingham. They've just started doing the turrets now, so we're going to have Challenger 2 for quite a while. But I don't know. I don't know who makes the ammunition. It's not Royal Ordnance anymore, is there, David? They've gone.
We got rid of Royal Ordnance. Yes.
Yeah, is it part BAE now?
I don't know. I've not looked. Good question.
Yeah. Anyway, I've no doubt we can probably make more Charm 3 anyway, but it will make. I don't know. I mean, Charm 3 might be overkill. We really need bearded with Crocs up here, but Charm 3 would go through the front of a T90 and out the back end. I should think. If it didn't go through it, it's going to cause enough damage inside. Because of course, people keep getting confused. They go on Wikipedia and they look at the armor values on Russian tanks, and then they look at Sabo rounds, like the 105 L7 on the Leopard, and they say, well, the Sabo round on the 105 won't go through the front of a T80, let's say. Well, actually, it's a little bit more complex and nuanced than that, because what happens is if you look at the kinetic energy imparted by a Sabo round on armor, what can happen is the round doesn't necessarily have to penetrate the front of it, but it will cause deformation of the inside of the armor, and then you'll get spalling, those metal fragments. And when they fly around at supersonic speeds, they ignite the hydraulics and the ammunition, etc., and you still die. So that's why I keep saying I'm not. People are getting quite sort of dismissive of the 105 on Leopard 1 and the Sabo round, which I think the best round on there is the DM21. I think everyone's going to be pleasantly surprised. Don't have to go through the front of a tank. It can do a lot of damage simply by the kinetic forces of the impact on it. There's a really good simulation out there on YouTube, and it shows a Sabo round, and it doesn't come anywhere near penetrating the armor. But what goes on the inside of that armor plate is just not good for the tank crew at all. You're still going to be burger meat regardless. So yeah, I think it'll probably be. I think you're right. I think we'll probably chuck everything at them. But I do think if the Russians are really suffering with availability of armor, I wonder if it will be a balance between Hesh and Sabo, or even maybe a lot more Hesh and some fewer Sabo, because they might not anticipate coming up against top-end Russian armor at all. Although reports Sky are saying that the T-14's been deployed, but it's not been deployed. It sounds like they're using it as artillery in the indirect fire role. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I would suggest that one of the reasons why we haven't sent stacks, huge amounts, is because what they want to do is to discourage using the Challengers as indirect fire artillery, right? Because that's not really what their job is for.
No, I think they're holding them on for armored spearheads, but it will just be interesting to see whether the Ukrainians anticipate coming up against Russian tank heavy formations, or whether they're going to kind of carry a little bit more Hesh, because they anticipate more coming up against infantry fighting vehicles and fixed defenses and stuff like that. Which, of course, we know Hesh is actually really good at that. That's primarily the reason why the British Army stuck with Hesh when everyone else went, oh well, no, it's not really that good, because Hesh can still make a mess of you, especially from the side or the rear. But it's great for killing BMPs and BTRs, when a Sabo round might actually go through and not cause that much damage, and you can trash field fortifications, bunkers, fortified buildings, all that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I would add is that I know we talk about this quite often. I'm just not, I don't think that many of these tanks, the T-72s and the rest of it, have the armor capabilities that are said. I don't think that, given that we have SPGs taking out T-72s, SPG, the rocket thing, which is what 86 millimeter. I don't think Hesh is going to be the Russian tanks are going to prove a problem to a Hesh round. And what it was, we've had the Carl Gustav 84 mil took out a T90, albeit from the side, but they have very very accurate rifling, right? And so hitting something isn't going to be a problem, maybe, I think the thing we have to remember in this instance as well is that the range at which they can be hit at before outranges the ability for the Russians to see something in many situations. I don't think it would be that much of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any sort of really good analysis, have we, of how Russian armor is holding up. I don't know how they use layered T-72 and T-80 use layered armor with textilite, I think it is. So I've not seen anything to say how good or bad that stuff is. I've still not seen any. I've not seen any photographs of T-80s killed from the front. But what I have seen is some footage of Russian tanks and what looks like a 155 millimeter artillery round is landed this sort of 10, 15, 20 feet to the side. And then in the next shot, the thing's burning. This is not good because a tank probably won't be able to take 120 millimeter through the side, but to be killed by fragments off a 155 is a really bad situation to be in. So no, we will see. T-14, there's so few of them. I don't think they're really going to be an impact. And of course, you've got to marshal them. You've got to put them into a formation, and they'll be a priority target for the Ukrainian artillery anyway. So I don't think they're going to be a factor. So it's going to be down to T-72s and T-80s, and I just think a Charm 3 is just going to be awful for them. We'll see though. I mean, they seem married to the BDD applique armor packs from the 80s. They're still happily sticking them all over tanks, T-62s. So they obviously either they feel that it's actually working quite well, or it's just like a bit of a morale thing. Seen some track links put on, stuck on the front and sides of Russian tanks. Yeah, it does work actually. There's a lot of myth about that, but the British Army did trials in World War II with a captured Tiger tank hull, and actually sticking spare track links on the side does work, but against a Charm 3, okay.
Gunny, do you want to tell everyone what a Charm 3 is?
So Charm 3 is just the final iteration of the 120 millimeter Sabo round for the Challenger. If you don't know, a Sabo round, so it's a dart called another term is long rod penetrator. You can make it out of tungsten or depleted uranium. It is not a nuclear weapon, and it's surrounded by a shoe, which of course French Sabo, I think. And that's because you can't fire this needle-like projectile out the gun because it will rattle on its way up. So what you do is you encase it in a shoe called a Sabo, and then as the round exits the gun, the Sabo falls away and the dart continues on its merry way to hurt things about a mile away. It's something we kind of introduced in World War II. Initially, there were some problems with it because if you can imagine having bits of a shell of a round come away, it can impart instability into the round and it can make it wobble in flight, and that means that you get an inaccurate gun. That was a big problem with the 17-pounder on the Sherman Firefly, but we've kind of fixed all of that. One of the best ways to overcome those stability problems is use a smoothbore gun. Makes it a lot easier, but the British Army went, well, we like Hesh rounds. and we're going to stick with a rifled gun. And we overcame the problem of the sabot, the shoe bit coming away in the air and then the dart on the way. And charm free is DU, and anything T80 and below, we know will die. T90, we simply don't know, but how many of them are operational? And I don't think the T90 uses composite armor. I think it's just steel armor. Certainly the export version is. I don't know about the one for the guards units, but from what I've seen, everyone seems to think it's cast steel armor and no composite, which yeah, we need to check that. But that sounds a little bit odd. The Russians have used composite armor since the T-64. They do know the value of it, so I doubt that very much.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's really interesting. I said there was the report that the Charlie G took out a T90. Right? I mean, who knows? We don't know where they hit it. Could have just got a lucky shot on the turret or something like that. Who knows? But we'll find out shortly, won't we? A thing that before I forget, which I will forget, Jens, I've tried to bring you up 1,000,001 times. I think you need to recycle and come back again. I strongly suspect that the problems they have with corruption throughout Russia will be down in every single point of these Russian tanks. They've skimmed a little bit. Is that armor as thick as it's supposed to be? Is it the special armor? Is it just like really cheap armor? Or someone did they even go, you know what? Let's just make it out of magnesium instead, right? And I suspect that we will see quite a bit of this as we go along, because it's a place where someone can skim an awful lot of money, and we know that that's pretty much the whole process of what happens.
Yeah, it's also the manufacturing process as well. So stuff like cast armor or face hardened armor, I don't think they'll use that, but the production process is absolutely key, because if you get impurities, if you get defects in the manufacturing, then cast armor is just going to have bubbles in it. It's not going to have the sort of tensile strength that you get in Western metals. So yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. How good is it? How good are their casting techniques? I mean, they should be really good. But if you look at World War II, there were kind of assessments of the armor and how it varied amongst different nations, and how that actually impacted on whether a tank could take a hit or not. Like so, towards the end of the Second World War, whilst the Germans, the manufacturing process was fabulous, the last production Panthers, the Russians analyzed them, and they did see that there were manufacturing deficiencies coming up, and that made the armor not nearly as strong as you would actually think. So, yeah, hopefully that'll be the case. We'll have to wait and see. If anyone knows about the T90 though and the armor, I thought it was just cast armor, but if anyone knows any different.
Yeah, I mean, what we need to do is speak to the person who shot the T90 up with the Charlie G, right? That would be quite useful to get an interview with that person. Right. With this, I think we're gonna, but don't disappear, Gunny. There's a lot more to talk about. I think we're gonna go. I do not know whether it was Katten first or was that Ragnar Feller? Oh, Ragnar Feller, I guess. Then we're gonna go to Ragnar Feller, and then we'll go to Katten.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Well, first, let me say thank you for having me on again. This is my second time on the show, and I appreciate your patience since my brain tends to operate like a ADHD-addled squirrel on crack. That said, I wanted to touch upon a point that Brian brought up earlier about, basically the naivety of the academics and intellectuals in our leadership. And, he said something along the lines of, we've had the same promises for 5 different generations of politicians and nothing's changed. So forgive my jadedness if I say I no longer have faith in any of our leaders to make any kind of impactful or important decisions. With that said, we the people have shown time and time again through our own actions, whether it be domestic movements like Black Lives Matter here in America, or the movements like where the Lithuanians crowdfunded all the money to get the Bayraktar early on in the war in Ukraine. We the people have shown that we can make an incredible amount of difference. Now, with that said, there's all sorts of aid organizations that are global, that take on the global mission. But we've never had any kind of military organization in that sense that will literally take money and donations from we the people, be directed by we the people, that can address various different military crises throughout the globe, such as Ukraine, Taiwan, Sudan. So my question is, do you guys know of any?
You mean crowdfunding a military organization? You mean crowdfunding a military organization that is universal? Is that what you're saying?
That use Ukraine as a template, crowdfund enough money to buy 12 old Soviet era helicopters from private owners and recommission them so that they can be used on the front lines. Because even if it's only 12 helicopters, that's still 12 helicopters providing air support to any ground offensive. It's that little bit extra that might give the push.
Yeah, no, I understand. Right, and so there are people. So in Ukraine, they're doing it, but not on. Someone actually made the suggestion of doing it for the planes, but then you run into all sorts of problems, don't you, when you're buying weapons like this? Helicopters, maybe not. If they don't have weapons on them, maybe that would be easier. But then the question is, do the helicopters you're buying have what these people need, as in the weapons systems? So when you're buying weapons systems, then you get into the problems that you have with buying these types of weapons, and that's really a country thing. And then
well,
we
I
get
brought
the
up the
same problems we've
helicopters
got.
with Ukraine specifically in mind, because the Ukrainians themselves have shown an incredible amount of ingenuity in being innovative with the weapons they already have and taking weapons they've been given and finding new formats to use them in, so to speak. So I actually was very much thinking the Ukrainians when I said the helicopters, because even if they weren't necessarily exactly what the Ukrainians need, I'm sure they could find a way to make use of them.
Look, so I wish Zagolman was here. If we all tap our heels together 3 times, he might materialize. Yeah, exactly. One of the things that I understand from Zagolman is that sometimes some of the weapon systems, and Gunny may have a thought about this as well. When you start including weapon systems and other things of that nature, such as something being equipped for night flying, even a helicopter, so it's got the stuff in it, then that becomes quite complex. And these are the sort of things that helicopters that are being sold on to civilians don't have. So it all depends on what they were, etc. I mean, you might be able to find. I mean, who knows, right? As you were saying, someone going to the Indian Army or the Pakistani Army and saying, we want 20 Hind Ds and we're prepared to give you 250 million for them, then they may just well hand them over. But who knows at that point? It's a good idea. The one thing that I think that would get into the way is just other countries, because these are things that other countries. And I don't want to pick on France, but I probably will pick on France, because they're easy to pick on at the moment. Say France doesn't like the idea of 20 Hind Ds going to Ukraine, then they would be in a position to exert a lot of pressure so that deal doesn't go. Or in actual fact, the people you're buying these from may use France as a reason to hike the price up. Sometimes doing things country to country is just easier. And then we're back to the problem that we talked about with Gunnies having countries that are morally able to do these things and are less likely to just be thinking about themselves. The countries that will worry about genocide happening, and what that means for democracy, as opposed to, but we want to do business with Russia, right? Because that's going to make us a bit more money, and we don't really care if lots of people die. It's an idea, though. Do you want to come back on that, Ragnarfella?
Sorry, I had my mic off just so I could listen to you guys without any background noise. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yes, well, that's what I was thinking, is like there's got to be some governments somewhere that produce weaponry. Like I don't know if you just saw the comment that I just typed up, but like India's new multi-role light fighter, the Tejas. You know, I mean, I would think a squadron of those would be easy enough to purchase with some of the money that's been granted to Ukraine through some sort of, you know, arrangement where, you know, the money from the international bank gets chipped aside so that we could increase the squadron of Ukraine's air force so they can have air safety, not even air superiority, just air safety. You know, and I was, like I said, my original question was, are there any organizations globally? And if there aren't, what could we do to create such an organization that addresses, I mean, not just Ukraine. I was using Ukraine as the template, but like somebody earlier brought up Taiwan. I dare say that you guys are right. We're going to be facing a very similar situation, you know, just a year or two down the road, if things don't play out correctly in Ukraine. You know, if Ukraine ends up having to cede territory to Russia to make peace or whatever, that's going to embolden China into Taiwan. And then guess what? We're in this situation again. So I was just wondering if there's anything that could be done to create an organization that globally addresses military issues. You know, because like I said, we already have, you know, UNICEF and all sorts of feed the poor funds. We have a fund for every humanitarian cause under the sun, but we do not have one that actually addresses, you know, military issues that we civilians can have any effective role in.
And the problem lies in your civilians' ability to buy weapons. So things such as, just as an example, so really simple things. So night sights, for instance, which will be classified and very, very difficult to export. Most night sights, military night sights, are under export controls. So I can see that that there's sort of merit to it, but crowdfunding $1 billion, for instance, how do you go about that, and then all the problems that go around it? But the reality is our individual countries should be making the right decisions. There are some things that so I understand the point of charities, but I do see that if we started this wholesale crowdfunding process, that some countries would go, oh, well, let's just get everyone to pay for it. We don't need to pay for it either. I'm absolutely, let's go back to the French. I'm pretty certain the French would go, that's a brilliant idea, where we don't have to add any money at all.
I can see that as definitely an issue.
So, but look, but this is an important point, I guess. So money isn't the issue in this war. Money is not the issue. Axel and I did a back of a cigarette packet calculation for the equipment that was needed, and this was with the friend of the space, John Howarth, as well. The equipment that was needed to make a huge difference, right? And by huge difference, I think we were talking about it. I think it, because I didn't draw the fag packet, I did a mental fag packet for me. I think it was something like 300 tanks. Oh no, it was 400 main battle tanks, which was made up of 200 Leopard 2s, 200 Leopard 1s, something 600 IFVs, and 30. We use Gripens and F-16s are about the same thing, and it came to 10 billion. That doesn't include the supply chain, but it's only 10 billion, right? The EU just has donated, whatever you want to call it, loaned forever Ukraine 18 billion. Every single country pretty much in Europe could solve that problem themselves. The UK just spent 150 billion subsidizing electricity because guess what? The war changed all the pricing. So money isn't the issue. The issue is, this is very important for everyone to understand, is the issue is the political will to get the equipment through. So whilst those planes from India, I know although in fairness, India would probably say, stuff it, we don't care, if someone had the right money. But how do you crowdfund? Let's just say I don't know what the Indian planes would be. How do you crowdfund 4 billion though? And at that point, we're talking about the sort of amounts of money that nation states have, or Facebook, or someone like that. But they're not going to crowdfund that. They're not going to add any money to it because that's just them spending money. And we have the amazing Zagolman coming up shortly, which is brilliant. He might be able to add a little bit to this. I'm just going to give me a second. I'm going to quickly add him. So I'm not even going to wait for him to request. Just send him the invite. Oh, we've lost Ragnarfella. So while Ragnarfella do something, we will go to Zagolman. We're going to go to Katten first, then we'll get you in pretty quickly if we can. Katten.
Hi. I think it's time for you to sort out what the word tanky means, because as I don't have English as a first language, I thought all the guys on the truck routes were tankies.
Yes, so let me slow you. I know I've interrupted you, Katten, but I am in 100% agreement with you. Confused for about 6 months. I was in absolute confusion. Who are they talking about? These tankies, as in these horrible people. And whilst I admit that people like Bearded that aren't as nice as they appear to be, then there we are. But yes. So the difference between tankers and tankies took me forever. I think we should have them as we should have some different name for the nasty tankies as opposed to the nicer tankies. And
absolutely. And I actually went into the Wikipedia. I made a Google search for tanky expression. And then I ended up on the Wikipedia page, and it actually has meaning in UK and the meaning in the rest of the world. I think that's quite funny.
I haven't bothered looking at it. I was going to say that is great that they've got it in there. I mean, it's just wrong. I mean, there must be another. I mean, someone make a suggestion for a tanky, as in the horrible, nasty tanky.
It's simple. Simple, David. It's completely simple. Even in the UK, you not only say tanky, you also say tanker, the guy who runs the tank. That's how it is.
No, we don't.
You do.
Never,
Actually,
never. Maybe they do. I never have, and I've never heard anyone ever in 15 years. Never heard them discussed as a tanker.
Let me finish. All right. You can ask Bearded, and he will probably tell you that a number of those from the British Army of the Rhine called themselves tankers as well. And then they got scolded by the Americans, who called tankers only those who fly as gas providers in the air. They are tankers as well. It's just a matter of the use of English. And the problem is that tankies, of course, are the ones criticized for having appeased and justified the use and abuse of Russian tanks in smiting the democracy movements in Prague and in Budapest. It's very damn simple. And if you want to follow the American diction, you could just say tankers and you'd be fine with it. Or tank operators, whatever. I mean, do something. But tanky, worldwide by now, has been utilized by the commies.
That's my problem. They co-opted a perfectly good name. And sorry, anyway, Katten, I interrupted you. If you want to add to that.
No, it's just that it's really confusing when you hear tanky in that sort of way, because I would definitely think of anyone working in a tank or in a combat vehicle or anything, but making it someone really communist is very far from my intuition. So it was quite funny when I understand that this is two different things.
Well, and here's the thing: I agree with you. The jury is out on the use of the word tanker in the UK Army. We shall find out. Anyway, Doman's dropped. Oh, you're back again. Who's dropped? Michael. So Doman, we're going to make you wait because Goldman put his hand up and then forgot to put his hand down. Goldman.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just wanted to, I'll just use some facts that were put out by the DOD on, the eight bipartisan senators that asked the DOD why we're not giving Ukraine F-16s. The DOD's response, other than the typical excuses that it takes long, it's hard, was that it would cost between the stand up of the supply chain and procurement of the aircraft, and all the other things, it would cost $11 billion. So, it would take $11 billion to solve that air-to-air aviation issue that Ukraine is faced with. And take the pressure off the air.
So, Goldman, exactly. And what number did David and I produce here at the end of last year?
Yeah, you did. I'm just telling you, they validated your number. It's in the same, and clearly we have the ability to spend $11 billion. The part that no one considers in that calculus is that I would bet that Russia does $11 billion of infrastructure damage every 2 weeks in Ukraine by lobbing bombs into civilian cities and things of the sort. So when you look at it from a pure cost basis, when Russia can do $11 billion of damage to Ukraine in a time period measured in weeks, it's like a good deal. Even if you're not like a military guy, if you're the finance guy, you'd say, "Hey, sign me up for that." Like, you know what I mean? It's you could save $11 billion worth of damage by having a deterrence. The finance guy would buy that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the part that makes this whole thing so exasperating. Like, from many perspectives, it seems like a good deal to give them what they want.
And let's not even stop there. Let's carry on with the effects to because every single European, and by definition, it means that there will have been a hit to the US economy as a result. The economies have lost more in every single way, which makes obviously the excuse they're using is just childish, isn't it? So that's the bit that frustrates us.
That is the frustrating part, because the people that are against it, that aren't, you don't have to be a military mind to say that $11 billion worth of damage is being done in a relatively short period of time. Like, what are we saying? Roughly like $1 trillion to reconstruct Ukraine at this point, some ridiculous number like that. And for $11 billion, you can start eroding the capability of making that number bigger. Like, it seems to me that even the finance guy should be on board with that. You don't even have to be the military wonk. So it's just frustrating.
Extraordinary, and that and how much equipment was left in Afghanistan?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The administration will point out that it wasn't ours. It was Afghanistan's equipment. Like, we gave it to them, but we gave it to them because they said they needed it. Like, it's It's not even. It doesn't even take.
Sorry,
the
we
military
gave it to them
discussion
because
say it's a good deal.
no, the government. We gave it to them, or you gave it to them because you knew that the Taliban would need it.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Yeah, but like I said, it's just for $11 billion to solve the air-to-air issue, to solve the ground air, to take the pressure off the ground-based air defense issue, the two prominent issues that are facing Ukraine right now that in my estimation, are the two things that could cause them to fail. Right? To me, there's only two things in my mind that could cause them to fail. Not in the long run, because Ukraine will never stop fighting. But the scoreboard could change in Russia's favor if the ground-based air defense, goes to nothing, and the Air Force can't fly anymore. Right? To me, those are the only two things in my mind
And how many months?
Kind of hanging out there.
Bill, how many months did we, after the most recent analysis, which we did with our colleagues here, just picking from available sources thus far, how many months, based on Ukraine's own information, do we currently estimate that they will last unless replenished?
I don't even want to say it. In some estimations they're already there, but of course they're slowing down, which means they won't truly let themselves go out. They'll just start shooting less and letting more things blow up, which inflates which makes the $11 billion question whether it's a good deal even more a good deal. Like, you know what I mean? Because they'll have to stop protecting some things. That's what will happen. Pretty soon it'll be only Kyiv that's being protected, right? I mean, that's what'll happen, right? If they were using it at the rate that the analysis said, they'd theoretically be out now. But they obviously they've tailored their use, to preserve something. So, which again should make the finance guy even more interested in providing money, because he's going. If Ukraine when they eventually win this thing, it just makes the bill bigger.
And not just a little bit bigger. I mean, just to the point of just huge sums bigger.
God forbid that Russia eventually gets the ability to fly uncontested, or at least moderately contested. It's highly contested now. They're liable to say they're liable to be willing to lose every other aircraft in a sortie, or every third aircraft in a sortie, if they could bomb Kyiv like carpet bombers. They're liable to. Putin's liable to say that's an okay deal for him. Like, at some point, at some point the aircraft are going to not be flyable, and they'll have to conserve them more and more, and the air defense systems will have to be conserved more and more. And 3 Patriots and 1 IRST and whatever, 2 NASAMs or whatever the number is 10% of what's needed to protect the whole country. That's just to protect the country. It's not to protect the country and fight. And just like for $11 billion, we can't start the process of taking that one issue off the table for $11 billion.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? When
we spill that much money on the table, we spill it. That's a rounding error in U.S. budget terms.
Yeah, no, it is, isn't it? And then it's one of the reasons why I keep on pointing out that in 20 years we spent $8 trillion in Afghanistan.
Yep. It's exasperating. It is. So.
And sorry, keep going. Sorry.
Until we start, we can't finish. That's the part that's like even if you take all the excuses at face value, it takes a long time, 18 months. Well, we started 12 months ago when we should have. Even if they were right, which I don't believe they're right, even if they were right, we'd have it on the horizon. We'd see we'd see the horizon, we'd see it on the horizon that we've got this problem behind us. But we haven't even started. That's what it's like.
And that's the thing that it feels like I've had a dagger to the heart about these things, because everything that we said that we should have been doing over a year ago, this is the extraordinary thing, is 14 months ago we were saying we need to start doing these things, and yet we haven't even started, and that's the extraordinary component.
Yep. Even if you said, hey, I admit I was wrong, we should have started 14 months ago, we're going to start today, then at least you've at least started. The clock is moving. It's not moving yet in my mind. We haven't progressed one day to ending the war. We've progressed to pushing Russia out of Ukraine, but we haven't progressed one day towards ending the war until we solve this air defense issue. Until we start trying to solve it. Then we will have made, after the first day, we'll have made the first day of progress towards ending the war.
And there's the thing is a serious discussion on how to end this, isn't it? I think this is one of the things that my brain's gone. So Axel, I'm only seeing one request. So so it was being said in the discussion earlier. It's just that so many countries have their own country's opinion, their views on what it's going to be, that often don't take into account morality and all the other things that we wish they did. How do we cope with that? How do we push it forward?
Yeah, to be honest with you, some countries, you kind of give them a pass early, and February 24th, I don't give them a pass, but at least I can think about it. But the first, when they went into Bucha, there's no passes after that in my mind, right? When this clearly became a genocide, there are no more passes for anyone in the West. We're all failures in my mind by not just opening up the coffers.
David, I hate to break in here for a second, but I don't know if you see Dahlman's had his hand up for like 40 minutes or 30 minutes or something like that. I don't know.
No, I told him to wait now.
Oh, you did? Okay, my bad.
Yeah. It's called flow there, Dr. Nick. It's all the flow of the conversation.
Okay, just make sure.
Thank you very much. Right, well then, now after we've been told off, we'll go. As Goldman, I'm going to go back to you though, so don't disappear. We'll go to Doman.
I've actually got a question for Goldman. I just want to add a little bit to the earlier etymological discussion on the question of tanker. I think it's pretty straightforward. Tankies are those who legitimized the Russian tanks, Soviet tanks in the streets of Budapest and Prague. That was well documented in British press already in 1956, 57. So, David, you're not that old, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. The more entertaining thing I want to note is something that our dear friend Maciej told us some 13 months ago now. And it's the Polish, kind of not quite equivalent, but a slight issue with language there, because in various Slavic languages, a tanker, a tank operator would be tankist or something along these lines, right? So, of course, Russian trolls at the start of the...
No. A tankist is somebody who stands instead of you. It's like a trustee or somebody who is actually taking your place.
So what would be Russian for tank operator?
I haven't checked, but I can tell you this in a second. Let me ask the Tatar.
Okay, so to be a tanker, tankist, whatever, doesn't really make a difference. Depends on which Slavic language you'd be using. That's besides the point. What I want to note is that there were Russians pretending to be Poles on the internet, and they were talking about Russian for tanker. If you put it in a Google Translate, you'll get back something like tankowiec, right? And Axel Michael Schierberg, who worked as a interpreter between Russian and Danish, says tankist for a tank operator. So that was correct. So the Russians who were pretending to be Poles said tankowiec when they were trying to speak Polish. The problem is that the tankowiec in Polish is a tanker, as in a fuel tanker, as opposed to a tank operator. And a tank operator would be a zbiornikowiec. And every Pole could immediately tell the pretend Pole who was actually a Russian out of the mass by what they were using, which I found very amusing at the time, and I've committed that to memory since. Just because it sounded right, it was something of a false friend. All right. Zgolman, I got a question for you. So we saw at least a Black Hawk operational in Ukraine, and the pilot said, yeah, it took him like no time at all to get a hang of it. Generally, with these sort of, let's call them transport helicopters, utility helicopters, that Ukrainians might be getting in greater numbers eventually of Western manufacture, be they Black Hawks or of a different origin. Is this something that, looking at the basis of that, is this something that they can incredibly quickly integrate into their workflow, very quickly transition pilots from one to another, from a Soviet type to a Western type? Is it more about the feel? Is it more about something else?
Yeah, in a pure utility role, they keep going back to Sea Kings. Sea Kings took 2 months, right, to have one flying, right? So I don't think the Black Hawk would be any more different if it's in a utility role, and if you put some weapon wings on it and some rockets, it's probably another month or 6 weeks to get trained up on that piece of it, and on a range, and if you want to fly at night, which is something from my understanding, is the night ops is not something their pilots are accustomed to. That's another increment of training on top of that, probably another month or something. So if the aircraft are configured for that, because the night ops, you usually require displays that are compatible for a utility helicopter anyway. You need displays in the aircraft that are compatible with night vision, so you're not blinding yourself with your displays. So it's depending on the mission. It's to me, it's 2 to 4 months. That's saying that they already did the Sea King. For me, there's no reason why a Black Hawk in a utility aircraft role should be any longer or shorter, maybe a week or two shorter than those, right? So that's demonstrated performance. That's the best you can have. 2 months. That's an actual data point. So I would say it's possible anywhere for 2 to 4 months, 2 to 5 months, depending on the mission you want them to do.
So in the meantime, I've been corrected. Okay, the word tankist is used in slang on a regular basis for people who stand in for other things, but it is also, in good old Russian still, the general term for someone who is in a tank. But typically, the tank commander, the guy you would call a tanker, is the commandir tanka. And then there's the naochnik, which is the gunner, and the likes, and you can go through the whole shebang. But that's it.
But generically, it'd be a tankist.
Yeah, well, they had, funny enough, seemingly they changed their terms anyway, even in the 1950s. Somebody here with a better understanding of this is currently going through old manuals, but I'm going to spare you that for a moment.
Quite all right. Quite all right. And Goldman, really quick, if you wanted to, what would be the difference between doing a conversion to a utility transport helicopter person versus doing a conversion for an attack helicopter pilot operator? That'd be a whole lot more involved, right?
Yeah, depending on what type, the Apache is probably the longest of the conversion because you're flying with a monocle, and frankly, a lot of people can't fly with a monocle, right? So there's again learning there. There's the weapons. There's more weapons to learn. There's a gun. Depending on what seat you're in, I'd say Apache would be the longest. Cobra behind that, but yeah, if it's a purpose-designed gunship, it's probably a little bit longer, but it's not. Like I said, if we started when we should have started, they'd be there now. They'd be there. The good part about helicopters is we can do a lot more flying. It's not, the training isn't quite as parallel from a simulator to getting in the aircraft, because you can always have a pilot with full control sitting next to them. You can always limit the envelope that you let the guy fly when he's in there. So you can kind of do a lot of parallel training between actual flying and simulator flying, because when you can, you don't have to do 130 knots to take off like you do in a fixed wing. You can just limit your envelope, and the guy can get the handle for the aircraft relatively quickly. With relatively little bit of simulator training. You just need the safety training. We're how to get out of the aircraft and all the emergency procedures type things. You could start that training. I suspect that's what they did with the Sea Kings. They didn't have a serial training process where it was simulator followed by flight. It was probably a little bit of both at the same time, because you can limit the envelope of a helicopter much easier than you can a fixed wing jet that's got to go really, really fast just to take off, just to start. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you, Goldman. Makes perfect sense. David, you're back.
I am, yes. Yes, I am. So I didn't hear what Goldman said, so I may even be asking the same question because I didn't even hear your question, Doman. But such is Twitter. Are you feeling satisfied, Doman?
Thoroughly.
Ah, good man, good man. So we're going to go to Michael, then Chris, and then Dustoff. Michael.
Thanks, David. I am fully on board with these concerns, the whole discussion around the slow rolling or inadequate supplying of Ukraine with what they say they need. But I would just remind people, we've talked about this before on this space, so anyone that's maybe new to this space, that everything we read regarding the Ukraine contact group, the outcome of each of those meetings, the list of supplies we're sending over, that is part of it is being publicly accountable, of course, but that is the overt side to what's being supplied. Undoubtedly, there is a covert side. You see one Black Hawk in Ukraine. Do we really imagine that's the only one? These Ukrainian pilots have been training on F-16s and other platforms for months on flight simulators. There are reports of 2 of them in March. 2 of them were training or doing an assessment of the training needs for F-16 usage in Tucson, Arizona. So what I'm scratching at here is we're consuming what we're supposed to consume in the news and the readouts from the National Security Council, the Pentagon and other Western nations. But I would just contend that it is very highly likely that we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg. And it's going to be hugely disappointing if the counteroffensive is in full swing and we aren't getting videos on Twitter or Reddit or pick your channel of F-16s and M1 Abrams and other more advanced technologies that have been the hue and cry now for months and months and months because they weren't being supplied and there not being enough political will. I do absolutely agree with the hamstringing of any effort due to lack of political will, but I just think, I'm not going to call us naive, but I just think we need to really consider more deeply what may be going on behind the scenes. If you, people may have seen the movie years ago with Tom Hanks called Charlie Wilson's War. And I forget exactly where I saw this presentation. It was either at the Center for Strategic and International Studies or CSIS or the American Enterprise Institute. It was the former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy back in the 80s who was responsible for getting arms to Afghanistan, Stinger missiles and the like. And he describes in exacting detail how this played out. At first, there was an initial tranche that was sent over using the budgetary allotment that he had available. He was requested, as I recall, to go back to Capitol Hill and answer some questions. And it turns out that, and I forget, and forgive me, again, I think we can probably Google this, which committee it was, but they sort of called him on the carpet that he wasn't doing enough. And so they wanted to plus up the budget. And he describes the plussing up of that budget and the vastly increased amount of Stinger missiles, just to name one weapon, that began to be shipped over, and what a dramatic difference they saw from that plus up in the budget. But all of this apparently took place behind closed doors, wasn't in the newspapers, wasn't coming out of some Afghanistan contact group meeting or whatever. So I think there's a whole lot that's going on here behind the scenes that we don't know about, we shouldn't know about, and we won't know about until we start seeing some really dramatic results on the battlefield of Ukraine. I think it'd be highly unlikely that efforts like this aren't underway. So I would just say, keep our ear to the rail and let's see what happens.
Yeah, good words there, Michael. Thank you very much. It's a reminder that obviously we all know that we don't know everything that's happening, but that doesn't mean that should stop us from complaining that the things that we want to happen haven't happened. As I like to believe, for us it looks like slow rolling. Who knows? In 2 months' time, when this really gets underway, or in May, towards the end of May, when it gets underway, we may see some things. But of course, part of our disappointment is because of our love for Ukraine, right? And our desire for this death and destruction to stop, and to stop as quickly as possible. Of course, and we do know is that regardless of anything, if stuff's happening in the background, though, that's because someone somewhere in the foreground is attempting to slow things down.
Well, and there's also you have to be exceedingly careful not to tip and cue your adversary so that they can prepare for whatever it is you're clandestinely providing. You want it to all be, this goes way back in history. We can go back and talk about SOE in World War II, all the way up to the example I gave with Fred Wilkie, I forget his last name, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and his efforts. That movie, Charlie Wilson's War. You can look at Oliver North and the entire Iran-Contra affair, supplying arms. And the list just goes on and on and on. whether it's the Kurds in northern Iraq. This is the business of killing. This is the business of killing evil. And I've never forgotten this old graybeard at the agency where I was working. We were in a targeting cell and watching basically weapons being delivered on target, whether it was a house, a car, whatever it was. And there were some newer members of the team that were at first a little repulsed by what they were watching, younger people. And this older guy just sort of laughs and clasps his hands behind his head. And he said, some people just need killing, right? So this is the nasty business of trying to eradicate evil. And there's a lot of power in technology and will in the military side of things to prosecute it and to get it done. I do believe that there's an essence here of let's bleed them dry by death by 1,000 cuts, but Ukraine can only suffer so much of that being drawn out, right? So I think there is an answer. I think it's highly likely there is an answer, and like the rest of us, my fingers are crossed that we'll see those results.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you. But some things are clandestine by nature, and depending on where you are, and some things perhaps should be more shock and awe, shouldn't they? Along the lines of, listen, right? What's going to happen is 50 of these things are going to arrive if you don't, and that's to remind them. Because let's face it, what's the capability of Russia ramping up their capability at this point in time? They just don't have any ability to ramp it up, because if they did, they would have ramped it up, and they wouldn't have air parity in Ukraine at the moment. There would be something else we would be looking at. Salient points. Thank you very much, Michael. Very good. Going to go to yes. Going to go to Chris, then Dustov, then Zagolman, and then Dr. Menace. Chris, I don't think I've heard you before.
Oh, I've been around here and there, David. Slipped in once in a while. This isn't an anti-military sentiment I'm coming at with. I'm just coming at with it, just kind of a different perspective, just something that kind of came to my mind, and that is that as you say, killing's a business, and there's a saying in the medical community that basically there's no money in a cure. And so you want to keep the person alive. You don't necessarily want to cure them. You want them to come back and keep coming back. And so, again, the cynic in me kind of sees, death by 1,000 cuts, sure. And of course, you don't want, you're worried about Russia's reaction if they lose horribly, that kind of thing. I see all that. But I also see that there's money in a prolonged war. And it's cynical, I get it, and it doesn't fit the narrative of trying to find a quick solution. But the reality is that a quick fix isn't going to benefit those who are benefiting it right now by supplying and making money off of this situation. So it's an angle that I guess a lot of people in the military probably don't want to look at or see or acknowledge. But it's especially in America. I mean, it's all about making money. It's corporate capitalism. I think that has somewhat to do with it, and there is some at play there.
Of course, except for, so I understand the argument. The thing is that when you analyze the argument, it doesn't really work out, does it? Because they would be making more money by completing this quickly instead of just doing it a little bit by little bit. The costs are always greater. So someone somewhere isn't making out of this as much as they could if they just went in and did what they were supposed to. Okay, my brain is going. No, it is Dustov next, isn't it?
Hi, David. I raised my hand because a little bit what I know of. I was a Huey helicopter pilot some 20 years ago, and when we were transitioning to Blackhawks, depending on what track you were taking, it was probably about 10 to 12 weeks. And that was mainly to learn flight characteristics, emergency procedures, and the likes. The tactics we already knew. So I assume that, for the Ukrainians, they seem to be fast learners, and that they they want to do an accelerated, they could probably condense that to 6 weeks, but that's probably about what you're looking at for the transition to a Black Hawk.
Well, that's very, very good to know. Very good to know.
So the only other comment I have is I just really wish that, everybody would just like donate the Cobras that are sitting around to the Ukrainians. I wish 500 more Bradleys were showing up. I hope that stuff is happening behind the scenes and we just don't know about it. But there's so much more stuff that's just sitting and growing old. I know there's some maintenance issues and stuff, but I just wish we'd given these guys and gals enough to end this thing, and so the suffering would stop on both sides. I mean, there's people getting killed on both sides, and they don't need to be. So I'll drop back down. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you very much, Dostov. That's a really good thing, isn't it? I think, as Goldman's already mentioned, the training time frame before, but it's really good having confirmation there. And yeah, I think we're all the same, aren't we? We all just go, we wish that they had the stuff, right? How many is a Goldman? How many Black Hawks does the various different American forces have?
I don't know the numbers, but there's a bunch.
Yeah, 5,000 were built, so there's enough of them out there. Right,
so that's quite a lot, isn't it? 5,000.
Yeah, so half of them are probably in the U.S. inventory somewhere, or Seahawks, or some variant of the Black Hawk. You know what I'm saying? So
Actually, this is something I want to know, Sir Goldman. What is the so? Whilst I appreciate that the Seahawk is the C version, is that because it's got AWS stuff on it? Or sorry,
the basic. Yeah, there's two different. There's a couple different variants. There's the different missions. Any surface warfare, but the biggest difference from a basic airplane is it's marinized. It's got blade de-ice. It's got landing gear repositioned, for deck handling. So it's a more the things that go into marinizing an aircraft are reflected in the Seahawk from a basic shell perspective. Now they have different missions that they perform. But the basic aircraft is got repositioned landing gear, blade de-ice, things of that sort. Because it's more of an all-weather aircraft than the basic Army Black Hawk.
Right. So really, what you're saying is that it's been ruggedized even more than it was before.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's designed to operate in a harsh environment, right, and be all-weather capable, right? So that's not what the Army has. The deck handling, getting it below deck, and all the other stuff that it's got blade fold, things of that sort. So it's a more expensive aircraft to buy and operate, but it's more capable and all-weather capable.
And for anyone listening who's wondering, one of the reasons for this is it most likely, I'm just making a guess here, Goldman, is that because if you've got something on a ship that's 1,000 miles away from land, then you just can't just get another one if it's continually breaking down, right?
Yeah, it's designed to operate in that environment and have a high availability rate. Just what you need. You're out there by yourself for a while. You're self-sustaining.
Yeah. Whereas if you've got an airfield with about 500 of them, if one goes down, it's not quite such an issue, is it?
Yeah, they're significantly more expensive, so that does come at a cost. Like, they might be, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe double the cost. They include the mission systems and all the other systems to marinize it. Maybe it's not quite double, but it's significantly more than a baseline aircraft.
Okay, at 5,000, quite a significant number. 50 would do well, right?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, I think I think they need 100 of them. To be honest with you, they need four groups of 25, 30 aircraft, right, positioned around the country. So to me, that's what they ought to be targeting. That's what you need.
Maybe Ukraine needs to be doing a deal with the Taliban. They've probably got quite almost that close to that number.
Yeah. So I just want to point out when I quoted those timelines on the Seahawk, or excuse me, not the Seahawk, the Sea King. That 2 months included presumably some aircraft mods to at least get a communications update to be compatible with what Ukraine's using, and a paint job, and training the pilots, and they were flying it, right? So 2 months wasn't just the training. That was to get an aircraft configured and the pilots trained, right? Which is consistent with what was just quoted. I missed the John's name, that 6 weeks for transition. To me, that's
Dust off. For which, yes, there's a reason for that name, mate.
Yep. So, yeah, true. So, you take 2 weeks to get the airplane, you get the helicopter configured properly on the communication and such, and then you 6 weeks in the thing and you're ready to go. If you're in a transport mode. I did want to comment on the whole what's going on behind the scenes. That there clearly are things going on that we don't understand. And that would be expected. But I was very I'm skeptical that fighter aircraft are part of a deception plan right now. It's just based on history, because I know this time last year we were hoping that there was a deception plan for Leopard tanks that was going on. I remember Spain had we're training some folks, and they happened to be training folks where Challengers were, or not Challengers, where Leopards were located. When the dam got broke on tanks, and everybody lifted up the hood, there was nothing that was done to prepare for that. Like, I don't think Germany, they said, hadn't even inventoried what they possibly could donate. Right. So based maybe I'm jaded in this.
In your old age, Sir Goldman.
Yeah, but based on the tank discussion and evolution, no one was doing anything in my mind until they made a decision. There was nothing going on behind the scenes. Like I said, nobody even knew how many operational tanks they could even potentially send. You'd have thought that at least in the background, they were like taking inventory and saying, hey, well, maybe this might happen. We better get some spares ordered and get these things ready to go. And to me, it was apparent that none of that was happening behind the scenes. Until the decision was made, and everyone was like, "Uh-oh, I gotta go figure out how many things I have that are working, and then how many that I can give away." Like, you know what I mean? It didn't seem like with tanks there was any of that background work being done covertly to allow the decision to move forward quickly after it was decided. So maybe I'm skeptical because of that something similar is happening on aircraft. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Well, we'll hope, but there's something definitely in the civilian world that happens a lot. Frustrated me for a very long part of my life. When you would, someone would, higher up in the organisation would say they want something, but wouldn't sign off on it, and we would go, "These are the time frames," and then you go, "You can have this in August if you sign off on it now," and then they would go, in July, "Well, I'm ready to sign off on it," and then complain they can't have it in August. Right. So, exactly. So, whether that is creeps through into politics. They just don't understand the maybe they've watched too much TV where someone, you see it with the hero's given 2 hours to fix something that is impossible, right? And they go, oh, you want 2 hours, you can have an hour, right? Well, that's going to really help, isn't it? Maybe that's flowing through into politicians' minds.
Yeah, and that's so just based on the whole tank evolution, I'm discouraged that something's happening covertly at any significant level. There are people going around assessing things like that, but somebody out there actively putting together the supply chain, and actively putting together a training curriculum tailored for, I just doubt that's happening.
And I think your sound's going a little bit there, to Goldman, for a reason. But I mean, there's a reason why. So, Michael, there's also another reason why we have these questions, is because for ages we talked about the United Kingdom had 54 Challenger tanks. We have 54 Challenger tanks. They've been mothballed, and guess what? We're not doing anything. We weren't doing anything with them, and now we've sent 14, which isn't making a statement, is it? The same happened with the Leopard 2s, right? So a statement of intent would be, yeah, here's 200 Leopard 2s. But what's happened is that the world has watched us scrimp and beg, borrow, steal stuff. Watched Belgium go, no, we're not going to pay the 500,000 you want for those tanks that we sold to you, and the rest of it, which it all comes down. And ironically, so many of these things at this point appear to come down to money, but we know money isn't the issue. And there's the bit that makes us a little bit despondent, I guess, Zagom.
No.
Yes, well,
I agree. You're justified in the view based on the progress or lack thereof that we have seen or not seen. Again, I think there's a lot more. There's always a lot more going on in these kinds of situations than meets the eye, and I'm just hopeful we're going to be pleasantly surprised. There was a picture that I'll point to. Undoubtedly, it was on Twitter, since I spend so much time on it now due to the MriyaReport. But several months ago, actually many weeks ago, it was a roll-on, roll-off prepositioned ship or transatlantic roll-on, roll-off mission, and there were M1 Abrams being loaded by the dozens. That could have been from any time. I didn't catch how current that was, but the indication was that this was something that was afoot, headed for Ukraine. So I guess time will tell.
I hope you're right. I pray you're right.
Yeah, me too. I think there we are. Listen, anyway, right. So we're going to go to Dr. Menace, who's had her hand up for a while.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. I just wanted to say that unfortunately, I don't think that there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that we're not seeing, and it's all going to come out, because we just have seen a drop of several hundred, secret documents about what America is doing, and there's not a trace or a shadow or a hint in any of those documents that there's something big going on that we don't know about. I wish there was. I really, really wish there was. There just isn't. So I'm going to throw cold water on that, and I'm not doing that happily, but I do think we have to be honest with ourselves that there's no big secret going on. But I do want to say I have a positive plan. This is something we all can do if we're on Twitter and we're sharing information about things that Ukraine needs, or anything written by Gary Kasparov. You can tag if you're an American, or you can tag your congressman, you can tag your senator, you can tag President Biden, you can tag the secretary, you can tag, the chief of staff. You can when you share something, when you retweet something, quote retweet it and tag someone who you think needs to see it. Don't just retweet it. And because, politicians keep track of what they've been tagged in. And so I was going to suggest that as just a couple hundred people every day start tagging people, and that's going to make a difference. People will notice that, because I have been trying to figure out politicians where they stand and where public figures stand on issues regarding Ukraine, and a lot of people are clearly just staying silent, not sure how this is going to break in terms of the upcoming elections. And I think it's time to make it pretty clear where the Twitterverse stands. So those were my two things I wanted to say. I want to encourage people to tag their senators and congressmen. Every time they share something that's pro-Ukraine, tag someone. But the other one is, I don't think there's anything big and secret in the works, because it would have shown up in those secret documents.
Yes, could very well have the not so secret documents as they are now. And well, it'll be a long time before we know which ones are real and which ones weren't. Michael, do you have any thoughts on those, or maybe you can't? Maybe you can't really comment.
Well, as far as those documents, and I just really think the jury's still out. You see a lot of chase and swirl in the media about damage assessments being done across the agencies and so forth. I would not be a bit surprised if this wasn't part of the information management campaign, but again, time will tell.
I mean, there's a thing, with when you get used to in the forces, the military, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes it's just wait, right? And it's the waiting that often is the thing that is the killer for many people, right? Can't we just get this over and done with?
Well, time does provide clarity, right? So we will know more in time.
Yes, we will. Anyway, Dr. Nick.
About the documents, and related to what you just said, David, you kind of made me laugh about the waiting, because in the Marines we have the saying, "Hurry up and wait." Just everything. The government wants everything from you immediately, now. But then you just got to wait on their timeline to see the fruits of your labor or whatever it is, right? The other thing I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about since these documents have kind of come out, um, I- one, some of the stuff that Michael was saying, I do think sometimes about the stuff that Dr. Mattis is saying also, but part of me also thinks about that if this kid who pulled these documents really does have an anti-Ukraine bias, I don't know. Would he show things that would potentially put Ukraine in a good light, or the United States in a good light? Um, I don't know. So maybe he would have pulled those and shown them, maybe not. Um, Maybe he didn't really have access to that kind of information. I know he had a top secret clearance, but that doesn't necessarily mean he has access to every plan in every location or what have you. So I kind of think about some of those things too. So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
So I think in the world of intelligence and counterintelligence, and I go back to working at the National Reconnaissance Office in the same organization as an individual named Brian Regan, who ultimately was discovered, but when they discovered that he was scarfing away material for a monetary purpose, financial gain, he wasn't an ideological trader. The wheels got in motion in the counterintelligence side, And some of this, anyway, he was arrested on board the aircraft at Dulles International Airport there in Northern Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. They hauled him off the plane, and he's in prison today. So I'd worked around this guy, but they had, and was totally unaware like everybody else, except for the facility security officers and all of that organization who detected things that he was doing and began to manage the information that he had access to. So it wouldn't surprise me at all. And because I'm still cleared, I'm not supposed to even talk about these kinds of things in detail. In other words, I can't confirm the documents. I don't even look at them. But who's to say that this kid wasn't discovered weeks or months in advance of the announcement of his arrest, and he was being manipulated from the inside? Just a concept to think about. When I say manipulated, I mean the information that he was exposed to would have been, altered to suit some means to an end.
Right. I knew what you meant, for the purposes of letting that information get out, for whatever reasons the government might have to allow that information to get out.
Right. It's
To shape a perception, I guess, from the other side, of the enemy, from the other side, that certain things are happening or not happening or what have you.
Well, that's an excellent word. Shaping the information space. It's vitally important. I've sort of been a student of these kinds of events over the years. Obviously, when you're in programs, you are trained to review. How do I put this? You will read case histories to remind you of, I guess, the consequences of violating the security oath, but also to make people aware as co-workers in an organization of what to look out for in your colleagues. If you see something, say something. I don't recall a single instance where, they found, say, for example, me online stealing secrets, and they rush into the room and arrest me. That's not the way they do it. They look at it as an operation. Okay, how can we control the information this person's grabbing? How can we shape the information space? And you bring in these legions of people that began to manage the situation. And so the ultimate arrest on the day is all choreographed. It doesn't happen the very moment, that someone has been determined to be violating their oath or stealing secrets or what have you.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I know I've thought about this also, but like you said, I guess we will know in the fullness of time, and unfortunately, that's not something any of us want to hear. So
No, I agree. We'll find out.
hurry up and wait.
Yeah, and by the way, Dr. Nick, that is something that that has been used for centuries in the British Army as well. That and on the wagon and off the wagon. Which is something we'd say all the time as well. But with that, I see the incredibly wonderful, funny, and beautiful Verlaine is here with us.
Good afternoon, good evening, guys. I don't think that all those compliments fit me, but thank you so much.
They absolutely do, and they don't tell me they don't.
I will think about that later.
Smart. Oh, Fairlane, don't be so modest. You're awesome. We love you. You're fabulous, and you have a wonderful smile. You light up the room, or the Twitter space, as we should say.
Quote unquote, I've been to Chernobyl, but I'm not radioactive.
I like that one.
Well, anyway, yes, but listen, right? So you're here. We're going to have to agree to disagree about how amazing you are. You're very amazing. What news do you have for Lane?
So I already posted today that we have successfully delivered one of the drones for the Recce unit, which was, let's say, our collective gift to Captain Horhona or Captain Kudryava, because partially obviously the fundraiser we are running here till the end of the month is for the Rapid Reaction Brigade Unit 3018 RRB or Rubish, and she is an integral part of the unit. She's the first female officer that was admitted to the combat unit overall. And she had her birthday and promotion not that long ago, and they did require certain drones for certain, let's say, missions. And there was a drone that could have been procured as SAP in Ukraine. And obviously, I asked the guys who are running the financial part of the fundraiser to help us out as soon as possible, because obviously, if you have some funds, you want to be wise and start utilizing them right away, because in my head, everything should be done if not yesterday, 2 days before. And I feel like sometimes people don't have the same sense of urgency. And the worst thing that I'm not afraid of dying. Death is something which awaits us all, so I'm calm with that. I'm really worried that I won't be able to make it in time for someone. So we if you look into the feed, posted the drone which was Rona. So she received her personal drone. I don't know how long the drone will last, but it's definitely gonna help to annihilate some Russians. Or other news. Ocha is here. We will be listening to us. He is extremely drained. I don't wanna.
Is he drained as a result of yesterday's high velocity talk?
Oh no! He really I have to tell you that he says I won't engage, but I'm gonna be listening. He just needs to decompress a little bit. He is after his friend, and there's too much people in a couple days, so he needs to have these baby steps of socializing. Plus, yesterday he really enjoyed being on space. I have to admit that someone was speaking in English. I was interpreting for him curtains because he still needs time to get used to the act all at once. But overall, I definitely feel that his confidence in language usage was boosted. And it was an extremely interesting experience for him just to talk to so many different individuals from different areas of the world. I tried to explain to him the concept of spaces and then how everything is interconnected, integrated, and what are we doing. We can't make it up in one week. It took us more than a year to have it all set up. And obviously, we don't know all the people who come to spaces, listeners especially. Sorry if you had, I just got some messages. But overall, I really would like to say thank you for those who texted me, DM'd me, wrote something in chats personally saying how grateful you are, or just commending him or wishing something good, because I made sure to pass it on, and he felt really touched by that, because this is what I'm trying to do. When I'm here and they are at the battlefield, I try to somehow pass on that they are not alone in this fight, that they have me, and through me they have all of you, and this is like a chain that's connected. So I make sure to tell how, for instance, we have beautiful Helen from Canada who sends sometimes parcels with some like sweets and help me out to make sure that they get some variety. I told them how, for instance, Harold once or twice or 3 times at this time, so many times. For them specifically, it was once sent like laptop refurbished that helped them to do some of the targeting and training for the FPV drones. I made sure to tell them how we all stood up to fix the vehicle for the NCO training center, and like so many stories. At this point, I feel like if I explain what was going on throughout this year, like I won't have enough lifetime to just tell how many people stood up, how many situations were solved, were developed, or just got a closure in a very good way. Obviously, I try not to mention some like say fuck ups or some misunderstanding, miscommunication, because I don't feel like I need to, especially if they are resolved. I need to waste time on that because I feel like they've seen enough of the fucks up on the battlefield, and those are much worse in comparison, right? So trying to just cheer them up a little bit in terms of like not positivity, but just some uplifted mood. And yeah, I promise to come here as much as possible during the fundraiser. If you have any questions, what is this fundraiser about, or if you would like to comment on it, or if you would like to say that you have contributed, please do. I try to answer everyone who has donated or who has retweeted or replied to this. It's not nearly enough. Sometimes I feel like I'm not doing enough in just saying how we're grateful, honestly, because only guys that they wouldn't have worked this diligently, this successfully without my help. I admit that I wouldn't be this successful or this helpful if it wasn't for all of you. And it's like it's a joint effort. Obviously, sometimes I do some things on my own independently, and it's extremely complicated. It takes a toll on me, but I also learn from it because I'm here. And yeah.
You're cutting in and out a little bit there, Fellaini. I suspect you've probably moved to close to the one little bit of the house that's got a bad signal, right?
No, I'm at the same spot. I moved for a bit, and then I was at the same spot.
Well, anyway, your sound's come back, so that's good anyway.
Yeah. But how have you been? What's been going on in space these days?
Well, today's been a good day. We had a general, Bleed Love, who was on. He said pretty much everything that we've been saying for a very long time, which is great for us to think, well, at least senior people in the military are on the same page as that we are. Yeah, it's been a good day. Damon was on fire a little bit earlier. Don't tell him that, though, because if the only way to keep him on fire is to tell him he's not doing a good enough job. We don't want him relaxing, do we? But anyway, right. So we've got one hand up. Katin, what's your question about? Have I lost everyone? Oh, there you are.
I'm here. I just want to say to Ferlin that she really has to tell this guy that he was really, really good. I mean, he spoke English almost better than most Swedes that learn English from like, I don't know, 9 years old, or nowadays maybe 7 years old. So it's he was really, really great. Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah.
Give me a second, guys, give me a second. Отже, тут щойно передали, що деякі люди вивчають англійську з 7-9 років і говорять гірше, ніж ти. Тому ти був прекрасний вчора. Прийми це. Алілуя. Yeah, I just interpreted what you said, sorry.
I was going to carry on. I said that he was absolutely brilliant at the yesterday. I couldn't have. Well, it couldn't have gone better. It's the only way of saying it. It reminded me of my times in Germany, and his English is way better than my German ever was. Right. Does Archer actually want to say anything? Does he want to say hello to everyone?
He actually went down because he needs to go to the postal office to get it. Like, we're saying, like, they okay, so for those of you who are listening, hi, my name is Verlaine, my call sign is Sveta, which is saint. My actual name is Victoria. I am technically a co-founder of this space, but I'm mostly as deal as probably like inspiration / figure to get in touch within Ukraine. I'm a senior language assistant of the Rapid Reaction Brigade Rubish, former senior language assistant for the Canadian Armed Forces of Ukraine. And currently I'm hosting 2 of the best pilots, drone operators, from the recon unit of subunit of my unit. So yeah, so that is why I might have a chance to speak with them as we're communicating here on Spaces. They just got back from the battlefield. They're undergoing training, and though their apartments are in vicinity of Kyiv region, it makes more sense to stay here rather than get back to Bucha and go back and forth from Bucha to the downtown of Kyiv. So we have decided that they're going to be staying for the not time being, but for the time being of their training with me. That is why pretty much all the time there is someone who is listening to me talking to Spaces, but they can't or won't engage because they either drained or they have been have been involved in something, or they just got down because they have forgotten to take something from the postal office. Yeah, he will say hello, obviously. It's just it's gonna take him like 10 to 15 minutes.
Wonderful. Are you going to keep going, Verlaine? I'm just, as always, pretty much enraptured by when you were talking.
You can ask me whatever. Like, I am open for discussions. If you would like, okay. So, dear listeners, if you're new to Twitter Spaces, please share it with the space so we can spread the word about the MriyaReport activities. If you take a look at the screen, there's a lot of like buttons. If you will find the one with the right or right above the title. If you would like to become a speaker, I truly recommend you to press on in left bottom corner of your screen. There's like a mic button. If you can find it, then you are listening to us on your laptop and there is no functional abilities and capabilities to do that from your laptop. So please consider installing it on your phone. For as long as Elon Musk allows us to do that, please try it at least once. If you feel comfortable being just a listener, obviously that's fine. If it wasn't for the war, I would have never engaged into Twitter Spaces as a speaker, because that's for me it's highly unlikely. to be talking in public spaces as myself, not as an interpreter, because I'm used to talking to a lot of people as someone else. I mean, being the voice of someone else. So I understand completely. If you don't want to engage as a speaker, you can always reach out to host account, co-host, or the speaker who is talking via private DMs. If you can't DM me or someone else for some unknown reason, just reply on some of the posts. If I happen to disregard your DM or reply or something, it was not something that I intended. It was just either a mistake or I was too drained or just skipped it. Please just copy and, you know, try to reach me out as well again. So it wasn't something intended. Yeah, and if you don't like to be here as a speaker, once again, just chill out as a listener, and don't forget to check out the fundraiser we've been driving till the end of the month. I feel like it's pinned not only on my account but also the MriyaReport account. I also have a couple threads about the representatives of my unit. I will continue to educate you on some of them, on some of my friends. I firmly believe that you need to see their faces, their eyes, and hear their thoughts now and not later. Not only because I feel like they are in constant danger, which they are, but I also feel that you need to know these individuals in like regardless of the time, right? Like they are timeless, and I'd rather see their life being celebrated as they are still alive, like regardless, because I know they're gonna be still alive, but like I'd rather have it done twice either way, though I'd rather they celebrate my life twice, like sooner than I do. Anyways, I see that we have a couple hands raised. So Skykiss, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, Verlaine. And I wanted to invite everyone to please read what Verlaine has put into the nest. They're lovely. That's what I did last night. I, dropped out of the report so I could listen to little bits of video and carefully actually read the story. So Oche's story is beautiful and it's very interesting. It's an easy read, well written, and I just wanted to urge everyone to read it and look at the little videos and just get to know the people, as Verlaine has just said. Get to know the people in the unit, in the Rubige unit. So it's really a wonderful thing. And very, I was very heartened, and it's very good. And I loved the whole thread. And so just please don't just retweet it, but do that, but read it. Thank you. Thanks, Verlaine.
Thank you, Skykiss. We've got a special, very special warrior right next to me who will say something for you.
Hello, guys. Good evening. I want to say thank you for all support and all message, and thank you that you think that my English is good. It's really important for me, and I want to wish all the best and great night for you, and have a great night.
And yeah, and I will let him go.
And have a great night from us as well. Yeah, so Mother Goose, you've protected him and protected him again.
I will protect him for as long as I can.
Wonderful news.
Like this is the thing. For those of you who read the thread, I think it was Ocha. So he said that once the war is won and we are victorious, we need to protect the warriors as much as they protected us. So I feel like nowadays we're still doing this, for at least from my perspective, this is what everyone should be doing, because this is a joint effort. And at the end of the day, your conscience should still understand what you have done. And if you haven't done enough, you'd rather be wise to listen to your conscience again and try to do something. Like, everyone should be doing something.
And history tells us these things happened after the Second World War. The whole raft of changes happened as a result of World War II in the United Kingdom, with regards to social housing, benefits, and how veterans, or we call them veterans now, in those days it was just ex-servicemen, were treated, right? The way to help find them jobs and everything that revolved around it. There were huge changes that didn't happen after previous wars. So one thing that we can be, or for me, looking from the outside for Lane, is that Ukraine is a very progressive country and changing ever so much. Even when I was looking a year ago, looking at what was happening, and then now to see the things that are changing now as well, albeit some militarily, but other things that are changing as well. Different politicians coming in and different systems being brought in. The country is going to go through some dramatic changes when this war finishes, I'm sure. So we've got two hands up. It's Benas, you had your hand up. Have you got a question for Lane?
Yes, good evening, Lane. Good evening for all the space. I just signed in to listen to you. And first, before asking any questions, I would like to ask, is there any topic right now being discussed for me not to shoot somewhere in the field?
Oh no, Benas, good night or good afternoon or good morning. We're just chit chatting, and you don't have the agenda apart from Ukraine. So the floor is yours.
Ah, okay, nice. Very good timing then. It's good evening, good night, basically. I'm from Lithuania, from Vilnius now. Best wishes to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. And Smert Voraham. I miss a little bit, so sorry for the rattling. I miss a little bit a cultural aspects from Ukraine, maybe from time to time, shared music band or movies or art into Nest, just to have better insight by Ukrainians and people who know Ukrainian contemporary art scene and music scene. Just share it. That's all. That's my thought.
Well, and as Axel says, everything is downstream of culture, isn't it? So seeing culture, arts, music. Yeah, actually, Verlaine, you haven't really told us what sort of music genre you're fond of, unless it's every single one of them. Verlaine, are you going to fess up as to your music genre of choice?
Do you want me to sing right now?
No need to sing, because I'm so disappointed you didn't sing "Hey Sokoli."
But I can sing "Hey Sokoli." Like,
no, I know you can. But now is not the moment. Another time. But what is your music genre of choice?
I just love music overall. I like rock. I like classic music. I like depending on the mood. I can also punk. I can listen to pop rock. I can listen to metallic. I can depends. I like the only
Yeah, good
one.
music, right?
The only time when I'm slightly hesitant of continuing listening is very hardcore rap or a Russian chanson. But chanson like is like a music for the detainees and POWs, like prisoners in Russia. Well, you know why. Um, Other than that, I feel like it's more about your inner sensation and feeling that the music evokes in you. Like if we talk about Ukrainian music, I really like the fusion of rock and folk. We have really, let's say,
So
like
sorry to interrupt. Please share. Sorry to interrupt. Just share on your wall Ukrainian band you have in mind. I would love to dig it in.
this is the problem with me, Banas. I would like to have it done properly, and I just right now not in the mode to do it like like really structured. Because I'm focused like on different things. But once the fundraiser is over, I will definitely do that. But right now, my focus is mostly on like I don't know how to explain. I'm really versatile and multi-purpose, but right now I feel like I might lose the focus of everyone else. This is something which I'm freaking out of. But yeah, sure.
I understand. I understand. Thank you very much anyway.
I will. For instance, if you feel that you're acquainted with the Ukrainian cinematography or overall Ukrainian movie making, regardless of whether it's modern or an older one, try watching Олександра Довженко Земля or Пропала грамота. I will post them later. Or Забудь предків, also Parajanov. It's like even though he's not Ukrainian, he was Ukrainian by heart. Then if we talk about some modern things, Думки мої тихі, but I don't think that they are dubbed. We also have a couple new movies coming out. We have cartoon Mavka, created by Ukrainians. Fun fact: if you like Coldplay and you like their song "Up," it was made by Ukrainian did 3D studio. So that's surreal footage of Coldplay, like sitting in the car, driving again, looking for the water, searching for the rain, up and up. That one, the whole video was made by CGI in Ukraine, probably somewhere in Kiev. Like we have a lot of talents which aren't obvious. Oh, and even if you like Lil Nas X, his videos are also made by Ukrainian movie maker. She's a female movie maker. Like I don't listen to his music. Don't get me wrong, but I remember it was done by her. And if you would like to listen to contemporary Ukrainian music, try Googling Onuka, Onuka. Try Googling the Hard Kiss. Then Один в каное. If like those are different styles. Okean Elzy. It's OKEANELZY.
Found it already. Found it. Thank you.
Yeah. And just a second, I will think. There is an application. It's called Radio Rocks, but Rocks is written in Latin, so it's radio and then ROKS. and then you can tune into Ukrainian rock stations. So they have 7 substations. It's like classic rock, rock ballads, radio rocks online. You can actually find it on Apple store, and just
Found it.
listen to
Found it
Ukrainian
already.
rock,
Thank
like
you.
because the Ukraine is very versatile, again, diverse, and yeah, do that and listen to Ukrainian rock, and you will find some even not rockish things. Like you will listen to just Ukrainian bands like Fuelet. Though they aren't rock, they only have one rock song, and you can just find the voice or the melody or the cohesion within the group that fits your taste, and you can just find a very variety of different songs that they have, because Ukrainian bands are interesting in terms of the changes of the genre.
So 1 second here, Fellaini, right? So
Yeah.
there's an easy way of doing this without you having to do loads of work, right? We could just do a little Twitter chain on you add 5 of your favorite songs, and other people can add to it and go, no, this is what I like, and then we could add that chain and make it a very, very long playlist, couldn't we?
Don't make me choose 5 songs. This is torture.
Yes, I know. I'm making you choose 5 songs, Fellaini. But because it's you, you can have 6. Everyone else gets 5.
I believe this game is not fair.
No, it's never fair with me, Fellaini. Never fair. So I will struggle with 5. I've got some ones in there, but you start it. You put your 5 in, and you can add more to it later if you want. So you're not limited to only 5, but 5 in the original tweet, and then we can chain it together, and then we'll be there. Because there's some extraordinary folk, Ukrainian folk music, some great pop music. And especially the way you're doing the harmonies and the rest of it, is John Stewart, if he was here, would be saying, he'd be all over it. He really, really likes the complexity of Ukrainian music. And he's a professional musician. Although some people might have said he wasn't that professional when he was a musician, but now he certainly is. And if anyone here is wondering who I'm talking about, a very good friend of the space, John Stewart, was in a band called Sleeper, a very good band. As a good friend of mine keeps on saying, yeah, I want to meet him. I want to meet him. I go, no, I'm sorry, he's my friend.
You're just teasing him. You're just teasing him to come up. That's all you're doing.
Exactly. John Stewart. Which sounds like the opening of a tune, doesn't it? Anyway, we've got loads of hands here. Chris had his hand up first. Oh, we've got see, look what you've done, Fellaini. So many hands. We're going to go Chris. I think it was Dennis, Skykiss, Dr. Nick, and then Michael. And then someone will have to remind me what order I just called out. So, Chris.
Hi, David, and Fellaini, and Axel, and everybody that's up. Oh my goodness, Fellaini, you're scarily good, Fellaini, on this Twitter space. Scarily good. You didn't mention one of the only bands that I know, which is Boombox. What about Boombox, Fellaini?
I just listen to them so much that I don't like, they are the integral part of my brain, and I assume that everyone is already aware. Plus, we have Snuff, who had run a fundraiser with them, who had recorded their video, so I thought that they have been advertised enough.
Are there
Like,
any others?
I can actually see like Тримай мене, не дай мені піти, навіть не на хвилину, бо не можеш більш знайти. Під тим дощем, дивись, я можу ще, брехтайми без зупину, ми розбинемося вщент, лишимо живими. I feel like the most played song by them is the song about the girl Paulina.
Oh yes.
Трапляються комусь казкові герої, а в тебе я в тебе є я, хто я? Суцільна вада, Альварина, але Поліна, я на колінах. And then вона носила квіти в волосі, which is really like heartbreaking. The one that I really like is if you need a fool, just call me. Дурень, телефонуй мені, різні слівні обурень. Ти все врахувала вдало, у тебе до того хист. Знищено реправо, між нами останній міст. Надвечір, коли все п'яне, думки накивали п'ят. And so on and so forth. Like, I can sing boombox all whole day because it's just, it is in my blood. Yeah. Joking aside, I feel like I've listened to so many Ukrainian songs, and not only Ukrainian songs. So my MP3 player now, after I've cleaned it, has 4,567, and I remember that number, songs. The majority of them is in English, and I know lyrics for, like, say 30% of them. Today I spoke with Graham, and I told him that I had like once a game. It's a game of association. So we were just walking with my friend, and the whole day we were like talking, and then there's like a word which which was spoken out in a sentence, and we tried to find in our heads the song which has this word, and we kept on singing the song the whole day. So for instance, like if we talk about Ukrainian songs which are significant in terms of like a lot of people can sing them without thinking. Nowadays, один в каное, у мене немає дому. Like, I don't have a home. It's a song that was released even before the full-scale invasion, but it's really like, it's heartbreaking. I will just listen, like, I will just give you a hint how it sounds. So, справа в тому, що у мене немає дому, і за правилом доброго тону, як за правилом доброго ременя, я згадаю, з якого я племені, пригадаю, з якого міста, я чекаю на своє грень, мені просто нема де сість, записати свою промову. У мене немає дому, у мене немає дому, у мене немає дому. А люди такі ліки, те за день свої бутонні соти, аж жінкувати, сохнути людям третього, другого сорту. А люди такі сотнями в тандемі зі своїми висотками, з цього герцами сповнюються сенсами. This is the one that probably is the most played nowadays because so many people have lost they feel that this song resonates within them. Yeah.
Thank you, Fellaine. I was going to tell David off for stopping you singing. There you go. Sorted. I'm going to come back later because I need to go and save the chickens from the fox. Thank you, Fellaine.
Go save the chickens. And we're going to change the order a little bit. Dr. Nick needs to dash. So we're letting her cut the queue, but it's only this one time, Dr. Nick.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be really quick. Some of you know this already. Some of you do not, but I've been, I'm a curator of Spotify playlists. I make tons of them myself for different things. And I made one for last year of Ukrainian music. So like normally when I make playlists, typically it's by year. Don't always do it that way, but sometimes I do. So I made a playlist for Ukrainian music. It's up in the nest, but fair warning, I like things like electronic music or like EBM or some industrial and stuff like that. So that's what that music is, but it's all Ukrainian. And I was doing for a while, and I need to get back to it, a hashtag decolonize your playlists. And I would feature these artists and link you to like their Bandcamp or whatever so that you could purchase the music, because that's always the next step. I'm a big proponent of making sure that not only do we listen to Ukrainian music, but especially right now, we support Ukrainian artists because, with the war and everything, it makes it more difficult for them to do things like tour and all of that. So I think that's important too. So I just thought I would mention that. I've got one from last year. I've been kind of slacking on this year's. I've started it. It's in the second post underneath that post. And you can check it out if you want. So that's all I'd say. And Fairlane, you should check it out too. There's some cool stuff in there that you might even like. But anyway, with that, I'm just gonna dash because I really do have to go. But it's wonderful to hear you sing, Fairlane. And thanks for being here.
Oh yes, I second that opinion there, Philly. I'm going to send you a couple of Welsh songs for you to listen to, and I think you might quite like them. Obviously, they're in Welsh, not in English. Anyway, the Hands, and then I sort of did forget what the order was. I think it was Dennis, Sky Kiss, Michael, and then Fancy Pants. Dennis.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's well. I just wanted to say, Verlaine, I read your article yesterday, and I listened to some of your fellow soldiers talk. And I'd say it was really, really good. I really enjoyed that. I got to admit, I hope everybody else did as well. I mean, it's not every day you can hear people who are on the front line who are living through this express their feelings and, just talk to people in general. I think it's awesome. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And of course, I love your singing. You have a beautiful voice. You are always on pitch. And there's so many singers out there that hit every note in between, which I guess takes a certain talent too. But you're right on there. I love it. I'm a musician. I've been one for a long time, and I know a great singer when I hear one, and you are one. So thank you very much. But I did have one question, if it's okay. A little bit earlier, we were talking about things being sent to Ukraine that maybe we don't know about. Well, I just wanted to mention that every year when they pass a budget, they have what's called a black budget, which most of that money goes to secret projects and to the military and various security and intelligence agencies. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of that money was earmarked for Ukraine for certain items that they don't want advertised and wouldn't want advertised. So I just wanted to throw that in there too. And say thank you to everybody for listening. And thank you, Verlaine. Always a pleasure. And please bring some of your fellow soldiers back on. I really enjoyed that so much. I hope everyone has a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. It was hilarious. I was cracking. He was sitting right next to me on the left, and I was just dying of laughter. Like I saw his facial expressions when he was like when he was expressing himself so like emotionally, but at the same time so passionately. And I try to like look into his eyes sometimes, just seeing what's happening in his head when he was saying all of those things and making so many jokes. And I felt like I am sometimes like him, like in order to suppress my anger, frustration, and grief, I'm just cracking jokes uncontrollably, especially dark humor. And this is fine. Like this is our like safeguard. This is our I'd call it fail safe. So thank you so much for saying that. About my singing, I enjoy singing so much, but I'm more of a listener. And I did take part in the choir since I was 6 years old. And then I was in the musical school for 7 years, also always in the choir. Then I was in school, and then I just kept on singing, like walking down the street. So people thought that I'm like a mad woman doing some strange worshipping of whoever, because they don't know English at the level I was speaking and singing. Like literally, if someone saw me in my hometown walking down the street singing in English, they thought that I was like completely nuts. Joking aside,
But there's method to the madness.
there's definitely a method to my madness. And right, and if we talk about secret equipment being sent to Ukraine, I can comment that even I had to procure some secret equipment coming to Ukraine, but this is what makes it secret. Because no one knows what it is apart from the guys who did get it. But I have to warn you that some secret parts of equipment, or just secret equipment, can be procured by the units but not by the government, because government can sponsor some special parts of the equipment, and only if you are authorized by the, sorry, I'm just chewing, I'm so hungry, I'm just eating nuts. When you are authorized by the commanding officers, and you have the right to act on behalf of the units, and you have the resources, which we hardly ever do, but sometimes you do, fundraise them, or you earn them, or whatever. You get in touch with people who know people who can help you get something which can't be procured by the authorities, because they have way too many areas of their functional operation. So unfortunately, nowadays we don't have enough resources in Ukraine to support everything. That's why volunteering has become an integral, interconnected, and undeniably vital part of our fight. If it wasn't for the volunteers within Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, we would have lost far more lives. That's a fact. I'm stating fact. So every bit of contribution does matter. And it's not because my country is imperfect, like every country is imperfect in comparison. It's not because we are not wise with our resources. No, it's just too much. The war has been here since 2014. We didn't have proper economy even before the war. We've been undergoing changes since the collapse of the USSR, and then the USSR collapsed. The majority of the funds, which hasn't been proven, but I feel like they were in Moscow. So whatever was in Ukraine remained in Ukraine, but the majority of everything was still in Moscow. And the decision-making centers were like mostly in Moscow. So you can guess what I'm hinting. And it's like an establishment from a scratch, but on the ruins. And it's far easier to demolish everything and start anew than trying to build, rebuild, restore, change something. It's like it. If you can envision it, it's like you had like a 4 building, then you decided that you want to have 12-story building. In the process of demolishing that 5-story building on the second floor, you decided, oh, I want to change the material. You started to change the material, and then you've finally met an architect who said, like, this is not how it's done, and you started to demolish it again. But then the architect met another one who started to say, like, let's have a concilium, let's discuss, let's maybe completely like start from scratch. It's going to be way more like let's say more affordable, more less time consuming, more progressive. And in the process of demolishing the house completely, You were attacked by freak not like madmen from afar who said like you shouldn't demolish this house because I felt like 100 years ago I lost there a nail. And you're stuck with the situation, fighting off the madman, trying to reconstruct this whole structure, actually demolish and build it anew. But this is a very like far-fetched metaphor for the everything that's been happening.
Well, my brain has gone dead. No, it's Sky Kiss. Right, for a moment I had to really think Sky Kiss. It's over to
Yeah,
you.
it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I was just following what Verlaine is saying. And yes, when you're taking down an old building, and being from New Orleans, I've lived in 120-year-old buildings and buildings that were 80 years old, and of course now they're even much older than that. And my granddad was a builder, so I think about when you have to take. And my mom was in what do they call that? Historic preservation and historic real estate there in New Orleans, and there's a whole lot of it. And I used to do drawings for her for houses she had listed. So I was just thinking about, yes, you have to know which walls are the load-bearing walls, or people can really get hurt when they're trying to take apart. Even parts of old buildings can't be done, but you really need a competent engineer of the very specific type, and they need to know what they're doing, because not all engineers are qualified to do that kind of work, to take a building that has historic. And I know I've seen buildings taken down. I've watched this, they've been taken apart, stood safely away behind the tape and everything. Trees and buildings, all of that. And I just wanted to go back to music for a bit. I'm going to have to maybe contribute to this thread that David is speaking of, as well as, first of all, let me say that yes, your singing is beautiful. I love that song that you just sang, and every time. I mean, I remember when you were hosting, and I was here on the space for 19 hours a day, barely sleeping. I sleep a little bit more now, so not here 19 hours a day anymore. But I do pop in from time to time, and I'm very glad to have come this morning and not only heard you singing, but heard this discussion about music. And I'm gonna have to go check Dr. Nick's listings. They sound fantastic, and I love all kinds of music, and very much the same way as you, Verlaine, and very much also the same with Dr. Nick. I'm sorry she had to leave, but yes, and this is very interesting, the whole topic of Ukrainian culture, arts, and including music and dance. And I was just thinking last night, as I was becoming familiarized with Oche's history, and his spunk and his spirit, his sparkling eyes. He's such a he seems really sweet, but he's a tough soldier. So you can be both. You can be all of the above. And I hope that he will be able to not only have that spark in his heart of, I want to do this with my life, and he may still want to do this choreography, and I hope he does. I hope that I mean, they're all the children who have come back, and they're you can just wrap all that different age groups, the different skill levels. There are going to be so many people who, need to have that music and dance as therapy. And as much as we are enjoying the dancing soldiers and the people dancing and the music and all of the fun videos that NAFO's been creating, oftentimes with Ukrainian music, we really would love to just keep this going. So I've been talking with a couple of friends of the space, one who's not in Ukraine and one who is in Ukraine, and have had in-depth conversations about some projects that we want to do. So I think, we just kind of watch what happens and see what Ferlane and Dr. Nick and this music thread. I'm a visual artist primarily, but I love all types of music. I was just raised that way by my mother, who had 9 years of piano lessons and, gave concerts when she was 18. And we didn't have a lot of money coming up. So she gave me art when I was very, very young. And so I'm like 90% self-taught in drawing and painting. And, I just think about every time I see some sort of creative spark of life, it really just warms and enlivens my heart. And I love to hear you singing, Ferlane, and thank you so much for this. It's like a little breakfast concert for me. So.
Thank you so much. It was so heartwarming to hear that. Like,
we love you.
Oh. Oh.
And tell Oche that we are also happy to get to meet him.
You will have to endure him for the next 2 weeks, because I'm gonna be bringing him from time to time.
Good.
Good. You were absolutely right. He's extremely sweet. He is extremely kind, but at the same time, he's hilarious. And once he's focused, you can see that he can move mountains. He's a recce. He's a scout. He's actually was in Ukrainian Boy Scouts before he joined the army, so he knows the stuff. And give him a follow on Instagram if you have one. He would really appreciate that. What I was gonna say, yeah. So he was so sweet that he came and said, look, I have 2 tickets for the ballet, and since I'm a ballet dancer officially, he can dance really well. So he's a dancer by his major. He will bring me to ballet tomorrow to decompress, because he's just, I feel tired seeing me this worked up. So he has found a way to put my phone aside to make me sit and just enjoy something. I'm extremely tired, and I'm gonna step down one after Michael say something. Matt
it was Michael had his hand up.
Just a second. And Carrie, once you guys are done, I'm gonna sing one of my favorite heartbreaking songs about wars in 1970s, and then I'm gonna be stepping down. So if you have something to say it now, because I'm gonna be singing and then.
Michael?
Yes, ma'am. I love that. Ferlane, I think everyone in the world, especially people on this space, can understand how I'm feeling, what I'm going to say. Oftentimes, I guess there are many people that don't, but most people do meet extraordinary people throughout their lives. And certain people, out of those extraordinary people, make incredible impacts on their minds and how they think about the world, how they think about situations. And I'm just going to tell you, you're at the top of the list for me. Back to, and I really appreciate, I know thank you for sending me the I think 2 addresses for me to send my DJI Mavic Pro drone. It's coming with everything that is possibly needed: charging cables,
Yeah, Michael,
extra data cards.
thank you so very much. Use the last one because the person moved. So the last one I sent you, this is the one.
Okay, yeah, that was I was trying to figure out, that was what I was going to ask you. And I do appreciate also the picture of Ocha. He's wearing what I called to you his combat shorts, but maybe that could be marketed as
Adult content.
well, I mean, combat drone operator attire. If you haven't shared that with everyone, I urge you to. It is absolutely, and then your
It's epic.
video.
It's absolutely epic. I will need to ask Ocha because he might post it on his Instagram account or his TikTok and we can
Okay.
just promote it. I don't know.
Okay.
I have to ask him. I'm usually doing it with his permission.
Okay. Well, so you're very welcome. I had a choice of donating dollars or a unit. This thing has been expertly maintained. It is a 2018 model, does not have infrared, so, or thermal. So, you know, I'm sure it'll be useful. It's going to be on its way tomorrow afternoon. It's in storage because I'm moving houses between houses, but it's on its way. So thank you so much for sending me the addresses. I'll use the latest one, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much.
And Fellaini, I will add one bit to this about the clothing. Marcus it quickly. All those you see, all those the tops with the camouflage tops with the stretch top and the camouflage arms. That was a British invention that was nicked by an American. So make sure he does it immediately. Anyway, that was the last question. Are you going to sing our song now? Are you?
No, Fellaini said she'd talk to me.
We have Carrie, Chris, Matt, and G-Man. I feel like I will listen to this 4 and then I'm going to be singing.
Okay, so short questions, chaps.
So thank you, Fellaini. I went through a reboot, unfortunately. My phone decided to reboot itself, so I missed a bit of what you said. But I saw the bit about him being a choreographer, and I missed that section that you were just talking about. But I was going to say that's amazing. Is there any way that, and certainly because we all have so many contacts, it would be lovely if he is able to re-engage down the line, God willing, in his choreography work. So anything that he wants to put up by you for us to see, we'll see if we've got any contacts, because I used to work at Arts Council England, and so was very involved then in contemporary dance, etc. I don't know what type of dance he does. You did mention ballet, but yeah, there's loads of contacts that and suggestions I can make to him. If you and any of the people you're working with, darling, if you know that they have certain professions, let us know. Let us know, because we want to honor the commitment they've made for our own freedom, and we can then try and see if we can give some contacts to people for you for when they get back to their normal everyday life. And he was just the most full of light and energy and joy. And I just pray that we do everything possible to give you everything you need, because these are the most precious young people that are giving their young, precious lives for our freedom. So thank you, Fellaini.
Thank you so very much, Carrie. We've talked about, like, yesterday when we stepped down from the space, we just sit for 5 minutes and chat, and he's like, I mentioned that I am a choreographer, I'm a dancer, but I haven't danced in like 7 years. So like, what's left of me? But he's dancing on the front, like he's dancing in the trenches. I've seen him dancing multiple times. Even like, I have a very funny video when he's like having breakfast, and then he starts just like dancing and trying to make me laugh, and then he walks out. I swear to God, he walks out of the room like he's like a crab. It was just like, and you look at this person like, oh Lord. Well, technically he is a lord because Ocha is like Lord. Anyways, thank you. I will let him know. So we have Chris, Matt, and G-Man. Guys, please go ahead, and I will. I still have some energy to sing. Just saying.
Thank you, Verlaine. I've saved the chickens, so that's good. So I'll try and make this succinct, Verlaine, and I've just sent you a DM, and so just to let you know that every month I do a Cybersecurity Association newsletter where since the Russians invaded, I've promoted a Ukrainian tech company every month in that. And my point of mentioning that is just to say that if you let me have a little bit of information, I will promote your fundraiser in the next one, right? Which is so usually comes out on about the 14th of the month. So it's got about 10,000 subscribers on LinkedIn, and I also have a Substack, and I also have an email list as well, right? So if you, I sent you an example of the one where I promoted the Boombox tour, and I'm sure they didn't need me to promote their tour, but I did anyway, and and obviously they were, I think, fundraising for drones themselves, as I understand it. So that's that, and then just to let everybody know, David, I caught up with the person that you mentioned to me, and updated that person, and he'll be joining us in London on the Ukraine Pavilion. But just to let you know that there have been 3 meetings in RSA San Francisco today between Ukrainian cybersecurity companies and the exhibition organizers for the Ukraine Pavilion. They've come from all over the world, the people from the Ukrainian cybersecurity companies and that. So it's absolutely been fantastic. And great progress there. And
that's brilliant. So we need to talk a bit offline on about that, and you can tell me more about
Thank
it.
you so much. I will slide into my DMs and your DMs like tomorrow morning, the latest. I need to focus for that stuff, and right now I'm not focused. Sorry.
There's Verlaine, there's no rush on it, right? Because it doesn't go out until about the 14th of next month, so you've got plenty of time.
Yeah, I got that. But the problem with me is I have this fatalistic feeling that I need to do everything now, otherwise something might happen. Like, it's just something in my head. I will deal with this. But thank you so very much. I will mark it, and we will discuss it. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you so very much. And we have G-Man. What is the actual, like, okay, just G-Man. Okay. G-Man, Clover, Britain, Ukraine,
G-Man
US.
is the only guy who finds solace and trust in good old FBI novels. Good old FBI novels from the 50s.
Axel, he has a tangerine in his Twitter handle. That's so beautiful.
A tangerine. He also has a little squeegee duck constantly in his bathtub. Don't you know?
He does.
I know that Operator Starsky has a massive.
Too much information, guys. Too much information.
Guys, be productive.
Brilliant.
Please
Thank
go
you
ahead.
for being on this space. I'm going to cut through all this crap and say you're wonderful, and I'm so glad that you're going to sing, because I thought I'd missed it again. So that's all. No question.
I will be singing. Thank you so very much. But once again, this one I'm fully committed and ready, because I really sung. It's being sung by Rokash and Gritsko Chubay. It's called Kedme Prishla Karta, or When I Received the Letter. But it's like a letter or a card about being like mobilized, sort of. It was written really, really long time ago. It's like 1970s or something. It's it's about the person who realized that they're gonna be sent to war. So, in a second. I don't know how is the acoustic in the room, but I hope it's fine. Okay. Keď ми прийшла карта на роковаць, став я свого няня просить та й благать. Ой, неню мій няню, вчини ж мою волю, іди за мене вірний на ту війну. Ой, неню мій неню, вчини ж мою волю, іди за мене рідний на ту війну. Keď ми прийшла карта на роковаць, став я музиченьки просить та й брать. Ой, ви, музиченьки, заграйте ми чардаш, на сей гуляю в той мудрий час. Ой, ми, музиканти, вчинить мою волю, ви заграйте мені чардаш проти. Keď ми прийшла карта на роковаць, стали музиченьки, чардаш мені грать, стали ми сосляди, з очей ляти, ніхто не заплаче, ні отець, ні мати. Лемко не заплачуть три дівчати, лемко не заплачуть, бо плакати мусить. Ніхто не заплаче, лемко мусить. А єдина заплаче, бо я її брат, а друга заплаче, бо я її сват, а третя заплаче, бо плакати мусить, бо вона від мене дитя носить. А одна заплаче, бо я її брат, а друга заплаче, бо я її сват, а третя заплаче, бо плакати мусить, бо вона від мене дитя носить. Keď ми прийшла карта на роковаць, став я свого неня просить та й благать. Ой, неню мій неню, вчинь між мою волю, де за мене служить на ту війну. Ой, неню мій неню, вчинь між мою волю, де за мене винний на ту війну. А одна заплаче, бо я її брат, а друга заплаче, бо я її сват, а третя заплаче, бо плакати мусить, бо вона від мене дитя носить.
Yeehaw!
Diolch yn fawr i ti,
I
Feline.
slightly changed some
Beautiful.
of the verses, but
You've given us your last energy there, Feline, in singing for us. Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
my
And it
pleasure.
was
I wish
perfectly timed. Perfectly timed for midnight, Feline.
Amazing, amazing.
Midnight in Kyiv. Yeah, welcome to the Comeback to Future.
All we need is some cognac or
Massive
something like that.
hugs. I hope that you're gonna have a really lovely day ahead if you're like from Australia, and I hope that the end of the day for those of you who are in the other side of the world will also be very good. I'm sorry for yawning, but I'm literally passing out. Massive hug. Hope to talk to you tomorrow, and yeah, take care. Stay safe.
Sleep
Good
well,
night.
darling.
Sleep
Night
well.
night.
Get some good rest.
No stuff, Feline. Right. Well, we finished with a song. Wonderful. So anyway, we're going to change of subject or for a very short period of time, change of tempo. I've put in the nest two tweets. The second one along is our age-old subject, or it is an age-old subject, is getting closer to the event, is from Beefeater, and it's about Wimbledon. It would be wonderful if we could get some people to retweet and like it. And whilst we're about it, if you could retweet and do whatever you can to promote the space just now, hit that button on the bottom right, add some amusing content about how Axel really likes Angela Merkel. I'm sure he'll be delighted about that, and we can get some people. See if we get some more people in. See, he loves it. He does. And my the next tweet is.
You mean the total silence of cold, seething rage, despair, and resentment? Oh yes.
Yeah, the pit of despair, Axel. The pit of despair. Yes, and there is another tweet that you should be able to see. It's from Albina Fella, which is Russia on fire. It was sent to me by the wonderful Mockers. Thank you very much, Mockers. And it's got some video in it. And the tweet is in Sverdlovsk region, village of Sosva, 92 houses are already on fire. A state of emergency has been introduced in the area. Another village of, I won't try and pronounce the name, is also on fire. So there are a lot of fires in villages at the moment.
The roost is on
yes.
fire.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I had to check there for a moment. I was going, because names really go past me a lot of the times. This isn't Ukraine. This is somewhere else, right? So now, yes, I've just
North Texas. This is North Texas.
We don't need no water. Let the dirty Moscows burn. Burn dirty Moscow.
There's only one singer that's allowed to sing on this space, Ryan, and that's someone with a.
Fair.
I was going to say something horrible, but I won't.
No, go right ahead.
No, let's have some sung things. That would be lovely. Go on, David. Killjoy.
Exactly. Right. I've just been sent another one by Mockers is on it. She's on a roll at the moment, sending me stuff. Another tweet which I'll put onto the space for everyone, which is our commander threw a grenade at us. One was killed, I was wounded, then I was captured by the armed forces of Ukraine. A new prisoner of war. He says, I am, insert a Russian name. I was born in 1986. I live in, insert Russian names. I was mobilized into the army and sent, and I was wounded. We were sitting in a dugout. Shelling began. Our commander says, come out to storm. We were all afraid to go. He got out from the dugout and threw a grenade at us. Two managed to jump out. One died. I was wounded. He sounds like he was very lucky. They ran away. I stayed in the dugout to wait for my people to take me, but I'm assuming he said they didn't come. Then the armed forces of Ukraine came, took me prisoner, provided me with medical assistance. Guys didn't come to Ukraine. It's not necessary. He does look like a very, very sad individual, this person. I'll put it in the space so you can see it.
How's that?
But we still have. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Right. Just throw grenades at everyone. Just
brag your own soldiers. Everything's going to work out fine.
Yeah, of course. When I started reading it, what I thought I was going to read was he threw a grenade at us and it bounced off a tree, came back and blew himself up, which actually, in fact, we have seen happen on several occasions, haven't we?
You can't fix stupid.
David, I did see today one of the videos I looked at that the Russians chucked a grenade into one of the Ukrainian trenches. They picked it up and chucked it back, and it flew up when it hit on the way on the return. That was rather amazing.
That was epic.
Yeah, we'll have people with cricket bats and baseball bats knocking them back as well, right? Gosh. Oh, Mockers, absolutely. She's properly on fire. She sent me another one. This is a video of Albina Feller again, a video of a Ukrainian hero, Ruslan Zubarev, with the call sign Predator. I don't know I don't know how new the footage is. He's just posting it. He says, "I'm going to do business." He's got an RPG. Welcome to Ukraine. And insert a nasty word. I will add that to the nest as well. Right, we got two hands. Meta, you had your hand up for a very long time. What do you want to say?
Okay, this time I'm not going to cry about what Ukraine doesn't have. I'm going to just say two things. Like Ferlane, sorry that she left, but there was talk. She's so brave, and I love the dancing and singing. That's the way to keep the mental health. But she was so sad, and every one of us is about the buildings. And I was just talking to a good friend who is in the building industry here in Finland, and he was sort of saying like when the bombing is over, there will be a rush, there will be a competition, there will be a rush to rebuild Ukraine. And I just wanted to say to Verlaine that, there's love and there's light and there's the future, everything will be rebuilt. I wanted to share that positive thing with her, but maybe I can do it another time. But there's another thing is about the Wimbledon. It's like, I've been to Wimbledon 4 times because I had a friend in the Finnish Tennis Association. So, just for your knowledge, it's like half of the Wimbledon center court tickets are sent to different countries' tennis associations, so they can sort of invite their sponsors. And it was always like, okay, if BMW in the last second says no, we can't come, then I could go there. So 4 times I've had center court tickets to Wimbledon, and I think it could be I don't have this contact anymore. He's moved on to other sport, but it could be an idea to it's half of the center court tickets go to tennis associations.
Meta, what I suggest you do is you write to the chairman of the lawn tennis. You tell him that you've had 5 center court tickets, right?
Yeah.
But you won't be buying them anymore, and you explain to him just how disappointed you are the fact that they've caved into genocide. Put it in a letter, send it to him.
I will.
Wonderful.
But I suggest that everyone, not in UK, contact their tennis associations, because they are occupying half of the tickets to ban, sort of protest or do something, because tennis associations are very important to even for the Wimbledon lawn board or whatever. And if there's like, Sweden is a big country of tennis, and Croatia and so on, and they have good players. If the tennis association start, sort of saying it to Wimbledon, everyone can write. I will do it, definitely. But I think everyone in Europe, sort of, or everywhere in the world, should contact their tennis associations, because that is a way to get to Wimbledon. If they don't ban the visas.
Yeah, let me put this into a couple of lines for you, Meta. Everyone and anyone here, write to your local tennis association, tell them how disappointed you are. It doesn't matter what country you're in. And I would also suggest you also write to the chairman of the Lawn Tennis Association and still tell him that you've had centre court tickets, regardless of whether you've had, and tell him how disappointed you are. I should be saying you should be fibbing, but I'm all for that. Okay, great, Meta. So Sky Kiss.
That's all I had. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Meta. Sky Kiss.
Yeah, well, that's a great idea to write to all of our associations, national and if you have a state tennis association as well. I've known people who played tennis and taught tennis, but I haven't played myself. Other than that, and thank you, Meta. That I enjoy hearing everything you have to say, and your contributions here to the space have been quite nice and important too. So yeah, I'm going to have to step out and make a couple of calls for the afternoon, but I want to thank everyone for being here, and thank you, Axel and David, for co-hosting, and thanks, Ryan. And I actually like Ryan's little song, "The Roof Is on Fire," and every time I see, well, last night it was just fire after fire after fire. So yeah, I've already retweeted and added some more fuel to the fire, I guess, of getting this out there. So thank you very much, everyone. And Ryan, if you have a little bit of a report, that would be nice. But anything?
No, I'm the co-host, Guy Kiss.
I know, I
Yeah.
know. I'm
Right,
just,
okay.
I'm just appreciating the man.
Anyway, yeah, thank you very much. I say I mean, well, so Axel's still here. Hello, Axel. Chris, you got your hand up.
Yes, David. Yes, I have. Yes. So wonderful concert from Fellaini. So that was great. Reaching back to an earlier comment that was made by, I forget the person's name, but she was making the point about tagging senators and congressmen on tweets. And I just wanted to pick that up because that is a very, very good idea. I have myself definitely tagged Michael Fabricant, Rishi Sunak, Ben Wallace, and other people in the UK. So obviously that is something that works, well, I guess in every country, right, David? That's because you're quite right. You keep talking about general things that we could do, if you like, right? That is definitely one that if you're,
Yes.
yeah.
And we have, and by the way, Chris, we have tagged a number of politicians, including the German Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz, relentlessly from last year in summer until finally we had a decision, if you remember. And not just me and you and others, but a number of people who all insisted on leopard imagery, be it tanks or leopard print clothing, or lack thereof.
You are absolutely right, Axel. You're absolutely right
And
to.
we got a response in a press
Yes.
conference. And in the
Yes.
press conference, the Bundeskanzler said that he was quite annoyed by all the media attention and all these leopards and constant talking about the leopards, and that social media, what they called Sozialmedien Irrsinn, social media nonsense.
Yeah, well, that's just funny, isn't it? Really. So, yeah, yes. Thank you for that, Axel. You're absolutely right to refer to that, as I said. So yeah, let's take that as a general thing to do. And obviously, I totally support your idea there, David, in terms of Wimbledon and the tennis associations as well. That's great as well. So. Again, also that person was talking about the fact that the secrets are out about Ukraine's attack, and I completely 100% disagree with that. I'd be highly surprised if we know everything there is to know about this counterattack of the Ukrainians. I would be massively disappointed if we do, right? But that's another thing. David, there's another thing which I just wanted to say to you, which I will wait to see if what the Ukrainian people on this space say about this. But I am now every day talking to Ukrainian people in one tech company or another, right? A cyber company, a drone company, a software company, etc., every day. My clear view on what is going on is that Ukrainians absolutely, totally, 100% believe that they're going to win. They're going to push the Russians out. And therefore, and they can multitask, if you like. So they are definitely planning for the future, right? Clearly, what is happening with the Ukraine pavilion is an example of that. As I said earlier on, they're in RSA in San Francisco with a Ukrainian delegation promoting high tech and cybersecurity business, right? So if anybody wants to debate it with me, I'd be interested, but I absolutely believe that the Ukrainian mentality at the minute is we're going to win this war, but we're also going to build our business and our economy at the same time. And I'll stop there, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight to build economy afterwards, isn't it? And IT, in whether that's development or whether that's providing support services or other technical services will be very, very important in that list. Yeah, good work there, Chris. So Ryan, no singing. No, Ryan.
You're not going to let me sing.
Going once, going twice.
I think he's in a huff, David. Come on, Ryan, come back. All is forgiven.
So, I mean, the hammer's going to fall in a moment, Ryan. We can hear you.
Perfect. Where do I start?
Are you in the bath as well? Is this becoming a thing?
I am hiding in the bathroom. There are two people trying to sleep, and I don't want to keep them up recounting what we and they did over the last couple of days because they lived it, so they don't need to hear me recount it. And one of them's getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to drive back to the Kyiv area, so trying to be considerate. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I was on Space and alluded to the fact that I was going to do something that I didn't want to telegraph in advance, but Verlaine offered me some assistance. We went to a village called Sviatohirsk. I guess it's a small town, not a village, famous for its cave monastery. Also now infamous because it was occupied by the Russians, and essentially the Russians and the Ukrainians danced around in a circle and traded sides of the river while they fought in or over this city. And it was liberated, but it was also decimated at the same time. I'd say a solid 50% of the community is barred off, wired off, roped off, because it is an active minefield. The Russians used rockets that drop grenades, not grenades, but explosives and mines. They're the big ones you see that look essentially like a carousel, and when they get done doing their work, it's just a big empty shell that used to have probably a couple of hundred mines in it. When we went there over a month ago, we delivered a bunch of food kits to people all throughout the village. We ran across the mayor or person in charge in town And he told us, thanks for coming. There are people here who are desperately in need, and you should go to the other side of the river because there is a group of people who are taking refuge in a facility called the Castle. It's not actually a castle, it's kind of like a retreat facility / hotel. It's got some recreational areas, some tennis courts, a beautiful little pond with a gazebo that sits out over the water, I assume for fishing, and some public areas. But he told us, if these people need help on this side of the river, but please go over there. There are people who are living in this large building and recreation area, and they've all pretty much huddled up together so they can take care of what's left of the community that's still here. We went over there and spoke with them, and they told us no humanitarian aid group had been out to see them yet. They were cooking on a very small stove in a common area, and it appeared that they were living in the hotel rooms that were still habitable. But even the stuff they had there at their disposal, which I don't know how it got delivered there, was being stored in a room that did not have a functioning roof any longer. And I'm not sure there's a single building in that community that doesn't have some degree of damage. Most of it is catastrophic. The handful of buildings that aren't just completely demolished or uninhabitable have boards over the windows, and it's been painted with spray paint on the wall. There's nothing left inside. Please don't break the windows. There's nothing to loot, essentially. When we got over to that building called the Castle, we drove in. We were greeted by half a dozen dogs and a couple of cats. The dogs were extremely alert and wanted to let the inhabitants know that we were there. One of them was really cute, and she's apparently the alpha of the pack, even though she's probably the smallest dog in the bunch, and her front two paws are inverted. She was born that way, so she walks around on her knuckles, essentially, similar to how a gorilla does. But she gets along just fine because when we dumped out some food for all the animals, a couple of the dogs dove in and started eating, and she immediately ran over to them and gave them a nice hearty growl and let them know that she was the alpha, and they all backed up, even though she's the disabled one of the bunch. And I explained to one of the other volunteers that she didn't live that long because she wasn't tough. So it makes all the sense in the world to me that she's the alpha. The sad part of the story was there was a little boy still living there who was pretty shy, but he kind of wanted to meet us, but he didn't want to meet us. He was real scared. He kept running off into the back because I don't know why. Anyway, we offered him some toys and gave them every bit of food that we hadn't already distributed in the rest of the community because there were a bunch of people there and we weren't sure how many more people were there and just afraid to come out. But one thing that tugged on our heartstrings was the little boy. The other thing was that they told us there was a woman there who was 7 or 8 months pregnant, and someone asked her when her baby was due, and they told us May. We asked them if they wanted to get out of there because that was absolutely no place for a pregnant woman and a child to be living. I'm not sure there was a single pane of unbroken glass in the entire building. There seemed to be one car there, but it didn't look like it was in working condition. All the other vehicles that were still in town were absolutely destroyed. But as much as we tried to persuade them, she did not want to leave and nobody else wanted to leave with her. So we told them, promised them we'd be back before the baby was born and we would bring some stuff for the baby and we would see again if she wanted to leave and evacuate and go somewhere else. I've been thinking about that woman for the last 6 weeks. Ended up here in Kharkiv a little over a week ago. We were delivering some medical supplies to the hospital and to a couple of medics